Chapter 21-29. Haki has many uses, such as attack, defense, shock, suppression, and so on. Lin Feng released his epoch chi, and as expected, his fighting strength was terrifying. He easily shattered the Devil Prison Master's attack. Lin Feng wanted to see what kind of creature the Devil Prison Master was. He naturally didn't believe that the Devil Prison Master only had a pair of evil eyes. This was just something the Devil Prison Master deliberately showed to confuse everyone. So you still have Haki. The Devil Prison Master's voice was cold. Sure. That blood-red eye once again shot out a terrifying light beam. This time, it was a blood-red light beam. The blood-red light beam turned into a blood-red spear. That blood-red spear pierced through the void, heading towards Lin Feng's body. Humph. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Facing that blood-red spear attack, he didn't dodge or evade. Just like before, he walked forward step by step. The transparent Haki enveloped Lin Feng in a 100-meter radius. That blood-red spear pierced through Lin Feng's transparent Haki, but it only flew for a dozen meters before shattering. Looks like your attack has no effect on me. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he quickly rushed towards that blood-red eye. He wanted to use the transparent Haki to cover that blood-red eye. Then, he attacked the blood-red eye. But that blood-red eye quickly retreated. In the raging flames, the Devil Prison Master's voice sounded again. Transparent Haki, the lowest level of Haki. Although this Haki is powerful, it's not impossible to break. As the Devil Prison Master's voice fell. Shua shua shua. Countless rays of blood-red light shot out from the demonic eye. Suddenly, the world in front of Lin Feng disappeared. He appeared in a blood-red world. In this blood-red world, there were blood-red eyes everywhere. Who knew how many blood-red eyes there were? Those blood-red eyes only needed one look. It could make people fall into eternal oblivion. After seeing those blood-red eyes, Lin Feng felt waves of dizziness in his head. He shook his head hard, trying to wake himself up. But Lin Feng realized his dizziness was getting worse. This made Lin Feng's heart sink. The blood-red eyes were too strange. It could make people lose their minds. Lin Feng wanted to use Lu Yai's star chart to block this strange attack. But in Lin Feng's brain, a voice resonated in his head. Look at those eyes, you will sink into oblivion. That is the final destination of life. Give up any resistance. Return to the embrace of death, along with the strange voice's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's body suddenly trembled. His will to resist became weaker, as if he wanted to give up resistance. The transparent Haki released on his body also began to violently. It was as if he was going to be dismembered at any moment. The transparent Haki had a strong defense. It protected Lin Feng's body from harm. But once the transparent Haki dissipated, Lin Feng would definitely be attacked by the Devil Prison's master. At that time, he would be in danger. Swish. Suddenly, the densely packed blood-red eyes shot out a terrifying blood-red light beam towards Lin Feng. The transparent Haki that Lin Feng released was about to shatter. After being attacked by these blood-red light beams, the Haki that surrounded Lin Feng's body was about to collapse. When the Haki dissipated, Lin Feng would definitely be in great trouble, and might even be killed by those blood-red light beams. But at this extremely dangerous moment, Lin Feng's originally confused eyes instantly became clear. His strong willpower played a role at the critical moment. He defeated the voice that confused him. The Haki around Lin Feng's body condensed again. The blood-red light beams shot out from the blood-red eyes were all scattered by the Haki. And then, Lin Feng stepped on the 8-directional world and quickly rushed outside. Those blood-red eyes weren't real eyes. They were condensed by the Devil Prison's master using a theurgy or some strange secret technique. Therefore, when those blood-red eyes saw Lin Feng's transparent chi, they were shocked. Those blood-red eyes directly shattered. Lin Feng rushed out of the blood-red eyes world formed by the Devil Prison's master. He instantly rushed to the flame not far away. The Devil Prison's master was hidden in this flame, only revealing a pair of demonic and terrifying blood-red eyes. Epoch Haki. 8-9 Mysterious Art. Rushing to the Devil Prison's master, Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all. He directly increased his battle strength by 4 times. Epoch Haki increased his battle strength by 4 times. Lin Feng's battle strength instantly rose to the peak. This was something that even the Devil Prison's master didn't expect. After his battle strength soared, Lin Feng used Stone Man watching the cloud sea. This was a peerless ultimate technique. A half-immortal level theurgy. Bang! The Stone Man watching the cloud sea enveloped the front and collided with the flame burning in the darkness. The raging flames were almost shattered. And that blood-red eye was sent flying. Shua! Light flashed. A terrifying figure was shaken out of the void. This was an existence shrouded in darkness. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Only his pitch-black body could be seen. That person. It was the Devil Prison's master. This Devil Prison's master was a creature from the underworld. Who knew what kind of monster he was? He really only had one eye. This eye appeared in between his brows, shining with a demonic light. Eerie and terrifying. It was as if there were 2 ancient worlds floating in that blood-red eye. Just one look and one would feel like they were sinking into it. It made one's heart tremble. Catcher, catcher. At this moment, the sound of a god law shattering could be heard from behind. Under the combined attacks of Du Zhu, evil dominator saint, and the others, the god law sealing the exit was finally destroyed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, a few cultivators who had nothing to do with Lin Feng hurriedly rushed into it and fled. Du Zhu, evil dominator saint, Liu Qingqing, and Jiyu Shansha were still waiting for Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't continue fighting with the Devil Prison's master. The Devil Prison's master had only revealed one eye. This meant that he had only used a portion of his cultivation. Once the Devil Prison's master erupted with his strongest battle strength, who knew how terrifying it would be? Swoosh, Lin Feng retreated. The Devil Prison's master didn't give chase. He just watched as Lin Feng's group left. Interesting. A descendant with sinner's blood. After Lin Feng left, the Devil Prison's master let out a sinister laugh. It's a pity that a descendant with sinner's blood is dead now. He should be left to those people and give them a headache. Chapter 2130. Swish. With a flash of light, Lin Feng and the others appeared in the sea outside. The vast sea was turbulent. The blue sea and the blue sky were clear. This was the territory 100 li away from the evil Dragon Island. From afar, one could still see the huge island floating in the sea. What are the 2 of you planning to do? Lin Feng looked at Jiyu Shansha and Liu Qingqing. I want to return to my family to take a look, Jiyu Shansha said. The 4 seas are our home. Enter the Tao through killing, Liu Qingqing said. The few of them bid farewell. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator saint flew toward the dragon sect. An hour later, swish. A huge ancient ship appeared. It was the Shenyuan ancient ship. Wen Ziran, Zhuge Chunyi, and the Sui Han 3 friends, who were waiting for Lin Feng outside, appeared. Sect Master, you're finally out. If you didn't come out, we would have already mobilized our troops to attack the evil Dragon Island. Zhuge Chunyi said. Ha 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 ha, I've made everyone worried. Fortunately, this trip went smoothly. Let's go. Lin Feng said. Rumble. The Shenyuan ancient ship crushed the sky and flew toward the dragon sect. Not long after, news of the evil dragon Devil Prison began to spread in the sea. When the news spread out, it caused a huge uproar. The evil dragon Devil Prison was an extremely terrifying place. It was also a place that countless people were unwilling to mention. However, during this period, people began to talk about the evil dragon Devil Prison. Moreover, there was news that the one who caused trouble in the evil Dragon Devil Prison was none other than the Dragon Sect Master, Lin Feng. Many people knew about the grudges between the Dragon Sect and the evil Dragon Palace. However, they never expected the Dragon Sect Master to enter the Tiger's Den. Later on, everyone found out. It turned out that the Dragon Sect Master had 2 subordinates imprisoned in the evil Dragon Devil Prison. Hence, the Dragon Sect Master personally went to rescue his subordinates. This news caused a huge uproar. Seeing the dragon sect master risking himself to enter the tiger's den in order to rescue his subordinates, many people came to join the dragon sect. Such a master. Worthy of joining. Publicity and hype were the best ways to attract experts. And this time, the publicity and hype had obviously achieved a very good effect. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had a frown on his face. Many experts were sitting on chairs on both sides of the living room. When they saw Lin Feng frowning, they didn't know what had happened. Sovereign, you've been frowning ever since you saw the seal in your hand. Could something have happened? When Ziran asked. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "It's nothing. It's about my marriage." Marriage? This is a good thing. Is the sovereign getting married? Who is he marrying? Haha, when the time comes, I must drink a few cups of wine. Not only do we have to drink a few more cups of wedding wine, we also have to play in the bridal chamber. The group of giant God Realm experts all laughed. Lin Feng said, "I'm afraid that you won't be able to attend the wedding banquet for now. I'll be leaving tomorrow, and I'll have to trouble you all to take care of the various matters of the Dragon Gate. Rest assured, Sovereign, we'll definitely do our best," the various experts said. Lin Feng nodded. He waved his hand and said, "You're all dismissed. This subordinate will take his leave." Everyone stood up and left. The poison ancestor, on the other hand, remained seated calmly as he asked, "Marriage? Who does Master want to marry? There are so many women. Could it be that you want to marry all of them?" Lin Feng said, "This is a marriage that my master, Lord Tortoise, told me about." Du Zhu stood up and walked over to Lin Feng's side. He picked up the letter and read it. Immediately, he grinned. This was a letter that Lord Tortoise had written to Lin Feng. He wanted Lin Feng to go to the Mu clan in Tianhuang to marry the Mu clan's second daughter, Mu Xianling. In the letter, Lord Tortoise praised Mu Xianling to the skies, saying that she was unparalleled in the heavens and a peerless beauty in the mortal world. He also wrote that Lin Feng had only been able to marry Mu Xianling because he, as his master, had shamelessly asked for her hand in marriage. Then, Lord Tortoise emphasized that he had done his best for Lin Feng and asked Lin Feng to be filial to him. Lin Feng took out an extremely precious ancient jade talisman. The refinement method for this kind of long-distance voice transmission jade talisman had long been lost. Thus, such voice transmission jade talismans were very rare. However, Lin Feng just so happened to have one that could communicate with Lord Tortoise's talisman. "Master, where are you? Hurry up and reply when you hear my voice," said Lin Feng angrily to the talisman. "You received the letter. Aren't you excited and happy?" Lord Tortoise's lazy voice sounded. "Master, what are you trying to do? Who is this Mu Xianling?" Lin Feng asked. Tianhuang's Mu clan is one of the oldest clans in the 9 prefectures. They are the descendants of the ancient sage emperor. You should be happy that you're able to marry their beloved daughter. Lord Tortoise pursed his lips. "Don't try to trick me with these useless words. Master, if you don't tell me the truth, I'll pretend that you never wrote me a letter," Lin Feng said. "You little bastard who deceives your master and destroys your ancestors. Do you think it was easy for me to arrange a marriage for you? You actually dare to doubt your own master." Lord Tortoise began to scold Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng quickly interrupted Lord Tortoise and said, "Master, if you don't tell me the truth, I'll stop talking to you." Don't. Lord Tortoise hurriedly said. Then he smiled embarrassedly and said, "Actually, it's like this. Some time ago, I got together with a few old monsters. I took a fancy to a treasure on Old Monster Mu, so I made a bet with Old Monster Mu to win the treasure. Who knew that I would lose the bet?" Lin Feng was speechless. "And then?" asked Lin Feng. "Old Monster Mu also wanted a treasure on me. You know that I'm poor, and I don't have many powerful treasures on me. How could I give it to Old Monster Mu? So, I told him that I've recently accepted a disciple who has a good character and looks. He can marry into the Mu family and become their son-in-law." Old Monster Mu was overjoyed when he heard this, and he happily agreed. Lord Tortoise said, "Damn, you're saying that you're selling your own disciple? And that you're marrying into the Mu family?" Lin Feng shouted angrily. "Don't be angry. The Mu family is an ancient sacred emperor family that even the 10 great immortal sects don't dare to provoke. They are high and mighty. Being able to marry into the Mu family is a blessing that you've cultivated in your previous life, Lord Tortoise said with a smile. Lin Feng was just about to continue complaining and reject Lord Tortoise's suggestion to cheat his disciple. However, at that moment, the communication jade talisman in his hand emitted cracking sounds. Then, it cracked. This kind of communication jade talisman couldn't be used for long periods of time. It would be destroyed after one use. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed when he saw that the communication jade talisman had been destroyed. He hadn't even finished what he wanted to say. Duzu grinned and said, "Congratulations, Master. You're about to marry into the Mu family. Sometimes, living off a woman is also a skill." Scram. Lin Feng kicked Duzu and sent him flying. Chapter 2131. The divine realm of Tianhuang was one of the 9 great prefectures in the 9 prefectures. It was also the most mysterious, the largest, and the most ancient prefecture. In this prefecture, there were descendants of the ancient saint emperors, ancient religions, and even some ancient Daoist temples and temples. Therefore, the divine realm of Tianhuang was shrouded in a layer of mystery. The divine realm of Tianhuang was located in the west of the Dragonfire prefecture. It was very far from the ancient desolate sea domain. Lin Feng took the spacetime wormhole and spent a year to reach the divine realm of Tianhuang. From this, one could tell how long it had been. He, Du Zhu, and the heretic holiness sage walked out of a teleportation array in Beixian City. Marry into the family, marry a wife, and give birth to a chubby little boy, Du Zhu grinned from the side. Lin Feng had the urge to slap this guy to death. He even dared to tease his own master. Should he consider hanging him up and whipping him for 3 days and 3 nights? Let's see if this guy will become obedient. Fairy Miao Qing has appeared in the heavenly immortal pavilion. Let's go and take a look. What? Fairy Miao Qing is here? Let's go and take a look at this peerless beauty on the list of beauties. At this moment, the voices of many cultivators could be heard from afar. Then, many people rushed in a certain direction. Fairy Miao Qing? Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. He had some impression of this girl. He had seen her in Snow Eagle City. If he remembered correctly, Fairy Miao Qing was Dugu Ditian's fiancée. Dugu Ditian was extremely arrogant. He had once chased young Master Ming Yu all the way to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. This was a serious provocation to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. However, Dugu Ditian's cultivation level was too high. As one of the 3 supreme saints of the Taishang Immortal Sect, Dugu Ditian was an extremely terrifying existence. Later on, Lin Feng, young Master Ming Yu, young Master Hans Han, Lei Gan, and the others went to the Battle Sacred Ape secret realm together. They clashed with the experts of the Taishang Immortal Sect led by Dugu Ditian again. The battle was very intense, and many people from the Taishang Immortal Sect died. The enmity between the 2 sides could be said to be growing deeper and deeper. Lin Feng had fought with Dugu Ditian before, but at that time, Lin Feng was still not Dugu Ditian's match. Now, a few years had passed. If he met Dugu Ditian again, Lin Feng believed that he could definitely kill this person. Let's go and see Fairy Miao Qing, Lin Feng said with a smile. Master, please reconsider. You're here to marry into the Mu clan. If the Mu clan knows that you've been fooling around outside, the Mu clan will be angry. Du Zhu grinned. The Mu family? Which Mu clan? Could it be the Mu clan from the ancient sacred emperor clan? Many people around them looked over in surprise when they heard Du Zhu's words. Du Zhu said, "It's the Mu clan. Do you see our young master? He's a talented man, a dragon among men. He's about to marry the second daughter of the Mu clan, Mu Xianling. Brag, brag with all your might." Many people curled their lips in disbelief. Du Zhu shouted, "I'm telling the truth. Mu Xianling is about to become our young master's wife. Even though our young master is only marrying into the Mu clan, we won't believe it even if he marries into the Mu clan." Many people shook their heads. Why? Du Zhu asked. Mu Xianling is one of the 5 goddesses of the divine realm of infinite wasteland. Her cultivation has suppressed the experts of the older generation to the point that they can't breathe. She once said that her future father must have the bearing of an emperor and the bearing of a ruler. This woman has high standard. Not just anyone can marry her, someone said. Du Zhu wanted to say something else, but Lin Feng hurriedly left with the heretic sovereign sage. Du Zhu, that bastard. You're embarrassing me. Will you die if you don't say that I'm marrying into the Mu clan? Besides, this time, Lin Feng hadn't come to marry into the clan. In Lin Feng's opinion, this marriage was just a farce. The Heaven Immortal Pavilion was bustling with people. Fairy Miaoqing and Mu Xianling were both part of the 5 goddesses of the divine realm of Tianhuang region. No matter where they went, they would attract countless people to watch. Fairy Miaoqing was playing the zither on the 2nd floor. Those who could go to the 2nd floor had to have an extraordinary status. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage found a place to sit down on the 1st floor and ordered some spirit tea and snacks. They listened to the zither as they tasted the tea. Fairy Miaoqing's zither music was melodious. Many people were immersed in it and couldn't extricate themselves. When the zither music ended, many people still wanted to continue. Fairy's zither music is so beautiful. I'm afraid it's hard to find a zither master who can compete with Fairy in this world, a young master said. Someone recognized the young master's identity. His name was Duanmu Fengshan. He was ranked 6th on the prodigy roll. His cultivation was unfathomable. His background was also extraordinary. He came from the Duanmu family of the divine realm of Tianhuang region. The Duanmu family was also a famous force in the divine realm of Tianhuang region. Like the Mu family, they were part of the ancient divine emperors. Young Master Duanmu, you flatter me. Miaoqing doesn't deserve such praise. Fairy Miaoqing said modestly. Duanmu Fengshan was very handsome. When he smiled, he looked even more handsome. He asked with a smile. I heard that Fairy has been traveling outside. When did you return to the divine realm of Tianhuang region? I've been back for some time. I received an invitation and rushed here. Fairy Miaoqing said. It seems that Fairy has also received an invitation. Duanmu Fengshan smiled. Many people were confused. They didn't know what Fairy Miaoqing and Duanmu Fengshan were talking about. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage left. They planned to find an inn to rest for 2 days before heading to the Mu family. In the next few days, a piece of news quickly spread throughout Beixian City. Mu Xianling was engaged to a mysterious man. The 2 of them were about to get married. This piece of news caused a huge commotion. One had to know that Mu Xianling's standards were extremely high. She didn't think highly of many disciples of ancient divine emperor families and immortal sects. But now, she was about to get married to someone. This piece of news was too sudden. It caused countless people to discuss it. Clearly, someone purposely released this piece of news. When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He had originally hoped to resolve this matter quietly, but the news had still spread. At noon, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage left the inn to find a place to have lunch. In the distance, 9 flaming divine birds were pulling a divine chariot. Flaming divine birds pulling the chariot. Mu Xianling is here, someone said. Mu Xianling's arrival caused a huge commotion. Because in the past few days, everyone in the ancient city had been talking about Mu Xianling. Now that Mu Xianling had appeared, everyone was naturally curious. Were the rumors true? Was Mu Xianling really getting married? Chapter 2132. The 9 divine birds surrounded by flames stopped in mid-air. Next, a woman stepped out. This woman was wearing a purple dress and had a tall and moving figure. Her palm-sized face was exquisite and beautiful. Master, your wife is really good-looking. Master is blessed. Du Zhu said with a grin. Lin Feng said indifferently, what wife? It's just a farce. I'm here to cancel this engagement, not to marry into your family. What a pity. What a pity. Master, you must think twice before you act. Du Zhu called out. Lin Feng said, if you talk any more, I'll seal your mouth. The evil sovereign saint laughed and said, if that's the case, the world will be peaceful. Big zombie, what are you talking about? Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Duzu rolled his eyes and glanced at the evil sovereign saint. The evil sovereign saint raised his fist and said, you can try. Thinking of the evil sovereign saint's abnormal physical body, Duzu immediately shrank his neck in fear. Mu Xianling landed and many people greeted her. This woman was extremely arrogant and didn't even look at the people who greeted her. Cold like a fairy from the Moon Palace, how wonderful, many people said, praising Mu Xianling's character and beauty. Damn, to think that you can still shamelessly praise that woman after being ignored. I can't accept the heavens or the earth. I only admire the shamelessness of these people. Duzu shouted. After Mu Xianling left, Lin Feng, Duzu, and the evil sovereign saint also left and came to the Heaven Immortal Pavilion. This Heaven Immortal Pavilion was a very famous restaurant. It was different from ordinary restaurants. Even the servants who served tea and water in the Heaven Immortal Pavilion were beautiful women. Moreover, there were also many beautiful women performing for the diners here. They played the flute, played the zither, sang. There were all kinds of performances. Furthermore, there was a zither platform on the stage on the second floor. On the zither platform, there was a zither. If anyone was itching to play, they could sit in front of the zither and play a song. Previously, Fairy Miao Qing had sat in front of that zither and played a song. Lin Feng, Duzu, and the evil sovereign saint had reserved a seat on the third floor. They could see the performance on the second floor. A beautiful woman was playing the zither. Another beautiful woman was playing a flute. There were also more than 10 beautiful women dancing. Lin Feng and the two others ordered a table full of good food and wine and started eating. Not long after, there was a commotion. Lin Feng looked down and saw 7 or 8 young cultivators. There were men and women. He saw Fairy Miao Qing. He also saw Mu Xianling. These people were around the same age, from the same region, and had similar reputations. They naturally knew each other. Now, they had come together. These people also reserved a table on the third floor. After ordering the food and drinks, they watched the performance on the second floor. Fairy Miao Qing said with a smile, little sister Xianling is also proficient in the zither. Are you interested in playing a song? Hearing Fairy Miao Qing's words, the eyes of the others lit up. Duanmu Fengshan said with a smile, if little sister Xianling plays the zither, it will definitely become a good story. Mu Xianling said, I'm not in the mood. Why? Could it be that little sister Xianling is missing your future husband? Little sister Xianling, you haven't told us how you met that Mr. Right. Fairy Miao Qing said with a smile. A man that little sister Xianling is willing to entrust her life to is definitely not an ordinary person, right? Another blue-clothed young master said. Mu Xianling's face was cold as she said, I don't know this person. I don't even know where he came from or what his name is. How is that possible? If little sister Xianling doesn't know this person, why did you agree to be engaged to him? Duanmu Fengshan asked in confusion. It's the marriage arranged by the clan. Mu Xianling's face turned even colder. Mu Xianling was furious that her clan had arranged this marriage. She had been waiting for that person to appear. However, that person never appeared. It's very normal for large clans to form an alliance through marriage. A blue-clothed young master said indifferently, aren't I the same? I got married early and didn't even get to meet her before the marriage. I'm different from you. Mu Xianling said indifferently. The blue-clothed young master said, of course we're different. I'm a man and you're a woman. You with the surname Sun, I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. Don't force me to throw you out. Mu Xianling said coldly, not showing any courtesy to the blue-clothed young master. The blue-clothed young master's face turned slightly unsightly. Fairy Miao Qing said, Xianling, brother Sun is just joking. You don't have to take it seriously. Duanmu Fengshan advised the blue-clothed young master, brother Sun, little sister Xianling has such a temper. Don't take it to heart. The two of them nodded and didn't say anything else. At this moment, Fairy Miao Qing continued, little sister Xianling, if you're really not interested in that fiancé, With your status in the clan and your father's power, it's not a big problem to cancel this marriage. Some time ago, Di Tian sent me a message and asked me to ask you something. What is it? Mu Xianling asked. I'm sure you know Di Tian's senior brother, Wu Chenkuan. Wu Chenkuan is a dragon among men. He's young, but his cultivation is unfathomable. In the Supreme Immortal Sect, he's one of the 3 Supreme Saint. He wants to meet little sister Xianling. I wonder if little sister Xianling will agree. Fairy Miao Qing said. His fists can shake mountains and rivers. His martial arts can move the universe. Wu Chenkuan is indeed terrifying. Among the younger generation, perhaps no one dares to say that they can win against him, Duanmu Fengshan said. Speaking of Wu Chenkuan, there was a solemn expression between his eyebrows. Mu Xianling said, when I went out to train in the past, I went out with Wu Chenkuan. That's why I know him. However, we don't have much interaction, and we haven't seen each other for many years. There's no way we can be friends, Fairy Miao Qing said. I think little sister Xianling knows what I mean. Duanmu Fengshan smiled and said, Wu Chenkuan should be more reliable than your fiancé. He might be someone you can entrust your life to. Little sister, what do you think? Are you willing to meet Wu Chenkuan? Fairy Miao Qing asked. Mu Xianling pondered for a moment before she said, let me think about it before I tell you. All right, I'll wait for your reply. Fairy Miao Qing smiled. She understood Mu Xianling's character. Since Mu Xianling didn't reject Duanmu Fengshan, it meant that there was hope. Lin Feng also noticed the group of people, but he didn't pay much attention to them. As for Mu Xianling, he didn't pay much attention to her either. He had come to cancel the engagement, so he wouldn't have much interaction with Mu Xianling. After the meal, he left with Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. That person. Fairy Miao Qing looked at Lin Feng's back with a puzzled expression. Chapter 2133. What? Do you know that person? Duanmu Fengshan looked at Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng looked like a stranger. He had never seen such a person before. I don't know him. I just feel that he's not simple, Fairy Miao Qing said. There are always hidden experts in this world, Duanmu Fengshan said. They stayed in Beixian City for 3 days. Then, the 3 of them left Beixian City and headed to the Mu clan. The Mu clan was located in the Sacred Wood mountain range. It was a huge force that could make the earth tremble with a stomp of its feet. The Mu clan's structure was complicated. The main branch was divided into 5 branches. The head of the clan was the head of the first branch. The leaders of the other 4 main branches were appointed as great elders. Mu Xianling was the great-great-granddaughter of the head of the first branch. Because of her amazing talent, she was the apple of everyone's eye since young. Other than the 5 main branches, the Mu clan had 36 side branches. Some of them had the surname Mu. Some of them were in-laws or relatives of the Mu clan. Apart from the 36 side branches, there was also the Sacred Wood Palace. The Sacred Wood Palace recruited geniuses from all over the world. Many talented geniuses had come out of the Sacred Wood Palace. Some outstanding geniuses were even recruited by the Mu clan as son-in-laws. Of course, it wasn't easy to marry a young lady from one of the 5 main branches. Only monstrous geniuses were qualified to do so. Therefore, the women that those geniuses married were all pretty girls from the side branches. The Sacred Wood City was located outside the Sacred Wood mountain range. It was bustling with people. Many people came here because of the Sacred Wood Palace's reputation and wanted to learn from a master. However, it wasn't easy to join the Sacred Wood Palace. One had to go through a strict selection process. Most of the people living in the Sacred Wood City were from the side branches of the Mu clan or their distant relatives. They didn't have the qualifications to live in the Mu clan's territory. Therefore, they lived in the Sacred Wood City. Of course, if one of the side branches or distant relatives had a genius disciple, their treatment and status would be different. The first thing that came into view after entering the Sacred Wood City was a huge plaza. There was an ancient statue erected in the plaza. The statue was dedicated to the first ancestor of the Mu clan, Mu Yuanji. It was said that he was an ancient saint emperor. Many people were kneeling in front of the statue, kowtowing and praying. Lin Feng and the other two first found an inn to stay in. Then, Lin Feng wrote a visiting card. He asked the evil sovereign saint to bring the invitation to the Mu clan. Even though they were here to break off the engagement, they still had to show proper etiquette. The evil dominator saint took Lin Feng's invitation and went to the Mu clan to see Mu Xianling's father, Mu Shenhai. This man looked to be in his 40s and was very handsome. Now, he was looking at Lin Feng's invitation card. The content of the invitation was simple. Lin Feng introduced himself as a disciple of the reincarnation celestial sect. His name was Lin Feng and he was here to discuss his marriage with Mu Xianling. He would be here in 3 days. Lin Feng didn't mention that he was here to cancel the engagement. This matter involved the face of the Mu clan. If they wanted to break off the engagement, they had to sit down and have a good discussion. If they wanted to forcefully cancel the engagement, at that time, he would definitely fight to the death with the Mu clan, a colossus. This wasn't what Lin Feng wanted to see. All right. I already know why you're here. Go back and tell your young master that the Mu clan will welcome you with open arms when the time comes, Mu Shenhai said. All right, I'll take my leave then. The evil dominator saint cupped his fists and left. After sending the evil dominator saint off, Mu Shenhai brought the invitation card to the Mu clan leader. Mu Shenhai's father had passed away when he was young. Therefore, he was brought up by his grandfather. His grandfather was the current Mu clan leader, Mu Tianjiang. Grandfather, that person is here. His identity has been confirmed. His Lin Feng, a disciple of the reincarnation celestial sect. Mu Shenhai handed the invitation card to Mu Tianjiang. Mu Tianjiang was tall and sturdy. He didn't look old. In fact, he was only 2 million years old. His lifespan was still very long. Lin Feng? Who's that? Mu Tianjiang frowned slightly. Mu Shenhai said, I just asked someone to investigate him. He seems to be Lord Tortoise's disciple. Lord Tortoise. The corners of Mu Tianjiang's mouth twitched violently. He couldn't help but rub his forehead. He felt a headache coming on. Why did the old ancestor betroth Xianling to Lord Tortoise's disciple? With Lord Tortoise's personality, how can he teach a good disciple? If the upper beam isn't straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Mu Shenhai said with a wry smile, according to the investigation, this guy has a bad reputation in the reincarnation immortal sect. It is said that he offended a few fairies of the reincarnation immortal sect and almost became the public enemy of the reincarnation immortal sect. It's normal for him to be Lord Tortoise's disciple. I don't think there's anything strange about it, Mu Tianjiang said. Mu Shenhai said. But I have another piece of information here. What is it? Mu Tianjiang asked. Didn't the Dragon Gate appear in the sea some time ago? It has a grudge with the evil Dragon Palace. The leader of the Dragon Gate is Lin Feng. However, I'm guessing that is just a cover. The reincarnation celestial sect might be behind the Dragon Gate. Mu Tianjiang nodded. Mu Tianjiang nodded. He didn't really care about this matter. After all, the Mu clan had established its own power in the sea. For example, the Mu clan had established the Wood Celestial Island in the southern Celestial Sea. The leader of the Wood Celestial Island, Mu Xianhe, was none other than Mu Shenhai's eldest son. When the Wood Celestial Island was first established, it had encountered many difficulties from the southern Celestial Sea. However, with the support of the Mu clan, the Wood Celestial Island eventually gained a foothold and expanded. It became an important gathering place for the Mu clan to gather resources from the sea. In Mu Shenhai and Mu Tianjiang's opinion, the Dragon Gate and the Wood Celestial Island were the same. They naturally didn't care about Lin Feng, the so-called leader of the Dragon Gate. Grandfather, what do you plan to do? Agree to the marriage? Or reject it? Mu Shenhai asked. He actually didn't agree to the marriage. He felt that marrying his daughter to Lin Feng was too unfair for Mu Xianling. However, this was an order from the Mu clan's ancestor. As a junior, he didn't dare to object. When young people get together, the most important thing is to have a good relationship, Mu Tianjiang said. We can let Xianling interact with this young man first. If they have a good relationship, it won't be a problem. If they don't have a good relationship, I can talk to the ancestor about it. Mu Shanhai's eyes lit up and he said, "Yes, grandfather. I know what to do." Chapter 2134. Lin Feng looked at the evil dominator saint who had just returned and asked, "What did he say?" "He said that he'll welcome you in 3 days. The evil dominator saint replied. Heh. The poison ancestor sat on a stool with a sloppy appearance. He cracked some melon seeds and said, "I don't think this matter is so simple. A dignified ancient Saint Emperor clan is marrying off their daughter, but when the son-in-law came, no one came to greet him. They only said that they would sweep the bed and welcome him in 3 days. What does this mean? It goes without saying." Du Zu's words made sense. Lin Feng said, "My master seems to be on good terms with the Mu clan's current ancestor. As long as the Mu clan's matter is resolved satisfactorily, it doesn't matter if they treat me coldly. I won't have much interaction with the Mu clan in the future, so I don't care about their attitude. TSK, what a pity that you don't want such a beautiful girl," Du Zu cried out loudly. The next day, while they were eating in the restaurant, a group of people came from afar. The leader of the group was a young man in white. He was quite handsome. After they arrived, they went to the second floor of the restaurant and went straight to Lin Feng's table. "Kid, come over here. Young Master Xianji has something to say to you," a young cultivator said. The young man in white was obviously the young Master Xianji that he was talking about. He stood in the distance and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng felt extremely strange. He didn't know this so-called young Master Xianji, so he didn't understand why he was looking at him with such a cold expression. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. "Grandson, what are you shouting about? Can't you see that Grandpa is eating here? What nonsense is this young Master Xianji? If you want to see my young master, come over here yourself." Du Zu, who loved to see the world in chaos, shouted loudly. Lin Feng poured himself a cup of wine and didn't pay attention to this group of people. Many diners recognized the identity of this group of people. When they saw the so-called young Master Xianji, many of their expressions changed slightly. This young Master Xianji was called Mu Xianji, the son of Mu Shanhai. This man was not someone that anyone could afford to offend. Provoking Mu Xiang'er in Wood Sacred City was simply courting death. Those fellows must have just arrived at Mu Shengcheng, right? Could it be that he was here to learn martial arts? I wonder who Mu Xiang'er is. Many people muttered in their hearts, looking at Lin Feng and the other two with pitiful expressions. Teach this guy a lesson. Mu Xiang'er's expression darkened as she said coldly. Immediately, more than a dozen people pounced on Du Zu. Ever since Du Zu obtained a fortuitous encounter in the evil dragon devil prison, his cultivation had improved greatly. It would only be a matter of time before he regained his half-martial emperor cultivation. Naturally, these people were nothing in Du Zu's eyes. Du Zu stood up and waved his right hand. More than a dozen cultivators pouncing on Du Zu were swept away by Du Zu. Bang, 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 these people fell to the ground one by one, screaming in pain. Du Zu strode toward Mu Xiang'er. "What are you doing? This is Wood Sacred City, the territory of my Mu clan. I am the great-great-grandson of the Mu clan's patriarch. Do you dare to touch me? I won't let you off so easily." Mu Xiang'er immediately threatened loudly. Bang! Du Zu didn't say anything and sent Mu Xiang'er flying with a punch. "Grandson, what are you shouting for? Are you looking for a beating?" The poison ancestor said viciously as he stomped on Mu Xiang'er. Mu Xiang'er was the young master of the Mu clan. When had he ever been humiliated like this? His eyes turned bloodshot. "You are dead. All of you are dead." Mu Xiang'er roared furiously. "We are dead. You are in my hands and you still dare to threaten me. You have guts." Du Zu revealed a devilish smile as he grabbed Mu Xiang'er by the collar and lifted him up. Slap, slap, slap. Slap after slap landed on Mu Xiang'er's face. Mu Xiang'er was stunned by the slap. The surrounding diners were also stunned. Who was this? He even dared to slap Mu Xiang'er. Wasn't he too gutsy? I want your lives. Mu Xiang'er roared. The poison ancestor slapped him again and again. Mu Xiang'er's anger soared. However, he couldn't break free. After dozens of slaps, Mu Xiang'er's originally handsome face was swollen by Du Zu's slaps. He begged, "Spare me. Spare me. Stop hitting me, brother-in-law. I am Mu Xianling's younger brother. I am your brother-in-law. Don't let him hit me, brother-in-law." Mu Xiang'er called that young man brother-in-law. Swish, countless gazes turned to Lin Feng, who was eating. Everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. They had heard that Mu Xianling was about to get married. However, they didn't expect that the man who was engaged to Mu Xianling was here. Everyone was extremely curious about Lin Feng's identity. What kind of person was qualified to marry Mu Xianling? Lin Feng picked up a handkerchief beside him and wiped his mouth. Then, he looked at Du Zu and said, "All right, stop hitting him. Bring him here." "Yes, young master." Du Zu carried Mu Xiang'er to Lin Feng's side as if he was carrying a chicken. "Kneel on the ground and talk. If you dare to stand up, I will slap you again," Du Zu said fiercely. Mu Xiang'er was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He didn't dare to stand up. Instead, he knelt in front of Lin Feng and said, "Brother-in-law, I didn't mean to offend you. Please spare me. For my sister's sake, please give me another chance." "You're Mu Xianling's younger brother?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes, yes, yes. I'm her real brother," Mu Xiang'er said with a crying face. "Stand up and talk," Lin Feng said. Mu Xiang'er quickly got up and rubbed his face with both hands. When he looked at Lin Feng, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. "Why are you looking for me today?" Lin Feng asked. Mu Xiang'er had originally come to warn Lin Feng. He wanted Lin Feng to stay away from his sister. However, he didn't dare to say such words now. Mu Xiang'er rolled his eyes and said, "I heard that brother-in-law is here, so I came to pay my respects to you." Naturally, Lin Feng didn't believe this nonsense. He said, "You don't have to call me brother-in-law. The matter between your sister and I will be resolved soon, so you don't have to worry about anything. Go back and tell your sister not to worry." "All right, you can leave now. Then I'll take my leave." Mu Xiang'er bowed and hurriedly left. His group of followers also hurriedly got up from the ground and left together. After leaving the restaurant, Mu Xiang'er said fiercely, "Bastards, how dare they beat me up like this? When have I ever suffered such a loss? Come, follow me back to the clan. I want to invite a few experts to teach them a lesson." Chapter 21:35. Young Master Xian Ji, this won't do. If your father or the patriarch finds out about this, I'm afraid they will punish you. This marriage was decided by the old ancestor, someone said. Originally, I wanted to give that brat a show of strength so that he would back off. However, I didn't expect that I would be the one to be beaten up. This is a great humiliation. It's really a great humiliation. Do you want me to swallow this resentment? This young master has never suffered such a huge loss before, Mu Xianji said in exasperation. Young Master Xianji, no matter what, that Lin Feng is your brother-in-law. I don't think it's appropriate for you to do it. You should let Miss Xianling do it. Miss Xianling has always been against this marriage. When she appears, this marriage might be cancelled. When those people leave, you can go to the Wood Sacred Hall and ask for some experts to stop them on the way and give them a good beating. As long as the people in the Wood Sacred Hall are taken care of, they won't leak any information. Young Master Xianji won't have to worry about your father or the patriarch finding out about this. Another disciple from the Mu clan said. Haha, you're smart. I'll bear with it for a few days. See how I deal with that brat then, Mu Xianji said viciously. Mu Xianji was just a small interlude. Lin Feng naturally didn't take it to heart. 3 days later, Lin Feng prepared some gifts and headed to the Mu clan with Du Zu and the heretic sovereign sage. On the Mu clan side, Mu Shenhai and the other 4 great elders received him. Lin Feng didn't see Mu Tianjiang. Nephew, have you rested well these few days? Mu Shenhai asked with a fake smile. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and said, Thank you for your concern, uncle. I've had a good rest. I came here because of your daughter's wedding. Mu Shanhai asked calmly, nephew, when do you plan on marrying into my Mu clan? Lin Feng smiled and said, I have no intention of marrying into the Mu clan. Mu Shanhai frowned and said unhappily, nephew, are you thinking of marrying Xianling to you? Mu Shanhai's words were filled with dissatisfaction and contempt for Lin Feng. Lin Feng said casually, I don't plan on marrying her either. Then what do you mean? Mu Shanhai asked in a deep voice. Lin Feng said, I have never met your daughter, so I don't have any feelings for her. This marriage is a bet between my master and the Mu clan's ancestor. I didn't know about it before, but after I heard about it, I decided to make a trip down personally to talk about cancelling the marriage. Preposterous. The faces of the Mu clan's face. Naturally, the engagement could be annulled. But even if the marriage, the Mu clan Lin Feng shouldn't be the one to talk about breaking off the engagement. Nephew, was it your idea to say those words, or was it Lord Tortoise's idea? Mu Shanhai asked in a deep voice. Lin Feng said, it's my own idea. I can handle everything on my own, so there's no need to drag my master into this. After all, my master handled this matter inappropriately, so I won't mistreat the Mu clan. How about this? I'll give the Mu clan 1 trillion origin crystals, and we'll call off the marriage. 1 trillion? Mu Shanhai and the others looked at each other. Even the Mu clan. Over the years, they had only accumulated 4 to 5 trillion origin crystals. Lin Feng casually gave away 1 trillion origin crystals. Mu Shanhai and the others were tempted. Hehe, there's nothing that can't be discussed in this world. The first elder of the second main branch said with a smile. He looked at Mu Shanhai and said, Shanhai, you're Xianling's father. You should say a few words about the marriage of a child. Mu Shanhai smiled awkwardly and said, actually, Xianling is very against this marriage. Since you don't agree with it, we can cancel the marriage for everyone's sake. But now the news is spreading like wildfire. Everyone knows about this marriage. If we cancel the marriage, what should we say? If you bring it up, where will the Mu clan's face go? Mu Shanhai was a sly old fox. They wanted to obtain 1 trillion origin crystals. But he didn't want to embarrass the Mu clan. Lin Feng said, that's easy. Just say that someone is spreading rumors and that the marriage is fake. But will the others believe it? Mu Shanhai frowned and said. Lin Feng said, they have to believe it even if they don't. Who dares to say no in front of the Mu clan? Are they tired of living? Ha ha ha, that's right. It's a rumor. The matter of the engagement is simply a false rumor. Mu Shanhai and the others laughed. Lin Feng laughed as well. This matter was finally resolved satisfactorily. Suddenly, a voice came from outside, I don't agree. Then, an old man walked in. Grandfather, clan leader, Mu Shanhai and the others stood up and bowed to the old man who walked in. Lin Feng stood up as well. This was the Mu clan's clan leader, Mu Tianjiang. Lin Feng bowed to Mu Tianjiang. Mu Tianjiang smiled and said, little friend, there's no need to be so polite. Let's sit down and talk about this. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and sat down. Mu Tianjiang said, little friend, the marriage between you and Xianling was agreed upon by your master and the Mu clan's ancestor. If you want to cancel the marriage, you have to wait until the Mu clan's ancestor returns. Little friend, you have to tell the Mu clan's ancestor personally. If the ancestor agrees, we won't have any problems. If he doesn't agree, we have no right to make a decision. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This matter involved the Mu clan's ancestor, and it was troublesome. He was someone who had a good relationship with Lord Turtle. He was definitely a super old antique. When the time came to face such an old antique, who knew what would happen? But since Mu Tianjiang had already said so, Yi Zichen didn't hesitate. Lin Feng knew that his plan to cancel the marriage was going to fail. Lin Feng stood up and said, all right. Then this junior will wait for a few more days. When the Mu clan's ancestor returns, this junior will personally explain this matter to him. Mu Tianjiang smiled and said, little friend, you're a reasonable person. Since you've come to the Mu clan, you can stay here. This old man will get someone to prepare a villa for you. Lin Feng said, Thank you for your kindness, Senior. We already have a place to stay outside, so there's no need for you to worry. This Junior will take his leave. Shanghai, send little friend Lin out. Mu Tianjiang said. Yes. Mu Shanghai sent Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Saint out before returning to the living room. He said, Grandfather, why did you reject Lin Feng? That's a trillion origin crystals. Chapter 2136. I have contacted the old ancestor before. This is an order personally given by the old ancestor. Not to mention a trillion origin crystals. If the old ancestor doesn't agree, even if it's a trillion origin crystals, he won't agree to cancel the engagement. Mu Tianjiang said. Why does the old ancestor insist on marrying Xianling to Lin Feng? It's really puzzling. Mu Shanhai said with a frown. I have also asked the old ancestor about this, but he didn't say it clearly. However, since the old ancestor has done this, he must have his reasons. Let's wait for the old ancestor to come back. Mu Tianjiang said. Yes. Mu Shanhai and the others responded. Lin Feng and the other two left the Mu clan and returned to their residence. After returning, Lin Feng frowned. He felt that the cancellation of the engagement was going to be a big problem. Mu Shanhai and the others obviously had different opinions from Mu Tianjiang. Logically speaking, even Mu Tianjiang shouldn't refuse a trillion origin crystals. Mu Tianjiang's action was a little strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Du Zhu said, if the young master really wants to cancel the engagement, I think we have to find the young master's master to solve this matter. Otherwise, it'll be difficult. After a pause, Du Zhu lowered his voice and said, even a trillion origin crystals can't satisfy those guys. They're really greedy. I think they want to take all of the young master's property. Evil Dominator Saint said, Master's master and the Mu clan's old ancestor are old friends. Do you think the Mu clan will blatantly take the master's property? I think the main problem in this matter is the Mu clan's old ancestor. I guess when the young master's master sold the young master to the Mu clan's old ancestor, he must have said something special. Otherwise, the Mu clan's old ancestor wouldn't have stuck to the young master like this. Lin Feng said with a wry smile, my cheap master made a bet with the ancestor of the Mu family. It's definitely not as simple as losing a magic weapon. I've often been cheated by this old guy, but this time it seems to be a huge trap. However, it's unrealistic for a cheap master like me to help me solve this problem. I'll talk to the Mu clan's old ancestor about this matter when I see him. Du Zhu grinned and said, this matter can't be rushed. Young master, let's go have some fun tonight. Lin Feng rubbed his head and said, my head hurts. If you want to have fun, you can go by yourself. The more troublesome something is, the more you should relax. Du Zhu said. Lin Feng replied, all right, let's go and relax then. Big Zombie, are you going or not? Du Zhu asked. I'll go wherever master goes. The heretic sovereign saint said. Du Zhu cursed, shameless thing, you clearly want to have fun too, but you insist on pushing the reason to the young master. As expected of an old zombie that evolved over millions of years. Your skin is as thick as a city wall. What are you talking about? Are you looking for a beating? Do you think I won't cut you? The heretic sovereign saint said angrily. Du Zhu curled his lips. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think I won't poison you to death? You think I'm afraid of your poison? The heretic sovereign saint said disdainfully. If you're not afraid, we can try. Du Zhu sneered. When he saw the two of them arguing again, Lin Feng said, arguing is so boring. If you're so capable, let's fight outside. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint immediately shut their mouths. These two fellows only knew how to talk. Du Zhu said with a smile, how can we be violent in front of the young master? Let's go have fun now. If we're late, all the top-grade goods will be taken away. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he left with Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint. When he returned in the middle of the night, Lin Feng lay on his bed and fell asleep. Lin Feng, get out here. Suddenly, a cold voice came from outside. Who is it? Why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Lin Feng muttered and sat up on his bed. However, as soon as he sat up, rumble. The house shook violently. The next moment, the entire courtyard collapsed. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint rushed out of the ruins in a sorry state. Then, they saw a woman standing in midair, looking coldly at them. "You're that Lin Feng?" said Mu Xianling, looking at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. She looked extremely arrogant, like a proud peacock. Lin Feng nodded. "That's right. Why are you here so early in the morning instead of sleeping? You even destroyed the house I was sleeping in. Is there something wrong with your head? What did you say? Say it again." Mu Xianling glared fiercely at Lin Feng. When she returned to her clan and heard that Lin Feng wanted to break off the engagement, she wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. She was one of the 5 goddesses of Tianhuang region. She hadn't taken the initiative to break off the engagement. Yet this guy had taken the initiative to break off the engagement. Mu Xianling already hated Lin Feng to the core. Now that she heard Lin Feng's mockery, she couldn't help but charge at Lin Feng, wanting to fight him. Swish, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint stopped Mu Xianling. "I'm not interested in fighting you, and I don't want to have anything to do with you. Go back and wait for my news," Lin Feng said. "Lin Feng, you're a coward. Fight me if you dare," Mu Xianling said coldly. "Not interested," Lin Feng said indifferently. "If you don't dare, then you don't dare. Don't say you're not interested," Mu Xianling mocked. "Think what you want," Lin Feng said indifferently. He didn't have a good impression of Mu Xianling. This woman was too full of herself. "I'll only ask you one thing. What right do you have to break off the engagement? What right do you have to break off the engagement? You're just an ordinary core disciple in the reincarnation celestial sect. You haven't even been crowned a saint. Oh, right. I heard that you created a dragon sect in the ancient desolate sea region, and you're the leader of the dragon sect. Is that something you should be proud of? What a joke. Everyone knows that you're just a puppet that the reincarnation celestial sect pushed to the surface. Do you really think you're someone important? If your master didn't trick the old ancestor of the Mu clan, do you think you can marry me?" Mu Xianling said coldly. "Think what you want. I'm waiting for the old ancestor of the Mu clan to come. Then, we'll settle this matter," said Lin Feng indifferently. Then, he walked away. Mu Xianling wanted to chase after him, but Du Zhu laughed sinisterly. "Leave. Don't disturb my young master." Mu Xianling frowned slightly when she sensed Du Zhu's aura. She didn't chase after him. Instead, she looked at Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint who were following behind Lin Feng. Mu Xianling couldn't see through the two of them. However, she could tell that the two of them respected Lin Feng greatly. If Lin Feng was just a puppet pushed by the reincarnation celestial sect, would he be respected by such experts? Mu Xianling was puzzled, but she didn't think too much about it. She looked at Lin Feng's back and snorted coldly before leaving. Author's note: I encountered some troublesome matters in the real world. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you in the future. Chapter 2137. Since Lin Feng was staying in a high-class area of the inn, there was no other courtyard nearby for a long time. Therefore, this small conflict did not attract the attention of others. Lin Feng asked Du Zhu to compensate the inn's owner for the damage done to his courtyard. Then, he asked the inn's owner to arrange a new courtyard for him. Lin Feng spent most of his time in seclusion, cultivating wholeheartedly. On this day, someone sent over an invitation letter. Lin Gongzi, tonight, there will be a banquet in the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion to entertain young master. I hope young master will do me the honor of attending. The name Shu Miaoqing was written on the note. There's no good banquet. Du Zhu sneered when he saw the contents of the letter. Lin Feng said with a smile, this fairy Miaoqing is no ordinary person. Look at her letter. Although it's only a few sentences, she sounds like an old friend. However, her fiancé, Dugu Di Tian, has a great enmity with me and many of my fellow disciples. Moreover, I've killed some disciples of the Supreme Immortal Sect over the years. For the sake of the Supreme Immortal Sect's dignity, Dugu Di Tian will definitely think of a way to kill me. Therefore, with the relationship between Dugu Di Tian and me, it can be said that Fairy Miaoqing and I are like fire and water. However, Looking at this letter, it doesn't seem like fire and water at all. The heretic sovereign saint said, Master, what are your plans? Are you going to attend the banquet? Should I go or not? Lin Feng said, since it's an invitation from a beauty, why wouldn't I go? At night, Lin Feng brought Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint to attend the banquet. When they arrived at the heavenly immortal pavilion, they saw more than 10 young elites gathered there. Lin Feng even saw the siblings, Mu Xianling and Mu Xiang'e. He also saw many people, but he did not recognize them. They were probably the young elites of the god realm of Tianhuang region. Lin Feng was not familiar with the young elites of the god realm of Tianhuang region. Servants are not allowed to enter. After seeing Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint, a young master in purple clothes said indifferently, Are you blind? We are Lin Gong's friends. Du Zhu said. You're lying. He's clearly a servant. Mu Xiang'e said coldly. Are you looking for a beating? Du Zhu glared fiercely at Mu Xiang'e. Previously, Mu Xiang'e was scared of Du Zhu. It was as if she was traumatized. When he heard Du Zhu's threat, he shrank back in fear. He did not dare to provoke Du Zhu now. Brother Lin, is this how you discipline your subordinates? The purple-clothed young master said coldly. This person seemed to be deliberately making things difficult for him. Du Zhu curled his lips and said, Looks like you're not just blind. You have a problem with your IQ as well. I've already said that we're friends, yet you insist that we're servants. Your grandfather knows a few skilled doctors. Do you want me to introduce them to you? You dare humiliate me? The purple-clothed young master glared at him. You want to fight? Are you qualified? Someone like you is only fit to fight with those kids playing in the mud outside, Du Zhu said disdainfully. You're going too far. The purple-clothed young master could not take it anymore. He wanted to fight Du Zhu, but he was stopped by a young master in golden clothes. The young master in golden clothes said, Brother Murong, please don't be angry. This is a gathering of the young people. There's no need to bicker with old men. I hope that some old men will take the initiative to leave. Don't make us feel bad. The old men he was referring to were naturally Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. It was obvious that Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage had lived for tens of thousands of years. Du Zhu said, Old man, are you talking about yourself? I'm only 18 this year. What a beautiful age. Phut. Many people burst out laughing. Lin Feng also burst out laughing. With Du Zhu's eccentric personality, it was easy for him to say some shocking things. However, those who argued with Du Zhu would definitely be angered to death by Du Zhu. When the golden-clothed young master heard Du Zhu's words, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. He said coldly, Who are you trying to fool? I don't know if I'm lying, but I'm not lying, Du Zhu said with a shrug. Phut. Many people burst out laughing again. Du Zhu was clearly saying that the golden-clothed young master was not human. Lin Feng watched this scene with a smile. Wasn't arguing with Du Zhu just asking for trouble? You dare to scold me? The golden-clothed young master looked at Du Zhu angrily. He had been trying to persuade the purple-clothed young master not to get angry, but now he was even angrier than the purple-clothed young master. Du Zhu said, I'm not scolding you. You're not human. If I'm not wrong, you're a cultivator from the Golden Wolf tribe, right? Why? Don't you want to be a member of the Golden Wolf tribe? Do you want to be human? You can't not acknowledge your ancestors. If you don't even acknowledge your ancestors, you'll be struck by lightning. The others tried their best to hold back their laughter. They were about to die from Du Zhu's antics. This fellow was simply the type to anger people to death. The golden-clothed young master was so angry that his entire body trembled. He wanted nothing more than to slap Du Zhu to death. When Fairy Miao Qing saw that the situation had developed to this point, she could not let the two sides continue arguing. Or else, the two sides would definitely fight. She did not organize this gathering to let them fight. She had her own goals. If the two sides fought, the gathering would definitely not be able to continue. Her goal would be to fail. Thus, Fairy Miao Qing said, Two young masters, please give me some face today and stop arguing. What do you think? The golden-clothed young master said with a gloomy expression, "Since Fairy Miao Qing has spoken, we naturally have to give you some face. Originally, I wanted to throw this impolite fellow out. Now, let him off." Du Zhu smacked his lips and said, "Fairy Miao Qing called me young master? TSK, that's not a bad way to address me." Fairy Miao Qing's face darkened. That was just a form of address, all right? What was this fellow thinking? Fairy Miao Qing decided to ignore Du Zhu. Instead, she looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Gongzi, please take a seat with your two friend." Lin Feng nodded. He found a place to sit with Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. Du Zhu said, "We are very busy. Why did you call us here? Hurry up and say it. Don't delay our matters." Fairy Miao Qing's face darkened. "Who invited you? If you were busy, you could have left. This place does not welcome you." At this moment, Fairy Miao Qing had the urge to throw Du Zhu out. Fairy Miao Qing's complexion does not seem too good. Could it be that your body is unwell? I am not talented, but I am skilled in medicine. I can do a full body checkup for Fairy Miao Qing, Du Zhu said with a grin. Chapter 2138. Many people looked at Du Zhu from the corner of their eyes. Is this old fellow daydreaming? He actually wants to do a full body checkup for Fairy Miao Qing. We want to do that too. Even if we want to do a full body checkup for Fairy Miao Qing, it won't be your turn. Fairy Miao Qing's expression became a little unnatural. As one of the 5 great goddesses of the divine realm of Tianhuang region, who would dare to tease her like this? However, Du Zhu continued to tease her shamelessly. Right now, she really wanted to kick the poison ancestor into outer space. However, she had no choice but to suppress her anger and say, "Thank you for your concern, young master. There is nothing wrong with my body, so there is no need for a checkup." Du Zhu smiled and said, "I know Fairy Miao Qing doesn't mean it. It's fine, we can do it in private." Many people wailed in their hearts. What kind of weirdo is this? He really dares to say anything. He even dares to tease Fairy Miao Qing. He really doesn't want to live anymore. If Fairy Miao Qing doesn't deal with you and Dugu Di Tian finds out, will he let you off? I said there is no need for a checkup. Fairy Miao Qing's voice gradually turned cold. Du Zhu smiled and didn't say anything else. Fairy Miao Qing heaved a sigh of relief. This fellow finally stopped talking. If he continued talking, she was really worried that she wouldn't be able to resist beating him up. Fairy Miao Qing said, "I believe everyone still doesn't know Lin Gongzi. Let me introduce him to everyone. This Lin Gongzi is the disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's Lord Turtle, Lin Feng, the leader of the Overseas Dragon Sect." After hearing Fairy Miao Qing's introduction of Lin Feng, no one had a particularly enthusiastic reaction. They didn't really care about the so-called leader of the Dragon Sect. They all felt that Lin Feng was just a chess piece that the Reincarnation Immortal Sect had pushed to the surface. Their families also had similar forces overseas. As for Lord Turtle's disciple, he couldn't attract the attention of these juniors. Lord Turtle's reputation was extremely resounding among the older generation experts. Everyone who saw him was afraid of him, and ghosts who saw him were frightened. They gritted their teeth in hatred. However, they couldn't do anything to Lord Turtle's eyes. As for the younger generation, some of them might have heard of some of Lord Tortoise's deeds, but when the younger generation heard about the deeds of the older generation cultivators, they basically treated them as stories. After all, he was far from being young. Basically, there was no interaction between them. Compared to Lin Feng's identity, everyone seemed to be more concerned about Mu Xianling's engagement. The golden-robed young man said, "Sister Xianling, I heard that you are about to get married. We don't even know who your fiancé is. Isn't this a little too secretive?" Mu Xianling sneered. "He's just a coward. I don't care about him at all. A coward like him isn't even worthy of my attention. How can I marry a coward like him?" "Coward?" Everyone looked at each other. Duanmu Fengshan said, "It seems that Sister Xianling has already met her fiancé. To me, that coward is just a passerby. If that coward's master hadn't used despicable means to deceive our ancestor, how could our ancestor have agreed to this marriage?" Mu Xianling said disdainfully. Her eyes were intentionally looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally felt Mu Xianling's gaze, but his expression remained calm. He wasn't angered by Mu Xianling's mockery. Seems like Sister Xianling challenged her fiancé, but her fiancé didn't accept, right? A young man said with a smile. Do you dare to accept? I can crush him within 3 moves. Mu Xianling said arrogantly. Ha 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 ha, we believe that Sister Xianling has the strength to do so. Among the younger generation, anyone who can withstand 3 moves from Sister Xianling is at least a peak expert. Someone immediately laughed. Fairy Miao Qing smiled as her eyes drifted between Lin Feng and Mu Xianling. She smiled and said, Sister Xianling is a peerless beauty. Once you awaken your Wood Saint bloodline, there will be very few people who can withstand your attacks. Ordinary men are naturally not worthy of Sister Xianling. At that moment, a hearty laugh came from outside. I wonder if I'm late. As soon as the voice faded, a man with eyes as bright as stars and a jade-like complexion walked in. Wu Chenkuan. Many people quickly stood up when they saw the man. Wu Chenkuan was ranked 3rd in the previous Heaven's Pride ranking. He was also one of the 3 supreme chosens of the Taishang Immortal sect. Even during a gathering of the younger generation's top experts, Wu Chenkuan was the center of attention. Wu Chenkuan was definitely a figure that everyone adored. His arrival had caused quite a stir. Everyone stood up and greeted Wu Chenkuan. Wu Chenkuan also smiled and greeted everyone. Lin Feng, it's you. When Wu Chenkuan saw Lin Feng, who was sitting there and sipping tea, his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. There's a grudge between the two of them. Many people's hearts skipped a beat when they saw the killing intent on Wu Chenkuan's face. There was going to be a good show to watch. Lin Feng said indifferently. Long time no see. You still dare to appear in front of me? Wu Chenkuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If it wasn't for the demoness Mu Xian you saving your little life in the sea, you would have already been killed by me and fed to the sea beasts. Now that we meet again, do you want me to kill you? Or do you want me to kill you? That way, you can die a quick death. Wu Chenkuan was extremely domineering. He did not think much of Lin Feng. Wu Chenkuan, someone like you dares to act tough in front of me? I won't make a move. If I do, I'll crush you like an ant. Lin Feng said indifferently. Many people rolled their eyes when they heard Lin Feng's words. Among the younger generation, who would dare to say that they could defeat Wu Chenkuan? Yet, Lin Feng dared to say that he could crush Wu Chenkuan like an ant. Wasn't he too good at bragging? Will this guy die if he doesn't brag? Many people muttered in their hearts. Ha 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 ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard today. Some people are so stupid that they don't even know their limits. They are simply courting death. Wu Chenkuan stepped forward. A powerful aura spread out and shrouded Lin Feng. He wanted to make a move on Lin Feng. Many people were excited when they saw this scene. Those who wanted to watch the show didn't mind it. Naturally, they didn't mind watching this conflict. That guy is dead for sure, Mu Xiang'e said softly. In his eyes, Wu Chenkuan was like an unsurpassable mountain. Now, Wu Chenkuan wanted to make a move on Lin Feng. Mu Xiang'e gloated at Wu Chenkuan's misfortune. Mu Xianling, who was sitting at the side, looked indifferent. She looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. Her thoughts were the same as Mu Xiang'e's. Wu Chenkuan made a move. Lin Feng would definitely die. If Lin Feng was killed by Wu Chenkuan, it would save her a lot of trouble. Chapter 2139. TSK, TSK. Kid, do you want a one-on-one fight or a group fight? If it's a one-on-one fight, you can challenge the two of us. If it's a group fight, the two of us will beat you up. Du Zhu stood up and looked at Wu Chenkuan with a cold smile. The heretic supremacy saint stood up as well. One on the left and one on the right, they locked onto Wu Chenkuan. With Du Zhu and the heretic supremacy saint around, Lin Feng was naturally happy to be at ease. Right now, he was enjoying the feeling of others gnashing their teeth in hatred but being unable to do anything to him. How satisfying. I'll anger you to death. Times Wu Chenkuan frowned when he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Du Zhu and the heretic supremacy saint. Wu Chenkuan frowned slightly. He looked at Lin Feng and said with a cold smile, "It seems like your character hasn't changed after so long. You don't even have the courage to come out and fight. What a coward." Lin Feng smiled indifferently and said, "Do you want to die so badly? I'm not killing you now because I'm giving your supreme immortal sect some face. Yet, you're fooling around in front of me. I'll even dirty my shoes if I crush an ant like you. If you really want to die, the two people beside me can crush you to death. I don't even need to do anything. Keep bragging." Many people started to slander him in their hearts. In their opinion, Lin Feng did not dare to come out and fight because he was afraid. Besides, Lin Feng had 2 strong cultivators on his side. Therefore, he was very confident. He bragged with all his might and belittled Wu Qianquan in all sorts of ways. Anyway, he had 2 experts by his side. There was no need for him to be afraid of Wu Qianquan. "Young masters, how about we each take a step back? Miao Qing would like to propose a toast to the 2 of you. I hope the 2 of you can calm down a little." Fairy Miao Qing raised her cup and drank it in one gulp. According to Wu Qianquan's character, he would definitely make a move. However, he was afraid because of the 2 experts by Lin Feng's side. Now, Fairy Miao Qing had found a way out for him. Wu Qianquan did not continue to pester Lin Feng. However, before Wu Qianquan opened his mouth, Lin Feng had already said, "Today, I will give face to Fairy Miao Qing and spare your life. Don't show up in front of me in the future. Otherwise, I don't mind chopping off your head." Many people had bitter smiles on their faces. This guy was addicted to bragging. Wu Qianquan was extremely shrewd. But no matter how shrewd he was, now, he was almost angered to death by Lin Feng. He really wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. However, he had no choice but to endure it for now. "I'm not going to argue with you. Who's weak and who's strong, who's brave and fearless, who's a coward, we all know." Wu Qianquan looked gloomy as he found a place to sit down. Fairy Miao Qing says, "Everyone is giving Miao Qing face by coming here. Miao Qing offers everyone a toast." Fairy Miao Qing raised her cup again. "Cheers." Everyone raised their cups one after another. Then, they drank the wine in their cups together with Fairy Miao Qing. The gathering started with some exchanges on cultivation. Then, some people talked about some interesting stories or legends that they had heard when they were out training. Some people talked about some clues of secret treasures. Some people even talked about the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The cultivator who talked about the heaven-shaking stone tablet was called Zhong Ziwen. When he went to the forbidden land of Tianhuang, he heard some cultivators talking about the heaven-shaking stone tablet in the outer region of the forbidden land of Tianhuang. The biggest secret of our Tianhuang god realm is the forbidden land of Tianhuang. It's extremely dangerous and full of killing intent. It's said that there's a heaven-shaking stone tablet in there. Zhong Ziwen says. "Oh my god, it can't be. Won't those experts go crazy?" Suddenly, someone exclaims. The heaven-shaking stone tablet was indeed too shocking. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Zhong Ziwen says, "It's just a rumor after all. I'm not sure if it's true. The forbidden land of Tianhuang is so dangerous. Those experts wouldn't dare to enter it casually. Unless the restrictions of the forbidden land of Tianhuang are removed, it's suicide to enter." Everyone nodded. It was indeed as Zhong Ziwen said. There were many dangerous places in the forbidden land of Tianhuang. It was said that great emperors were once buried there. There were even creatures from the underworld and ghost realm who stayed there. Therefore, that place could be called a forbidden zone for life. Such a place buried all the creatures of the world. Who would dare to enter it casually? Casually entering it was tantamount to throwing one's life away. Everyone was well aware of this. Those experts were all old foxes. Without absolute confidence, they would never take the risk to enter it. Let's not talk about these things. Let's talk about Brother Wu. I heard that Brother Wu is already engaged to the third Miss of the Zhong clan in Dragonfire State. It's said that Miss Zhong is also a peerless beauty. Brother Wu is really lucky with women. Fairy Miao Qing looked at a skinny young noble and couldn't help but smile as she spoke. The young man smiled and said, "Miss Zhong is indeed a good woman. I won't let her down if I get such a beauty." Many people here were young Master Wu's friends. They couldn't help but tease him. Naturally, they were only joking. Young Master Wu laughed it off. Fairy Miao Qing then looked at Wu Chenkuan and said with a smile, "Senior brother Wu is a dragon among men. You're also one of the 3 paragons among the younger generation of the Supreme Immortal Sect. In the future, you'll definitely become the Supreme Immortal Sect's guardian. I wonder if senior brother Wu already has a woman in mind?" Wu Chenkuan smiled and said, "Indeed, I do have a woman in mind. However, I don't know what she's thinking." "Oh, brother Wu already has a woman in mind? What kind of woman can make brother Wu take pity on her?" Many people were shocked. Wu Chenkuan was a peerless genius. It was unknown how many forces wanted to marry her. Over the years, there had been many matchmakers who came and went to the Supreme Immortal Sect. Many of them were peerless beauties on the list of beauties. If he could get one of them, he would have no regrets in his life. However, Wu Chenkuan had never agreed to it. Now that Wu Chenkuan had a woman in mind, it was beyond everyone's expectations. I wonder which peerless beauty is so lucky to make senior brother Wu take pity on her. Fairy Miao Qing said with a smile. She would occasionally glance at Lin Feng with a hint of mockery on her face. Clearly, this woman had ulterior motives for organizing this gathering. "It's Fairy Mu Xianling," Wu Chenkuan said. The others were stunned. They didn't expect Wu Chenkuan to have a crush on Mu Xianling. Mu Xianling was already engaged. Moreover, the engagement was set by the old ancestor of the Mu clan. It wouldn't be easy to change the engagement. Was Wu Chenkuan trying to steal her away? Everyone turned to look at Mu Xianling, wanting to see her reaction. Fairy Miao Qing asked with a smile, "Sister Xianling, do you have a crush on senior brother Wu?" Chapter 2140. Fairy Miao Qing's question was very direct, and she would occasionally glance at Lin Feng. Clearly, she had found out through certain channels that Lin Feng was the man who was engaged to Mu Xianling. Lin Feng had long known that Fairy Miao Qing was up to no good. Now, he had guessed correctly. Fairy Miao Qing wanted to help Wu Chenkuan poach him. Lin Feng originally wanted to break off the engagement. That was true. But the engagement had not been broken off yet. At least, before the engagement was successfully broken off. Mu Xianling was still his fiancée in name. However, Lin Feng was still as calm as an ancient well. No one knew what he was thinking. No one could guess what he was thinking. "Sister, senior brother Wu is a dragon among men. He is the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless people. Just agree to senior brother Wu," Mu Xiang'e said. Mu Xianling did not directly agree or reject. Instead, she said, "Let's not talk about this for now." Fairy Miao Qing said with a smile, "Little sister Xianling, as the saying goes, a good marriage is bound by a single thread. A good marriage is the most beautiful story. A goddess like you and a god's son like senior brother Wu are simply a match made in heaven. No matter where you go, won't people be envious?" Mu Xianling's beautiful face turned slightly red. She did not have any ill feelings towards Wu Chenkuan. In fact, she even admired him. However, it was unrealistic for her to agree to Wu Chenkuan's request now. Mu Xianling's standards were very high. Naturally, she would not casually agree to someone else's request. This concerned her life. Everyone was waiting for Mu Xianling's answer. They did not know if Mu Xianling would agree to Wu Chenkuan's request. Based on their understanding of Mu Xianling, they knew that Mu Xianling did not directly reject him. Many people knew that even if Mu Xianling did not agree now, Wu Chenkuan only needed to pursue her closely. Sooner or later, he would be able to deal with Mu Xianling. Perhaps Wu Chenkuan was thinking the same thing. He could not help but reveal a hint of pride. A goddess that many people could not conquer. A goddess that many people had to look up to. Since she did not reject him, it meant that his chances were very high. Wu Chenkuan could already see the scene of him chasing after Mu Xianling. While Wu Chenkuan was feeling complacent, Du Zhu said with a smile, "So you're colluding with each other? Are you so eager to become an adulterous couple?" Everyone was stunned. No one had expected Du Zhu to say something like that. They did not understand why Du Zhu would say such a thing. Saying those words would completely offend Wu Qianquan and Mu Xianling. Offending Wu Qianquan and Mu Xianling was equivalent to offending the Supreme Immortal Sect and the Mu clan. Lin Feng smiled faintly. There were some words that were not suitable for him to say. But Du Zhu could say it. Du Zhu was also very good at figuring out Lin Feng's thoughts. He knew what Lin Feng was thinking. Who are you calling an adulterer? Wu Qianquan said coldly. Wu Qianquan, you know that Mu Xianling has a fiancé, yet you still came to seduce her. Mu Xianling has a fiancé, yet she did not reject him. If you're not an adulterer, what are you? As for the famous fairy Miao Qing, she's known as the goddess of heaven. Now, she's purposely trying to ruin someone's marriage. She's simply a male prostitute. Du Zhu spoke frankly with assurance. Du Zhu's words caused a huge uproar. What did you say? Fairy Miao Qing stood up and looked at the poison ancestor with eyes filled with boundless killing intent. Female prostitute. That was perhaps the greatest insult to a human being. For a goddess of heaven like Fairy Miao Qing to be called a male prostitute by Du Zhu, it was naturally unacceptable and intolerable. Fairy Miao Qing, don't be angry. Everyone, calm down, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Gongzi, your friend is too much. If you don't make things clear today, it won't end so easily. Fairy Miao Qing said coldly. Lin Feng smiled and said, more importantly, my friend isn't wrong. You're a male prostitute. The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. Fairy Miao Qing's eyes widened. She could not believe that Lin Feng would say something like that. This was a complete falling out with her. Lin Feng said indifferently, everyone, don't look at me in shock. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm the fiancé of Mu Xianling that you're talking about. However, a few days ago, I went to the Mu clan to break off the engagement, but they refused. I offered 1 trillion origin crystals, but they refused. TSK, do you think the Mu clan is trying to latch on to me? Someone like Mu Xianling is already fooling around outside before she's even married. How can I marry her? Even if she lies on the bed and begs me to pamper her, I won't even look at her. Of course, Brother Wu can accept a woman that I don't want. After I break off this engagement, Brother Wu can officially pursue Mu Xianling. Don't worry, Brother Wu, no one will say that you're picking up a broken shoe. Wu Qianquan's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. He originally wanted to pursue Mu Xianling and have her break off the engagement. That way, even if he married Mu Xianling, there wouldn't be any gossip. But the current situation was that Mu Xianling's engagement was about to be broken off by Lin Feng. A woman that Lin Feng didn't want. But he, Wu Qianquan, accepted her. If this wasn't picking up a broken shoe, then what was? If this matter spread out, where would Wu Qianquan put his face? Lin Feng, you bastard, I want your life. Mu Xianling roared and directly rushed towards Lin Feng. Wu Qianquan and Xu Miaoqing also joined the battle. Wu Qianquan and Lin Feng were old and new enemies. Wu Qianquan couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. As for Xu Miaoqing, she was scolded by Lin Feng as a male thief and female prostitute. They had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Not to mention, Xu Miaoqing was Dugu Di Tian's fiancée. She originally wanted to scheme against Lin Feng. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was nothing to hide. A broken shoe, a slut, and a despicable person. Kill the 3 of them, Lin Feng shouted. Along with Du Zhu, evil sovereign saint, Wu Qianquan, Xu Miaoqing, and Mu Xianling immediately started fighting. Suddenly, tables, chairs, and tea sets flew everywhere. The rest of the people quickly dodged, making enough space for the 6 people to fight. Stop! Just as they started fighting, a cold shout could be heard. Then, more than 10 people rushed over. The leader was none other than the Mu clan's patriarch, Mu Tianjiang. An old friend came to visit Mu Tianjiang. Both of them came out together to experience the prosperity and liveliness of Mu Saint City. They didn't return to the Mu clan for dinner. Instead, they went to Celestial Pavilion for dinner. Celestial Pavilion could be found in many ancient cities. It was a chain restaurant and was also one of the Mu clan's businesses. Originally, it was a very happy meal. However, Mu Tianjiang was angry because Lin Feng's movements were too big. He couldn't not know even if he didn't want to. Chapter 2141. What are you guys doing here? Do you know how many people are laughing at you? Mu Tianjiang said in a low voice. Lin Feng looked very sad as he said, Senior, Mu Xianling has let me down. There's no way we can get married. Senior, I want to break off the engagement. Bullshit. When did I let you down? I never agreed to Wu Chenkuan's request. Moreover, it's impossible between us. Whatever I do has nothing to do with you. Mu Xianling glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Wu Chenkuan said, I didn't know that junior sister Xianling was already betrothed to someone else, so I asked junior sister Miao Qing to bring up this matter. If I knew, I wouldn't have acted so rashly. Please forgive me. Wu Chenkuan's words immediately pulled him out of the situation. There were 3 meanings behind his words. First, he didn't know that Mu Xianling was engaged before he pursued her. If he knew, he wouldn't have pursued her. Second, he wouldn't have pestered Mu Xianling. Third, he had been tricked by Xu Miaoqing. Although Wu Chenkuan and Dugu Di Tian were both one of the 3 supreme experts of the younger generation of the Supreme Immortal sect, in reality, the relationship between Wu Chenkuan and Dugu Di Tian was not as harmonious as it seemed on the surface. The 2 of them were fighting openly and secretly. This was because they were fighting for the position of sect master. Unsurprisingly, the sect master of the Taishang Immortal sect was one of the 3 supreme holy sons. Once he became the sect master, he would be above the immortal sect. He would be in charge of the most ancient sect. Just think about it. To fight for this position. It would be strange if Wu Chenkuan and Dugu Di Tian could become brothers who could talk about anything. Since ancient times. To fight for power. Son killing father. Brother killing brother. This kind of thing had happened countless times already. Moreover, Wu Chenkuan and Dugu Di Tian were only brothers. It was normal for them to plot against each other. Wu Chenkuan wasn't stupid. He knew that Fairy Miao Qing was using him to deal with Lin Feng, but he didn't expose her because he also wanted to deal with Lin Feng. If he could get the beauty back, it would be great. But now, the matter had blown up. Wu Chenkuan naturally wanted to protect himself. The first thing he needed to do was to protect his reputation. He had to extricate himself from it. After that, he did not forget to scheme against Fairy Miao Qing. Lin Feng had already guessed Wu Chenkuan's plan. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. These people were also scheming and scheming, trying to outwit each other. In the end, Fairy Miao Qing shot herself in the foot. She deserved it. This woman looked like a goddess. But in reality, his intentions were treacherous. She was a complete slut. This was all a misunderstanding. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, I think we should let this matter rest for now. Mu Tianjiang was an old fox, he said aloud. Lin Feng smiled and didn't say anything else. Mu Xianling wanted to say something, but Mu Tianjiang glared at her. Mu Xianling swallowed the words that she was about to blurt out. You can all leave now. Young friend, please follow me back to the Mu clan. Let's have a good chat. Mu Tianjiang asked. Lin Feng smiled. Of course, no problem. After returning to the Mu clan, Mu Tianjiang said, Young friend, please wait for a moment. My clan's old ancestor will be here soon. Oh, the Mu clan's old ancestor is back. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Yes, he just came back today. Originally, I wanted to inform you tomorrow, but who would have thought that something like this would happen? So, I brought you here to meet the old ancestor, Mu Tianjiang said. All right. I'll wait here for the old ancestor, Lin Feng said. Young friend, please wait for a moment, Mu Tianjiang said and ordered an elder to accompany Lin Feng. Not long after, a hearty laughter could be heard from outside. Young friend, sorry to keep you waiting. As the voice faded, a tall and sturdy old man in a white robe walked in. Old ancestor. The elder of the Mu clan stood up and bowed to the old man. Lin Feng also stood up and bowed. Is your master doing well? Mu Clan's old ancestor asked. Lin Feng said. Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern. I've heard that you want to cancel the engagement. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with Xianling? Mu Clan's old ancestor asked. Lin Feng said. I already have someone I like, so I won't agree to this engagement no matter what. Mu Clan's old ancestor said. Don't use these words to lie to me. You have many women around you. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Since you're so direct, I'll be frank too. I've met Mu Xianling, and I don't like her character. Moreover, she doesn't like me. Since we don't like each other, the engagement should be cancelled. If we force ourselves to be together in the future, it won't be good for either of us. Moreover, marriage isn't a bet between the two of you, so I won't agree to this engagement. Marriage is decided by your parents. Your parents aren't around, so your master is like a father to you. Naturally, you have to listen to Master Gui, Mu Clan's old ancestor said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. What kind of twisted logic was this? Mu Clan's old ancestor said. Since you don't like Xianling, I'll help you choose another one. There are many beautiful women in the 5 branches of the Mu Clan. Moreover, there are a few whose talents aren't inferior to Xianling's. They're gentle and know how to take care of others. If they stay by your side, they can take care of your daily life. Lin Feng said. Old ancestor, can this engagement really not be cancelled? It's already set, so it can't be cancelled. Mu Clan's old ancestor said firmly. Lin Feng had a helpless expression. He said, then can Senior reveal the matter of the bet you made with my master? What happened back then? What did my master tell you? Why are you so determined to marry a woman from your clan to me? Mu Clan's old ancestor said. Some things have to be prepared for a rainy day. Look at how prosperous the world is, and you don't see any signs of collapse. However, in reality, there's already an undercurrent surging. There's a pair of invisible hands controlling everything. We have to prepare as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the great calamity arrives, everything will be too late. Great calamity? What great calamity? Lin Feng asked curiously. Your master didn't tell you anything? Mu Clan's old ancestor asked. No. Lin Feng shook his head. Mu Clan's old ancestor said faintly. Then, do you know Master Gui's true identity and origin? This, Lin Feng hesitated. He wanted to say yes, because he knew many things about Master Gui. However, since Mu Clan's old ancestor asked such a question, Master Gui's origin was definitely not simple. Chapter 2142. Lin Feng said, this master of mine hides a lot of things from me. There are many times when I wonder if this master of mine is really my master. Looking at the Mu Clan's ancestor's smiling face, Lin Feng asked calmly, Senior, tell me about this master of mine, what other awesome background does he have? Let this junior admire his glorious deeds. The Mu Clan's ancestor said, this master of yours, his background is not simple. He is. Suddenly, the Mu Clan's ancestor stopped speaking. He did not continue speaking. Lin Feng was listening with interest. The Mu Clan's ancestor stopped abruptly. Wasn't this making him anxious? Lin Feng hurriedly said, Ancestor, why did you stop? Continue speaking. The Mu Clan's ancestor coughed dryly and said, the secrets of the heavens cannot be revealed. What the? Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. This Mu Clan's ancestor was really too deceitful. He only spoke halfway, and his curiosity was completely piqued. Now, he actually stopped talking. This made Lin Feng feel as if 100 claws were scratching his heart. Lin Feng said, Senior, you can't be like this. We can't speak halfway. The Mu Clan's ancestor said, just remember one thing, this master of yours is a... Seeing that the Mu Clan's ancestor had stopped speaking, Lin Feng said, is he a very awesome person? The Mu Clan's ancestor smiled and said, he's a very deceitful old bastard. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Lin Feng felt that he had been played by the Mu Clan's ancestor. He felt that he should regain some initiative, or else he would be played in circles by the Mu Clan's ancestor. This was not something that Lin Feng wanted to see. Lin Feng said, Senior, if you continue to play this junior like this, This junior will definitely not marry your daughter. Even if she is as beautiful as a flower, this junior will not take a look at her. The Mu clan's ancestor snorted and said, "Do you know how many people want to marry into my Mu clan's 5 lineages? The line is enough to circle the entire god realm of Tianhuang region. You actually don't know what's good for you and refuse. Let me tell you, you will regret it." Lin Feng said, "What kind of beautiful woman have I not seen? Although I like women, I will not be controlled by them. Kid, you're definitely going to be my Mu clan's son-in-law. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. When the time comes, Als will force you to go through the wedding ceremony. What is done cannot be undone. At that time, my daughter of my Mu clan's daughter will bear your child." The old ancestor of the Mu family said indifferently. Lin Feng was sweating profusely. "Stop!" Lin Feng hurriedly called out. He then continued, "Let's talk about the great calamity." The Mu clan's ancestor's expression turned solemn. He said, "It's a long story. Do you know what the universe is made of?" Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the Mu clan's ancestor to go so far. He even talked about how the universe was made of. Lin Feng explained his understanding of the universe. Originally, the universe was a primal chaos world. Then, in that primal chaos world, some terrifying creatures were born. Those creatures were innate beings. Pangu was born in that primal chaos world. He used his axe to split the primal chaos world. Then, the primal chaos turned into all kinds of things, including all kinds of stars, all kinds of lives, and so on. "Yes, that's true," the Mu clan's ancestor continued. "Do you know what an epoch is?" An epoch. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The first thing he thought of was the epoch hegemony he had learned. It was a hegemony that could continuously evolve. Epoch hegemony carried the word epoch. He wondered if it was related to the epoch the Mu clan's ancestor was talking about. However, Lin Feng had no idea what an epoch was. Lin Feng said, "I don't know what an epoch is. Senior, please enlighten me." The Mu clan's ancestor said, "An epoch is a unit of time." "Oh, a unit of time?" Lin Feng was surprised. The current unit of time was divided like this: there were 12 months in a year, 5 weeks in a month, 6 days in a week, 12 hours in a day, 4 quarters in a day, 3 cups of tea in a quarter, 2 incense sticks in a cup of tea, 5 minutes in an incense stick, 6 seconds in a minute, and 10 seconds in a snap of a finger. An instant was a second. The Mu clan's ancestor said, "A long 1 million years have passed. This 1 million years is just a number. When an epoch ends, another epoch begins. This is also the division of time. An epoch is a unit of time with a huge span. When 3,000 epochs have passed, we call it an epoch. An epoch. 3,000 epochs is an epoch. Buddhism says that there are 3,000 great realms. Does the division of the 3,000 great realms have anything to do with epochs?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Everything in the world has its own rules and forms. These rules and forms abide by the laws of epochs. That's why the universe is divided into 3,000 great realms." The Mu clan's ancestor said, "If I'm not mistaken, it's already the 3,000th epoch since the beginning of the first great era. This should be an epoch, right?" Lin Feng said, "That's right. An epoch has passed. The current epoch we're in is the end of the epoch. It's the last epoch, and it's also the most terrifying one. This is because an unprecedented calamity will occur at the end of the epoch. This calamity is called the 5 signs of heavenly decay." The Mu clan's ancestor said, "5 signs of heavenly decay?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. "What? You know about the 5 signs of heavenly decay?" The Mu clan's ancestor looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng said, "I have a friend who's a cultivator of the mountain mover Daoist lineage. I once heard him mention the 5 signs of heavenly decay." "What did your friend say?" The Mu clan's ancestor asked curiously. The 5 signs of heavenly decay is a Daoist term. The signs of the signs are as follows. 1. Withering corolla. The corolla worn by a heavenly being is weaved from fresh flowers. It's always fresh, fragrant, and clean. When one's life ends, The corolla will naturally wither. 2. Dirty clothes. The clothes worn by a heavenly being are very clean. They weigh only 3 baht, and 24 baht is 1 tael. They don't need to be washed. Why? Because the sky is clean, and there's no dust. When one's life ends, the clothes will naturally be dirty. 3. Sweating from the armpits. Because the sky is cool, a heavenly being never sweats. When one's life ends, sweat will flow from the armpits, and the stench is unbearable. 4. Body odor. A heavenly being's body will always emit a fragrance. Kindness will magnify the fragrance, and kindness will emit a small fragrance. It's several times more fragrant than the perfume of the mortal world. When one's life ends, a strange stench will be emitted. It's like a corpse, and other heavenly beings won't dare to approach. 5. Restless in the seat. A heavenly being often meditates, not moving from the seat. Clothing, food, and transportation can be obtained with just a thought. As the saying goes, thinking about clothing comes to mind, thinking about food comes to mind. The clothes are neither too big nor too small, neither too wide nor too narrow. They fit perfectly. The food is neither too much nor too little, neither too salty nor too bland. They fit the taste perfectly. When one wants to travel, one can think about it. What's the logic behind this? Because a heavenly being has the divine feet, they can do as they please without any restrictions. However, when one's life ends, they lose their composure. Knowing that the 4 signs have already happened, their hearts will be in a mess. They will be restless, sitting and standing. They will fall into the cycle of reincarnation, to experience life and death, to fall into hell, or to become a human. There's no definite answer, but it's all determined by karma. If one doesn't meditate, one will still fall into the 3 evils Tao. Even Shi Huanin, known as God in the Western world and the Jade Emperor in the Daoist world, is no exception. He will still reincarnate. Chapter 2143. Who are the heavenly humans? The Mu clan's patriarch asked. The heavenly humans are referring to the heavenly humans in the heaven realm, right? They're a terrifying race. They're ancient and powerful. There's also an immortal race. They're very powerful and can fight against the heavenly humans. Many top-tier worlds like the heaven realm are controlled by these 2 races. Lin Feng said. The 5 decays of the heavenly humans in Taoism are indeed referring to the heavenly humans. Of course, I'm not sure if the immortal race is included in it. However, the 5 decays of the heavenly humans that I'm going to talk about today are related to the various races and living beings in the universe. The Mu clan's patriarch said. When Lin Feng heard the ancestor of the Mu clan, he looked solemn. The Mu clan's patriarch's words, the implications were too great. Heaven and earth will be removed, the universe will evolve, the era will begin, and life will be born. A brand new world, a brand new heaven and earth, will appear in front of us. This world, this heaven and earth, will give birth to countless hopes. Various races will appear and civilizations will appear in the world one after another. However, after 3,000 great eras, the epoch has come to an end. Just like the end of human life, the heaven and earth will be destroyed and all living creatures in the heaven and earth will be destroyed. This is the great calamity that we have to face, the Mu clan's patriarch said with a serious expression. Hearing these words, Li Chia said. Lin Feng's expression changed again and again. No eggs will remain intact when the nest is overturned. Heaven and earth will be destroyed. Cultivators who lived in the world. How could they survive? 3 realms and 6 paths. 3,000 great worlds. Billions of medium worlds. Small worlds. There were countless living beings. They would all die in the 5 decays of the heavenly humans. Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. The 5 decays of the heavenly humans were too terrifying. Is there no solution? Lin Feng frowned and asked. It said that at the end of the era, after the world was destroyed, some people were lucky enough to survive and wait for the next era to begin. The Mu clan's patriarch said. There's such a thing. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He instantly thought of many things. If what the Mu clan's patriarch said was true, didn't that mean that there were cultivators from the previous era who hadn't died before the start of this era? A black fog appeared in the darkness. They have unimaginable strength. They control many things in the world. They are so strong that it makes people despair. The creatures in the black fog are from the last epoch, said Lin Feng. The old ancestor of the Mu family said. Senior, you also know about the creatures in the black fog? Lin Feng said in surprise. How could I not know? It is precisely because I know of their existence that I know how terrifying the creatures in the black fog are. The old ancestor of the Mu family took a deep breath and said. What exactly are the creatures in the black fog? Lin Feng asked. The ancestor of the Mu clan frowned and said with a serious expression, no one knows what race they are. Perhaps the people who saw them are already dead. That night, Lin Feng and the Mu family's old ancestor chatted until late at night. He roughly knew why the ancestor of the Mu clan was so insistent on betrothing a woman from their clan to him. It was because of the 5 decay of the celestial being. The ancestor of the Mu clan wanted to prepare for a rainy day. He didn't know what Lord Tortoise had said to the ancestor of the Mu clan to make the ancestor believe in him. In the Mu clan's patriarch's opinion, if the decay of the celestial being really came, Lin Feng might be the most likely person to protect some people against the decay of the celestial being and survive until the next epoch. Young friend, it's getting late. Don't go back. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. The ancestor of the Mu clan said. Lin Feng nodded. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint were still waiting for him in the side hall. The ancestor of the Mu clan ordered someone to arrange a place for Lin Feng with an elegant environment. There was a large grassland around him that was full of greenery. Behind him was a purple bamboo forest. There was a huge pond in front of him. All kinds of fish swam happily in the pond. Beside the pond was a gurgling stream, rockery, and a small bridge with flowing water. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint quickly rested. Early the next morning, Lin Feng had just woken up. He put on his clothes and opened the door. He got up and was about to wash up. At this moment, a woman walked in with a wash basin. There was clear water in the wash basin. This woman had a graceful figure and a picturesque face. Her palm-sized face could be said to be a masterpiece of the heavens. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. She exuded an aura that was like a classical beauty. She was like a fairy that had walked out of a painting. Even though Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, he couldn't help but be amazed when he saw this woman who was like a fairy from a painting. You are? Lin Feng asked. The woman put down the wash basin, placed her hands in front of her, and bowed to Lin Feng. Then she said, Young master, I am Mu Xianxia. I am. At this point, she was unable to continue speaking. She lowered her head, and her beautiful face was flushed red. Lin Feng had already guessed who this woman was. She should be the woman that the Mu clan sent to replace Mu Xianling to marry him. There was a good saying, no comparison, no harm. Mu Xianling's personality was self-righteous. Her high and mighty expression was really disgusting. Mu Xianxia was beautiful, gentle, attentive, and considerate. She was the dream marriage partner of all men. If the Mu clan had directly asked Mu Xianxia to marry him, Lin Feng might have agreed. Why would he reject the marriage? Lin Feng reached out and grabbed Mu Xianxia's hand. He smiled and said, You are my future wife. Mu Xianxia's face was so red that it seemed like blood could drip out. She wanted to retract her hand, but she was worried that Lin Feng would be angry. Thus, she allowed Lin Feng to grab her hand. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Mu Xianxia carefully. The more he looked, the more beautiful she was. Even a fairy from a painting couldn't compare to Mu Xianxia. Mu Xianxia said, Let me help you wash up. Lin Feng nodded and said, I will have to trouble you, my wife. Mu Xianxia blushed and said, We haven't married yet. It's not good to call me that. Lin Feng smiled and said, No problem. There are no outsiders now, so I will call you my wife. When there are outsiders around, I will call you Shi-er. Mu Xianxia had a strange feeling in her heart. She had always been single and had never had intimate contact with any man. Lin Feng was the first man that she had intimate contact with. His actions were a little frivolous. Mu Xianxia thought that she wouldn't be used to it. However, when she heard Lin Feng's frivolous words of love, Mu Xianxia felt that she wasn't that resistant. Perhaps it was because her life was already promised to this person. Thus, she didn't reject him. Seeing that he liked her so much, she was also very happy. Chapter 2144. Under Mu Xianxia's care, Lin Feng finished washing up. Mu Xianxia said, "I brought breakfast when I came over. Go and have some now." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. He went to the living room with Mu Xianxia. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint were already sitting there. Lin Feng hadn't eaten yet, but the two of them had already started eating. Mu Xianxia was very considerate. She knew that there were 3 people with Lin Feng, so she specially brought 3 sets of breakfast. "This fairy is." Du Zhu looked at Lin Feng with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Mu Xianxia bowed and said, "I am Mu Xianxia. I am now Lin Gongzi's fiancé." Yesterday, Lin Feng had talked to Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint about the annulment of the engagement. Because the Mu clan's ancestor didn't agree, the annulment of the engagement was naturally left unsettled. However, he would be engaged to another girl. Thus, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint knew about this. Seeing how gentle Mu Xianxia was, the heretic sovereign saint said, "She's better than the other one." Du Zhu smiled and said, "This little girl is indeed not bad. She's much better than that Mu Xianling. It's a good choice for the young master to marry her." This time, the old fogies of the Mu clan didn't blindly set up a matchmaker. When Mu Xianxia heard Du Zhu talking about the Mu clan, she didn't say anything. Lin Feng said, "Sit down and eat too." "I've already eaten," Mu Xianxia said. Lin Feng nodded and didn't force Mu Xianxia. After Lin Feng finished his breakfast, Mu Xianxia left. In the distance, Mu Xianling couldn't help but reveal a cold expression when she saw Mu Xianxia leave. She pulled out her sword and charged towards Lin Feng's residence. Bang! The door to Lin Feng's courtyard was kicked open by Mu Xianling. "Lin Feng, you bastard. What right do you have to divorce me? What right do you have to divorce me?" Mu Xianling directly charged into the living room with her sword. Du Zhu shouted, "Wa, the bitch is here. I'll hack you to death, bastard." Mu Xianling slashed her sword towards Du Zhu, but Du Zhu easily dodged the attack. Poison Ancestor curled his lips and said, "I can't provoke you, but I can always hide from you." The Poison Ancestor stood in the distance, watching the show. The evil sovereign saint also stood together with the Poison Ancestor. Clearly, they had no intention of meddling in this matter. It involved women's affairs. It was too troublesome. Lin Feng said indifferently, "This matter was resolved peacefully. Your Mu clan's ancestor agreed to it, so there's no need to divorce you. Moreover, I know that you don't like me. Since you don't like me, there's no longer any connection between us. This matter can be considered the most perfect solution for both of us." Mu Xianling said coldly, "It's true that I don't like you, but even if the marriage is to be annulled, I should be the one to bring it up first, not you." "That's not up to you to decide." Lin Feng said indifferently, "If you don't like it, you can look for your Mu clan's ancestor and talk about it. You don't have to come here and talk to me about these useless things." Mu Xianling said coldly, "I won't look for the ancestor." "Stop pestering me," said Lin Feng coldly. Mu Xianling said sarcastically, "I know that the clan has betrothed Mu Xianxia to you. Do you know who Mu Xianxia is?" Mu Xianxia is from the 3rd main branch. Her mother was just a lowly servant back then. A person like Mu Xianxia doesn't have any status in the clan. Her existence is just a tool for marriage. However, a person like you isn't worthy of me. You're only worthy of marrying the bastard child of a maid in my Mu clan. Get out," Lin Feng said coldly. "What? Did I hurt your pride? Could it be that I'm wrong? With your status, you don't even have the right to make me look at you. However, you're quite compatible with Mu Xianxia's bastard child." Mu Xianling said with a laugh and walked out. "You self-righteous crazy woman," Lin Feng sneered. In the afternoon, Lin Feng and the Mu clan's ancestor gathered to discuss the marriage with Mu Xianxia. Lin Feng wanted to postpone the marriage. He wasn't in a hurry to get married. Moreover, since both parties had already agreed on the marriage, Lin Feng wouldn't go back on his word. The Mu clan's ancestor didn't have any objections. Lin Feng planned to leave. He couldn't wait to return to the reincarnation immortal sect. He wanted to interrogate his cheap master and find out what kind of identity he was hiding. Lin Feng guessed that once he found out about Master Turtle's identity, he would definitely be shocked. That identity would definitely be very frightening. Therefore, Lin Feng bid farewell to the Mu clan's ancestor. Mu Xianxia also knew that Lin Feng was about to leave, so she came to Lin Feng's place. "Be careful on the road," Mu Xianxia said. Lin Feng nodded. He saw that Mu Xianxia seemed to have a lot on her mind, so he asked, "Did something happen?" Mu Xianxia said in a leisurely voice, "I already know that Mu Xianling came to find you. My father is the 4th-generation great-great-grandson of the 3rd main branch's first elder. My mother is just an ordinary maid. Many people call me a bastard. I know that I am not worthy of young master. I know that you're leaving because you're regretting it. If you don't want me anymore, I can go to the Mu clan's ancestor and tell him about it." Lin Feng suddenly felt sorry for her. He caressed Mu Xianxia's beautiful face and said, "The Mu clan's ancestor promised you to me, so he knows that I'm not the kind of person who cares about status. I'm leaving not because of you, but because I want to return to the sect and see my master. I haven't seen him in a long time, and there are many things that I want to verify with him. Therefore, I chose to leave at this time. Please don't let your thoughts run wild, understand?" Mu Xianxia raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. She could see the sincerity in Lin Feng's clear eyes. Mu Xianxia nodded her head heavily. Her voice trembled as she said, "Can you hug me?" Lin Feng hugged Mu Xianxia tightly. 2 hours later, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint left the Mu clan and quickly left. 5 days later, they arrived at Beixian City. There was a space-time wormhole in Beixian City, so they could go directly to Snow Eagle City in the northern Barbarian province. After reaching Snow Eagle City, they could return to the Reincarnation Immortal sect after flying for half a month. Lin Feng and the other two were about to head to the teleportation plaza. Suddenly, in the depths of the divine realm of Qianhuang, a thick immortal light shot up into the sky. Following that, a voice resounded throughout the entire divine realm of Qianhuang. Who can become an immortal? Chapter 2145. It sounded like a shout. It sounded like a question from an immortal. It reverberated through heaven and earth, so loud that even the deaf could hear it. At that moment, countless people heard that voice. It sounded like the divine voice of the heavenly Tao. It suddenly sounded. It was shocking and moving. "Look, it's the forbidden ground of Heaven Wasteland." Everyone looked into the distance and saw immortal light soaring into the sky. Countless people roared in shock. The forbidden ground of Heaven Wasteland. It was a forbidden zone filled with countless secrets. Lin Feng even heard Zhongzi when talking about the heaven-shaking stone tablet. It was rumored that a heaven-shaking stone tablet had appeared in the Heaven Wasteland sacred ground. It was really earth-shattering news. However, the Heaven Wasteland sacred ground was too dangerous and no one dared to explore it. Now that there was a change in the Heaven Wasteland sacred ground, everyone was shocked. The cycle of time, the birth and death of fate, the decay of heaven and earth, only immortals are eternal. The path to immortality, singing the heavenly song, billions of years pass in the blink of an eye. The ethereal voice once again reverberated in the sky of the Heaven Wasteland sacred ground. It's the legendary song of immortality. Many experts of the older generation rushed out, extremely excited. The song of immortality has appeared and the forbidden ground has opened. Quickly go to the forbidden ground of Heaven Wasteland and find the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The secret to immortality is on it. Many experts of the older generation were so excited that they could not control themselves. The heaven-shaking stone tablet had a lot of implications. It was an opportunity that could make anyone go crazy. The heaven-shaking stone tablet recorded supreme immortal techniques, the way to immortality, the way to become an emperor, and so on. They were the greatest secrets in the world. Many people were looking for the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Even if they did not want to become an immortal, they wanted to become an emperor. Emperor. It was the pinnacle of the world. Immortal. It was a faintly discernible existence, an existence that only existed in legends. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless figures flew into the depths of the forbidden ground of Heaven Wasteland. Let's go and see if there really is a heaven-shaking stone tablet in the forbidden ground of Heaven Wasteland, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Ha ha ha, if we can find the heaven-shaking stone tablet, I don't want the way to become an immortal, only the way to become an emperor. If we can get it, we will become an emperor. Du Zhu suddenly burst into laughter. Du Zhu was originally an expert of the half-emperor realm. Back then, he was still a bit away from becoming a true great emperor, mainly because he had not grasped the method to affirm his Tao and become a great emperor. Later on, after being suppressed by someone, his cultivation dropped. Currently, Du Zhu's cultivation was gradually recovering. If Du Zhu could really master the great emperor technique, he would be able to do so. In that case, it was not impossible for Du Zhu to break through to the great emperor realm. I also need the great emperor technique, the evil dominator saint said. The light in his pale green eyes pulsed violently, showing that his heart was not calm. The evil dominator saint was a corpse cultivator. The corpse of a great emperor had awakened its consciousness. But this was already a brand new life. He was no longer the great emperor of the past. Therefore, only the evil dominator saint's physical body had reached the emperor realm. His own realm was still far from enough. Naturally, it wasn't easy to raise one's cultivation level to the emperor realm. However, if one could find the sky-shaking stone tablet and obtain the opportunity within, one would be able to obtain this great fortune. Who dared to say that the evil dominator saint could not prove his Tao and become an emperor? For Lin Feng, he also wanted to find the sky-shaking stone tablet. This was not the first time he had seen the sky-shaking stone tablet. Back then, he had carried the sky-shaking stone tablet to kill the foreign realm gods in the ancient city of stars. However, at that time, the sky-shaking stone tablet had flown away before he could comprehend the secrets of the sky-shaking stone tablet. And now, there was still a broken sky-shaking stone tablet in Lin Feng's mountain river ring. He didn't know what kind of expert had broken it. Now, it was silent. There was nothing special about it. Now that a new sky-shaking stone tablet had appeared, this was a rare opportunity. As for returning to the reincarnation immortal sect to ask Master Turtle some questions, Lin Feng had already forgotten about it. He could ask Master Turtle any time. However, he didn't know when he would encounter such an opportunity again if he missed the opportunity of the forbidden grounds of Infinite Wasteland this time. There was a huge crowd in front of the forbidden grounds of Infinite Wasteland. Densely packed cultivators were scattered everywhere. No one knew how many people there were. And this was only the cultivators who were closer to the forbidden grounds of Infinite Wasteland. Some cultivators who were further away must still be on their way. The restriction in the forbidden grounds of Infinite Wasteland had not completely disappeared. Therefore, it was still emitting waves. Everyone was waiting quietly. Boom, a terrifying wave came from the depths of the forbidden grounds of Infinite Wasteland. Then, a dazzling ball of immortal light flew out quickly. What's going to fly out? Many people exclaimed. Hurry up and get ready to snatch that treasure. Many people yelled excitedly. The immortal light lingering around it would definitely shock the world. If this treasure really flew out, it would probably cause a bloody battle. Immortal artifact. Someone shouted. It's really an immortal artifact. Then, many people shouted in shock. As the ball of immortal light flew over, everyone could feel the powerful immortal pressure. It must be an immortal artifact. Otherwise, what could release immortal pressure? Even in the 9 states, only a few forces had immortal artifacts. If they could get an immortal artifact, that would be too heaven-defying. However, the ball of immortal light did not rush out of the forbidden grounds of Infinite Wasteland. Instead, it stopped outside. Come out quickly. Many people shouted anxiously, waiting for the immortal artifact to rush out. Whoosh, the ball of immortal light flew into the depths again and soon disappeared. Oh, it ran away. What a pity, why isn't this damn restriction gone yet? Many people shouted gloomily. But no matter how depressed everyone was, Now they could only wait outside for the restriction to open. Lin Feng looked at the immortal artifact leaving and frowned slightly. He suddenly remembered the divination Ji Wu had done for him. The 7 stars will shift, the sky will fall, the immortal artifact will appear, wait for the right time. At that time, Lin Feng asked Ji Wu to help him divine the location of the Soul Master Dao sect. Ji Wu did a divination for Lin Feng. Then he got this conclusion. Ji Wu said that when the immortal artifact appeared, the inheritance of the Soul Master Dao sect would also appear. He asked Lin Feng to wait for the immortal artifact to appear. And now, wasn't it the birth of the immortal artifact? Is the inheritance of the Soul Master Dao sect also going to appear? Lin Feng's face showed a hint of joy. The inheritance of the Soul Master Dao sect appeared. The soul planting technique on Yu could be resolved. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to sense something and looked to the left. He saw a man walking over. The man, who looked like a savage, had disheveled hair and exuded an ancient and intimidating aura. Many people couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure emitted by the man and retreated. They stood in the distance and pointed, discussing the man's identity. The savage man stood quietly in the forest, looking into the depths of the forbidden grounds of Infinite Wasteland. Chapter 2146. Lin Feng looked at the barbarian-like man and frowned slightly. The origin of this man was too mysterious. Even Lin Feng had not figured out the origin of this man. Like an immovable ancient god, he stood on the spot and looked into the distance. Lin Feng touched his chin. This place was not simple to attract a barbarian. Could it be that the barbarian had also heard about the legend of the heaven-shaking stone tablet and had come to look for it? What a strong competitor. Of course, the barbarian might have another purpose. Lin Feng hoped that he was not here for the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Time passed by. Day by day, more and more cultivators gathered outside. As for the restriction, it was constantly weakening. 10 days later. Finally. The restriction finally dissipated. Let's go. Many cultivators shouted loudly, rushing into the sky and rushing into the forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland. But there were also many cultivators who did not rush into the forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland. This forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland was a terrifying forbidden zone for life. Many people were naturally more cautious. They were also worried that once they entered the Heaven Wasteland Holy Land, they would encounter danger, so they chose to wait outside. If there was no danger, they would enter. Seeing that the first batch of cultivators who rushed into the forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland did not encounter any danger, those people were relieved and also rushed in. More and more cultivators rushed into the forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland, including the barbarian man. Like a fiend god, he stepped forward, his figure tall and imposing, and his aura terrifying, causing passers-by to retreat. It's not a good thing for such a powerful person to enter the Heaven Wasteland Holy Land. Some top-notch experts were secretly communicating with each other. The barbarian man gave them a great sense of oppression. We came with supreme treasures. If we join forces, we won't be afraid of this person. Then, someone said with a sneer, his voice containing cold, killing intent. That's right. There's no need to worry at all. We have supreme treasures that can kill gods and Buddhas. Why should we be afraid of this person? As the voices of those experts faded, they also quickly entered the forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Saint did not panic after entering the Heaven Wasteland Holy Land. How could the immortal artifact and heaven-shaking stone Steely be so easily obtained? Therefore, there was no need to be anxious. That kind of treasure would definitely cause a storm of blood. If he went there now, he would only exhaust his battle strength in advance. The losses outweighed the gains. It would be better to wait until the most critical moment of the battle before finding an opportunity to strike. All of a sudden, Lin Feng felt a few icy cold killing intents directed at him. He turned towards the direction where the killing intents came from. On his left, Fairy Miao Qing was dressed in snow-white robes. She looked like a fairy that had descended from the 9 heavens to the mortal world, pure and holy. She had always been beautiful and moving. Her temperament was so outstanding that no one dared to look at her directly. because he looked directly at Fairy Miao Qing. It was a form of blasphemy to her. On the other side, Lin Feng saw Wu Qianquan. Wu Qianquan was like a dragon among men. He was surrounded by the aura of an emperor. This person was simply too extraordinary. It was no wonder that he could become a supreme expert of the younger generation. There were also two other killing intents that Lin Feng was unable to pinpoint. The other party had deliberately concealed themselves. Danger lurks everywhere, Lin Feng muttered softly. He did not stay and left with Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. No matter who came, Lin Feng was fearless. Even if an expert at the peak of the giant god realm came, Lin Feng was confident that he could escape even if he was no match for such an expert. A treasure mountain has appeared ahead. Many people have gone there to dig for treasures. It is said that many people have dug out some precious items. Some even dug out the inner core of a silver horn heavenly dragon. What? Silver horn heavenly dragon? A heavenly dragon's horn has evolved into silver. It should be at least at the half-emperor realm, right? The inner core of a heavenly dragon is already rare. A half-emperor heavenly dragon's inner core is simply unimaginable. Many people have dug out a giant god weapon. Some even dug out a half-emperor weapon. If they continue digging, they might even find an emperor weapon. The group of people discussed excitedly. Then, they rushed to the front one after another. Let's go and take a look too, Lin Feng said. He was also very curious as to what kind of treasure mountain could have so many treasures. The three of them quickly flew forwards and after a short time, Lin Feng saw the treasure mountain. To be precise, it was a huge mountain range that stretched for more than 10 miles. It lay in the forest like a huge dragon resting on the ground. This is a dragon vein. What a good place. A place with good feng shui, Du Zhu said. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed a place of treasure. It was no wonder there were so many treasures buried in the mountain. Let's go and dig, Lin Feng said. He knew the dragon-seeking formula and was familiar with the method of locating acupoints. Therefore, it was easy to dig out some treasures here. Lin Feng took out some tools and distributed them to Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. Then, the three of them began digging. This place could indeed be called a treasure mountain. It did not take long for Lin Feng and the other two to dig out more than a dozen giant god weapons. It was a huge harvest. Boom, at that moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from afar. Someone dug out a heaven-defying treasure. Following that, a cultivator shouted. Such a powerful fluctuation. What exactly did they dig out? Lin Feng's face was full of shock and emotion. He, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage quickly rushed out. They wanted to see what kind of powerful treasure the cultivator had dug out. By the time they rushed over, a battle had already broken out at the place where the treasure was dug out. The cultivator who dug out the treasure was not alone. He had more than 30 companions with him. There were even more cultivators surrounding them. Some of them were tempted by the treasure. It was common in the world of cultivators to kill and steal the treasure. Therefore, Lin Feng was not surprised. Many cultivators gathered around to watch the show. Many of them had fierce looks in their eyes. Although they were holding back from attacking, if there was a chance to attack, they would definitely attack without hesitation. The battle was very intense. Although the cultivators who had obtained the treasure were not weak, there were too few of them. They were gradually unable to hold on. Bang! Suddenly, a cultivator's storage ring exploded. Then, a grayish-brown ball of light flew out. That's the treasure, many people exclaimed. The grayish-brown ball of light was obviously unwilling to be taken by someone just like that. It wanted to break out of the encirclement. However, there were formation experts here. They sealed the void and prevented the grayish-brown ball of light from escaping. Many cultivators pounced on the grayish-brown ball of light. That's my treasure. The cultivator who obtained the treasure first shouted angrily. He quickly chased after the grayish-brown ball of light. He was the closest to the grayish-brown ball of light and wanted to suppress it. At that moment, the surrounding cultivators attacked. All kinds of divine abilities were thrown at the cultivator. Bang! The cultivator's body instantly exploded. He died on the spot. Chapter 2147. It's mine. It's mine. Many people roared and continued to fight for the treasure in the grayish-brown orb. However, no one knew what the treasure in the grayish-brown orb was. The grayish-brown light concealed the true form of the treasure, so it was able to fool everyone. However, everyone fought like crazy for this unknown treasure. It was clear that everyone treated the treasure in the grayish-brown light as a supreme treasure. In the end, the treasure broke through the seal and fled into the distance. Lin Feng wanted to give chase, but he stopped in time. Duzu asked, "Why aren't you chasing?" "I didn't see what kind of treasure it was, but from the powerful energy waves it emitted, it's definitely an extraordinary supreme treasure," Lin Feng said. "I sensed the power of a curse from that treasure. It's definitely not simple. I'm afraid it's related to a curse. As long as it's related to a curse, I think we should stay away from it." A curse? Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint's expressions turned serious. It was the most terrifying and evil Tao in the world. There were millions of curses in the world, and any one of them was enough to cause extremely terrifying things. Even someone like Lin Feng, who cultivated the great curse art, didn't want to be involved with another curse. Chase. Don't let that treasure escape. The densely packed cultivators chased after it. Naturally, they wouldn't let such an extraordinary treasure escape. That would be too much of a pity. Of course, not everyone gave chase. Many people didn't want to get involved in this mess, so they didn't chase after the treasure. Instead, they returned to the treasure mountain to continue digging. "My little baby, come out quickly. Don't hide anymore. Come out quickly," Duzu shouted as he dug. His eyes were shining. This guy had dug out quite a few good things. Crack. The heretic sovereign saint swung his shovel down. Immortal light instantly filled the surroundings. Waves of fragrance wafted through the air. Next, the sound of the great Tao resounded. "Heavenly Tao origin," Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. His face was filled with incomparable shock. The evil sovereign saint actually dug out such a treasure. The evil dominator saint and Duzu's eyes lit up. Duzu was about to drool as he shouted, "Let me do it, let me do it." The evil dominator sage gave him some space, and the poison ancestor dug out a lump of immortal Tao origin source with a few shovels. Immortal energy swirled around. Waves of immortal light intertwined, and waves of divine charm surged. The immortal Tao quintessence vibrated with powerful ripples. "Ha ha ha ha. What a huge ball of immortal Tao essence. We're rich." Duzu laughed loudly. Then, he sealed the immortal Tao origin and handed it over to Lin Feng. This guy didn't seem to be too pleased with himself. He still remembered that such a treasure should be distributed by Lin Feng. "Come out." At this time, a cultivator's cold shout came from outside. Lin Feng kept the heavenly Tao origin and then walked out with Duzu and the evil dominator saint. At this time, over 100 cultivators had gathered outside. The person in the lead had triangular eyes and a skinny figure. He gave off a sinister feeling. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What's the matter? Kid, hand over the immortal Tao origin. Otherwise, die." The triangular-eyed cultivator sneered. "The people from the Evil God Valley are the #1 evil faction in the divine realm of Tianhuang region. These people are all extremely evil. Now that you've been targeted by them, you won't have a good ending. There are too many people from the Evil God Valley. When these demons gather together, there's no one they don't dare to rob. There are only 3 of them. I think this is going to be troublesome. Unless you hand over the immortal Tao origin, you'll be able to avoid disaster." "That's right. You have to make a choice." Many people started discussing. Naturally, they didn't think that Lin Feng, Duzu, and the evil dominator saint would win. The difference in numbers was too great. If they really fought, they didn't even need to think to know what the result would be. Said Lin Feng indifferently. "You're acting recklessly. If you want to live, piss off." Everyone was stunned. Even the people from the Evil God Valley were stunned. No one expected Lin Feng to be heavily surrounded. They actually dared to ask the people from the Evil God Valley to get lost. Wasn't this too arrogant? Did they really think that the people from the Evil God Valley were kind people? After all, These people were a group of extremely ferocious and evil people. Courting death. Courting death. Kill these 3 people. The triangular-eyed cultivator roared. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Then, over 100 experts from the evil God Valley surrounded Lin Feng and the other 2. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive, said Lin Feng with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked indifferent. Yes, young master, Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint responded. Then, they rushed out like 2 spirits. Their bodies were emitting waves of cold and terrifying killing intent. After the 2 charged into the crowd, it was as if they had entered a place where no one could stop them. Poof, poof, poof. Tearing sounds rang out one after another. One by one, the experts from the evil God Valley were killed. These people could tell that Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint were not to be trifled with. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate. The triangular-eyed cultivator shouted, "Hurry up and leave." He took the lead and retreated outside. The rest of the evil God Valley cultivators also followed closely behind, wanting to retreat. However, no one was able to escape. Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint were too powerful. Are you really going to kill us all? Our evil God Valley is not to be trifled with. The triangular-eyed cultivator shouted angrily, wanting to threaten Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was not moved at all. Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint did not receive Lin Feng's order to stop, so they naturally would not stop. Thus, the 2 sides continued to fight. In the end, Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint killed all the cultivators from the evil God Valley. Seeing the corpses on the ground, many of the spectating cultivators turned pale. Aren't these people too savage? So many experts from the evil God Valley were killed by them. Let's go, Lin Feng said as he walked into the distance. After Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint took these people's storage rings, they followed closely behind Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng and the other 2 did not go far. They stopped at a mountain peak not far away. Since they had obtained the immortal Tao origin, they naturally had to refine it quickly to prevent any accidents from happening. Lin Feng divided the immortal Tao origin into 3 portions, 1 for each of them. Du Zhu cried out, "Immortal Tao origin, what a good treasure. After we finish refining it, we can continue digging. Who knows, we might even be able to dig out the immortal Tao origin." Lin Feng laughed and said, "I hope so." He then set up a few arrays, and the 3 of them found a place to refine the immortal Tao origin. One day later, Lin Feng finally refined all of the heavenly Tao origin. And his cultivation. He had also broken through from the 2nd layer of True God Realm to the 4th layer of True God Realm. This made Lin Feng extremely happy, as expected of a treasure like the immortal Tao origin. It actually allowed him to break through 2 levels consecutively. Chapter 2148. After Lin Feng broke through, he noticed that Du Zhu and heretical sovereign saint were still breaking through. He didn't disturb them and instead walked out of seclusion to look at the treasure mountain from afar. Many people were still digging at the treasure mountain. There were indeed many treasures there, so more and more cultivators were attracted. However, as more and more cultivators came to dig, more and more conflicts and bloodshed occurred. At this time, more than 10 cultivators flew over. 2 women among them attracted Lin Feng's attention. These 2 women were actually a pair of twin sisters. They looked exactly the same. They were tall and slender, and their faces were exquisite. This was the type of woman who had fair skin and a beautiful face. If it was just one woman, she wouldn't be that attractive. However, when the 2 sisters stood together, there was indeed a kind of shocking feeling. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances. Admiring beauty was something everyone liked to do. He was no exception. "What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyes out?" One of the women noticed that Lin Feng was looking at the 2 sisters and immediately became fierce. She directly threatened Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "How do you know I'm looking at you if you're not looking at me? I know that I'm very handsome and that everyone loves me, so if you want to look at me, you can look as much as you want. There's no need to be secretive, and there's no need to provoke me to get my attention. There are too many women who have fallen in love with me at first sight. How can I pay attention to all of them? Damn, this brother is too good at bragging, right? The group of cultivators rolled their eyes. The female cultivator scolded, "How can you be so shameless? There are plenty of men like you on the streets, yet you're still acting so smug. What a joke. If you dare to peek at me again, I'll beat you into a pig's head." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I don't know if you can beat me into a pig's head or not, but you're already a pig's head if you don't get beaten up." Fut. The others burst out laughing. Lin Feng was too good at mocking people. "This young lady is as beautiful as a flower, yet you dare to call this young lady a pig's head. This young lady will fight it out with you." The woman gnashed her teeth in anger. She was about to pounce on Lin Feng and fight Lin Feng to the death. However, she was pulled back by the woman beside her. "Sister, when you're outside, you must not cause trouble. This place is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It's not something our small place can compare to. If we provoke someone we can't afford to provoke, we will be in big trouble," the elder sister said. The woman snorted. "Him? I can't afford to provoke him. I'll beat him with one punch." Even though she didn't want to admit defeat, she still listened to her sister's advice and didn't attack Lin Feng. Humph. Before she left, she groaned at Lin Feng and waved her fist at him. Then, she left. Actually, her personality was quite cute. Straightforward. Unlike Fairy Miao Qing, who looked like a goddess, but in reality, her heart was extremely dark. At night, Lin Feng barbecued meat in the mountain forest. Many people passed by and saw Lin Feng eating barbecued meat. They muttered in their hearts. People were digging for treasures, but this guy was eating barbecued meat. What a weirdo. "Sister, look at that guy. He's actually cooking barbecued meat. I really don't know why he came to the forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland. Why can't he eat barbecued meat? He actually came to the forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland. If he has the time, he might as well dig for more treasures," the woman said. This woman was called Sichu Menjing. Her twin sister was called Sichu Mengyu. The two sisters came from the divine realm of Heaven Wasteland, Chenshan City. This Chenshan City could only be considered a medium-sized city. There were a few families inside, but they weren't very powerful. The Sichu family was one of them. Sichu Mengyu and Sichu Menjing were very talented. Although their family wasn't a big family, the two sisters had shown extraordinary cultivation talent since they were young. Now, they had cultivated to the peak of the true god realm. Even in the entire 9 prefectures, this level of cultivation was considered to be quite strong. Of course, the sisters were still young. Compared to those cultivators who had cultivated for many years, their strength was still lacking. But with their talent, it wasn't impossible for them to catch up. "He's really a strange person," Sichu Mengyu said. The two sisters then chose another place and began digging for treasures. The next day, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage came out of seclusion. La 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 la. After the poison ancestor came out of seclusion, he immediately started to ramble on and on. Lin Feng was speechless. "Did you cultivate your brain into an idiot?" Du Zhu grinned and said, "I'm just happy. The effect of this immortal Dao source is really too good. If I can get a bit more, I might be able to recover to the half-step emperor realm." Lin Feng said, "It won't be easy to dig up something like this again. Let's try our luck again." Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage nodded. The three of them continued digging. The harvest here was huge. Lin Feng's dragon-searching formula played an important role. Dozens of giant divine warriors were dug out, and there were countless other treasures of all kinds. Not long after, Du Zhu dug up a corpse. This corpse had long been dried up and was very hard. After being dead for so many years, the corpse hasn't decayed. It's only dried up. Looks like it was an extremely powerful existence when it was alive, Du Zhu said. Lin Feng and the heretic sovereign sage nodded in agreement. Ah! At that moment, an incomparably shrill scream sounded. What the hell is this? Following that, a terrified scream sounded. Lin Feng and the other two were shocked. They hurriedly rushed out of the cave. At that moment, they saw an overwhelming black fog appear in the depths of the cave. In the black fog, There were densely packed monsters with green fur. Those monsters were attacking the cultivators digging for treasures in the treasure mountain. The green-furred monsters were practically invulnerable. Many cultivators used their magic treasures to attack those green-furred monsters, but those green-furred monsters didn't suffer any damage at all. Those green-furred monsters took the opportunity to pounce on those cultivators and bite their necks. Those cultivators let out incomparably shrill screams. But at that moment, a terrifying scene appeared. Those cultivators who were bitten by those green-furred monsters. Soon, green fur grew on their bodies. They turned into green-furred monsters and bit everyone they saw. Whoosh! At that moment, a green-furred monster rushed out of the cave behind Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage. The green-furred monster glanced at Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage. It discovered that Lin Feng's cultivation base was the lowest. It felt that Lin Feng was the easiest to deal with. Therefore, it pounced at Lin Feng as fast as lightning. Chapter 2149. Seeing the green-furred monster attacking Lin Feng, Du Zhu gloated, so this green-furred monster also knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Lin Feng glared at Du Zhu in annoyance. Then, he raised his hand and sent the green-furred monster flying with a saber gleam. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint quickly rushed forward and suppressed the green-furred monster. Hey! Isn't this green-furred monster the corpse from before? Du Zhu said in surprise. Lin Feng took out his heavenly fire and burned the green-furred monster's green fur clean. The green-furred monster's true appearance was immediately revealed. It was indeed the corpse from before. Now, it had somehow turned into a green-furred monster. This is a green-furred zombie, a cursed corpse. The heretic sovereign saint said in a deep voice. The green-furred monster struggled violently, letting out a series of roars. The green fur on its body that had been burned clean by Lin Feng's fire actually grew out again. A cursed corpse. No wonder it's so strange. We can't stay here for long. Let's go, Lin Feng said. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint nodded. The three of them were about to leave. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The ground began to collapse. Endless corpse chi permeated the air. Countless green-furred monsters rushed out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. A single green-furred monster was already so difficult to deal with. Moreover, there were simply too many green-furred monsters in front of them. There were about 20 to 30,000 cultivators gathered here. However, there were at least 10 times more green-furred monsters than cultivators. As far as the eye could see, there were countless of them. Damn! Why are there so many green-furred monsters here? This couldn't have been a place to pile up corpses back then, right? Lin Feng said in shock. He thought of many possibilities. Du Zhu said, these green-furred monsters were extremely terrifying experts when they were alive. How could so many of them die at once? And they were all piled up in one place? This matter was indeed strange. Master, you must be careful. Don't get injured by these green-furred monsters. Once the corpse poison enters your body, it will be very troublesome. I know, Lin Feng said. Although he had the white jade toad to detoxify the poison. However, there were simply too many green-furred monsters here. The green-furred monster was extremely poisonous, and it could attack continuously. When the time came, even the white jade toad wouldn't be able to detoxify it in time. Lin Feng and the other two quickly rushed outside. However, there were simply too many green-furred monsters. Soon, the three of them were separated. Roar, 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 hundreds of green-furred monsters rushed towards Lin Feng, blotting out the sky. Lin Feng was just about to break through the encirclement. Suddenly, he felt as if his head was about to split open. Curse technique. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Someone had secretly cast a curse on him. At this time, a dense swarm of green-furred monsters had already rushed over. The situation was extremely dangerous. Shua. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique, narrowly avoiding the fatal attacks of the green-furred monsters. Then, he used the great curse technique to dispel the curse on him. After the curse was dispelled, Lin Feng felt a little better in his head. Damn it, it's you. Lin Feng saw a familiar figure not far away. That pair of green eyes were looking at him. It was actually the cursed doll. Gagagaga. Kid, you're good. You've learned the great curse technique in such a short time. The cursed doll laughed strangely. Damn it, I was almost killed by your scheme. Lin Feng rushed towards the cursed doll. Across the void, he threw a punch at the cursed doll. There were constantly green-furred monsters pouncing towards him. Lin Feng was multitasking. While attacking the cursed doll, he repelled all the green-furred monsters that pounced on him. The cursed doll moved horizontally and dodged Lin Feng's attack. Then, it hid among the green-furred monsters and disappeared without a trace. There were simply too many green-furred monsters here. As far as the eye could see, there were green-furred monsters everywhere. More than half of the 20,000 to 30,000 cultivators had been bitten by the green-furred monsters. Then, they turned into green-furred monsters. This was the most terrifying part. There might be a way to deal with the green-furred monsters' corpse poison, but if they were bitten by the green-furred monsters, there was nothing they could do about it. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and quickly rushed out. Suddenly, he saw hundreds of cultivators being surrounded by thousands of green-furred monsters. Those cultivators could not resist the attacks of the green-furred monsters at all. Their necks were constantly bitten by the monsters. Then, they turned into green-furred monsters. Only the two sisters managed to escape by relying on a supreme treasure to protect themselves. However, there were too many green-furred monsters. Before they could escape far, they were surrounded by the green-furred monsters again. Sister, we're going to turn into green-furred monsters too, Sichu Menjing said with a pale face. We can definitely escape. Sichu Mengyu's face was also as pale as a sheet. She was encouraging Sichu Menjing. However, at this moment, their supreme treasure shattered under the attacks of the green-furred monsters. The densely packed green-furred monsters pounced on the sisters. The sisters' faces were as pale as paper. The situation before them made them feel incomparable despair. Bang! 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 Lin Feng rushed over and sent the green-furred monsters flying. It's you. The sisters looked at Lin Feng in shock. Originally, the sisters thought that Lin Feng was an ordinary young man. They did not expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Call me husband, and I'll save you, Lin Feng said with a smile. Shameless. Sichu Menjing could not help but curse. Sichu Mengyu's pretty face turned red. In that case, I'll leave on my own, Lin Feng said with a smile. Young master, can you really save us? Sichu Mengyu asked. Big sister, look. At this moment, Sichu Menjing pointed into the distance and suddenly shouted in horror. The ground kept cracking open. More and more green-furred monsters rushed out. There were probably more than 1 million of them. Many of these Corpse King rank green-furred monsters have appeared. Almost all of these Corpse King rank green-furred monsters have giant god cultivation bases. Lin Feng's facial expression became grave and solemn. The sisters were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Their bodies were trembling, and their expressions were full of despair. More than a dozen green-furred monsters pounced on Lin Feng's group. We're dead. Sichu Menjing said in horror. We're doomed. Sichu Menjing said in horror. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, follow behind me. He walked forward step by step. Boom. Next, Lin Feng released Epoch Haki from his body, protecting Sichu Mengyu and Sichu Menjing. The green-furred Corpse Kings were oppressed by Lin Feng's chi. They couldn't control their bodies anymore. They fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Chapter 2150. How is this possible? That's a zombie king-level green-haired monster, which is equivalent to a giant Godrealm powerhouse, but it can't resist the aura emitted from his body. Sichu Mengyu and Sichu Menjing's faces were full of deep shock, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Not everyone had seen Haki before. They didn't recognize the Haki released by Lin Feng at all, and only thought that it was a special kind of aura. Aura itself had a powerful combat strength. But the two girls didn't know one thing. Aura couldn't be used for defense, and only by raising it to the level of Haki could it be used for both offense and defense. Roar! 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 The densely packed green-haired monsters roared and rushed towards Lin Feng, Sichu Mengyu, and Sichu Menjing. However, no matter how many green-haired monsters rushed over, when they reached 10 meters from Lin Feng, all the green-haired monsters would fall from mid-air. Those green-haired monsters were stunned by the aura released from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng rushed out of the dense green-haired monsters with Sichu Mengyu and Sichu Menjing. They didn't stop and quickly rushed into the distance. As for Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint, Lin Feng wasn't worried about their safety. With their abilities, they would have rushed out long ago. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? A low and cold voice came from the depths of the earth. The earth was still collapsing. Not long after, a huge stone coffin appeared. The voice came from the stone coffin. Bang! The lid of the stone coffin directly flew up into the sky. A red-haired monster sat up. The surrounding green-haired monsters all knelt on the ground as if on a pilgrimage. After the red-haired monster stood up, he walked out of the stone coffin. He jumped lightly from the depths of the earth to the mountain forest. Looking around, the ground was full of green-haired monsters. This is the power of the curse. The red-haired monster looked at his body and gently touched the red hair on his body. His eyes flashed with endless coldness. Who dares to place such a curse on me? And who am I? Who can tell me who I am? The red-furred monster let out a series of low growls. The red hair on the surface of his body gradually receded into his body. The dense green hairs on the surface of the surrounding green-furred monsters also gradually retracted into their bodies. After the hair on the surface of these monsters entered their bodies, they all turned into dried corpses. Almighty fate, it will bestow upon us the power of new life. The red-furred monster turned into a tall mummy. He let out a deep voice, calling out to the mysterious Tao of destiny. Immediately after, waves of the power of destiny, falling from the sky, it swept across the world. The power of fate finally surged into the mummies' bodies. Dried corpses. Their bodies began to fill out. It didn't take long for the dried corpses to become exactly the same as normal people. This was the power of fate, powerful and mysterious. Lin Feng brought Sichu Mengyu and Sichu Menjing and flew for 15 kilometers before stopping. At this moment, Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous just now. With so many green-furred monsters, there must be an emperor among them. Fortunately, he came out in time. If he had waited for the emperor of the green-furred monsters to wake up, if he had wanted to escape, this was already not an easy task. Sichu Mengyu and Sichu Menjing had escaped death. Even now, they still felt as if they were in a dream. At this moment, they came back to their senses and bowed to Lin Feng. The two sisters said in unison, "Thank you for saving us, young master." "That's it. Is there something else you haven't said?" Lin Feng looked at the two delicate flowers in front of him with a smile. "What is it?" The two sisters looked at Lin Feng in confusion. "Thank you for saving us, young master. I have nothing to repay you with but my body," Lin Feng said with a smile. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Sichu Mengyu's face flushed red. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng. She was usually a gentle and quiet girl. Therefore, she was more conservative. She was easily embarrassed. Sichu Menjing, on the other hand, was impetuous and straightforward. She snorted and said, "Who asked you to save us? You were the one who wanted to save us. If you dare to take advantage of us again, I'll kill you with my sword." The girl threatened Lin Feng fiercely. Then, she took out a sword, as if she really wanted to kill Lin Feng with it. Lin Feng stood up and sighed. Falling flowers have feelings, but the flowing water has no feelings. We'll meet again someday. After saying that, he flew away. He left in a carefree manner. "You bastard, how can you leave just like that? Come back quickly." Sichu Menjing angrily stomped her feet. However, Lin Feng had already disappeared without a trace. She could no longer hear her shouts. This made Sichu Menjing have an indescribable complex feeling in her heart. She was also very curious about Lin Feng. She just wanted to scare Lin Feng. She did not expect Lin Feng to leave just like that. Now, she did not even know Lin Feng's name or where he came from. After this parting, wouldn't it be very likely that they would never meet again? Thinking of this, Sichu Menjing's heart could not help but feel deep regret. She should not have said those words to Lin Feng. However, she also felt wronged. How could this guy leave so easily? Don't you have any reluctance to part with us, two delicate beauties? Sichu Mengyu sighed and said, such a person is too far away from us. Let's go. Sichu Menjing bit her lips and could not help but sigh. She left with Sichu Mengyu. Lin Feng quickly flew 10 kilometers away. Then, he coldly said, you've been following me for so long. Why haven't you come out yet? You're quite protective of the fairer sex. You know that you're going to die, so you didn't implicate the two sisters. A cold voice said. Following that, a black-clothed man walked out. The black-clothed man held a saber in his hand. An assassin? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Someone from the longevity camp wants your life. Moreover, it's not just one faction that wants your life, the black-clothed man said with a sneer. Which mission did your excellency accept? Lin Feng's expression was still indifferent. Missions from the Supreme Immortal Sect and the Evil Dragon Palace. I'm not talented, but I accepted them all. One faction wants your corpse, while the other doesn't want your corpse. They only want your life. Killing you is just nice. Not bad, not bad. The black-clothed assassin said sinisterly. I'm afraid that you won't be able to kill me. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. What if you include us? A hoarse voice said. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 35 black-clothed assassins rushed out of the forest and surrounded Lin Feng. Chapter 2151. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 36 assassins around him. These 36 assassins had powerful auras, and their cultivation bases were unfathomable. Lin Feng also noticed something shocking. The breathing rate of these 36 assassins was exactly the same. That was a little too scary. You guys shouldn't be nameless people, right? Lin Feng asked calmly. Reincarnation sect. 36 hell emissaries. The first assassin to appear said. He was the leader of the 36 hell emissaries. Reincarnation sect is an assassin organization? Lin Feng asked calmly. The longevity camp was not an assassin organization. Instead, it was a powerful intermediary organization. Anyone could issue missions in the longevity camp. Some of the assassin organizations that were connected to the longevity camp, some of the rogue cultivators, and some of the experts from the major forces could accept these missions. However, if one did not have connections, no matter how tempting the rewards of the missions in the longevity camp were, they would not be able to claim them. One of the top assassin organizations in the 9 prefectures. What, you don't even know this? The leader of the 36 hell emissaries looked at Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng said calmly. I have no interest in organizations like you that live in the dark. Is it strange that I don't know? You know now, but you're still going to die. The leader of the 36 hell emissaries sneered. Back then, an assassin organization tried to assassinate me again and again. However, I eradicated them in the end. Lin Feng chuckled. Even though he was surrounded by the 36 hell emissaries, he was still very calm. He had seen too many storms and waves. Although the 36 hell emissaries were very scary, Lin Feng believed that he could deal with them. Is that so? Looks like that assassin organization is very weak. The leader of the 36 hell emissaries drew his saber. Most assassins used swords as weapons. Swords could be made as thin as a cicada's wings, making them easy to carry around. They could even be wrapped around the waist. Moreover, when killing with a sword, swords were very thin. Therefore, the air friction created was very small, making it easier to hide the body. Many people were assassinated before they could even react. But sabers were different. Sabers required strength, so sabers were generally thicker. When one used a saber to kill someone, they would usually infuse their strength into the saber. This would easily cause intense air friction. It was also easy to be discovered. Therefore, assassins usually chose to use swords instead of knives. The saber is 5 feet 9 inches, 3 inches wide, and 1 inch and 2 centimeters thick. Its name is Blood Drinker. The leader of the 36 hell emissaries introduced his treasured saber. This was an extremely terrifying killing blade. It was unknown just how much blood it had been stained with. Now, it seemed to know that it needed to drink blood again. As a result, it emitted a series of trembling sounds. The rest of the assassins also drew their weapons. These people's weapons were all sabers. Lin Feng quickly understood why these people were using sabers. These assassins were different from other assassins. Other assassins were all assassins. The target was assassinated without a sound. As for the 36 Hell Envoys, they did not practice the Tao of assassination. These people attacked together, besieging their target. Since it was a siege, naturally, there was no need to consider whether using a weapon like a saber would alert the target in advance. A saber was obviously more suitable as a weapon than a sword. Blood drinker. Blood drinker. You are about to drink blood again. The leader of the 36 Hell Emissaries gently wiped the blood drinker saber. It was as gentle as if he was treating his lover. It's just a broken saber. If I throw it on the ground, I won't even bother looking at it. Is there a need to wipe it so carefully? Lin Feng curled his lips as he said. Kid. How dare you insult my blood drinker saber? You deserve to die. Attack. The leader of the 36 Hell Emissaries could not help but shout coldly. He gripped the blood drinker saber with both hands. The rest of the Hell Emissaries also gripped their treasured sabers and pointed them at Lin Feng. Lin Feng curled his lips. The Hell Emissaries send the dead into the netherworld. You assassins have the nerve to call yourselves Hell Emissaries. Do you have any shame? You deserve to die 10,000 times. Hearing Lin Feng's ridicule, the rest of the assassins roared furiously. These assassins killed countless people every year. Thus, they were usually very violent. Naturally, they could not tolerate being ridiculed. Dragon kill. The leader of the 36 Hell Emissaries shouted coldly. Shua. He swung his saber at Lin Feng. The other 36 Hell Emissaries also swung their sabers at Lin Feng. The auras of these people were actually connected together. Roar. A series of dragon roars resounded throughout the area. Dazzling sword lights suddenly turned into dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws as they moved towards Lin Feng. 36 evil dragons instantly pounced. Just as the dragons were about to hit Lin Feng, they transformed into saber gleams. Great defensive art. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He had used the great defensive art to create a defensive crystal wall. Clang. Clang. When the saber light slashed the defensive crystal wall, the saber light slashed the defensive crystal wall. Clang. 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 36 saber gleams. All of them were blocked by the defensive crystal wall. Lin Feng immediately stepped into the void. The power of death permeates the heavens and the earth. The river of death traverses the past and present. The eternal river of death, come out quickly and reap the lives of these lowly creatures who have blasphemed the Hell Emissaries. Lin Feng began to chant the incantation for the great death art. A series of deep and mysterious voices resounded throughout the area. As his voice faded away, a loud rumbling sound was heard. A river of death that traversed the heavens and the earth appeared. The river of death swept across the heavens. It traversed the past, the present, and the future. It directly enveloped the 36 Hell Emissaries. The 36 Hell Emissaries were unable to dodge. All of them were enveloped by the river of death. One after another, the gods of death appeared in the river of death. Those death gods, all of them pounced at the 36 Hell Emissaries. Kid, you can even summon the river of death. You are really powerful. Today, we, the 36 Hell Emissaries, will let you have a taste of the power of the death god single slash. The leader of the 36 Hell Emissaries sneered. Death gods single slash. Immediately after, the 36 Hell Emissaries shouted at the same time. Their auras connected together and then they slashed out a peerless slash. All of the saber gleams, all of them gathered together and formed a dazzling saber gleam. Then, that saber gleam actually split the river of death that Lin Feng had formed. Bang! The river of death was directly shattered. However, that dazzling saber gleam did not dissipate because of this. Instead, it tore through the void and quickly slashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly moved to the left, wanting to avoid the saber gleam's attack. However, he was shocked to find that, no matter how he dodged, he was unable to avoid the terrifying saber gleam. This saber gleam, it did not slash Lin Feng. It was unwilling to give up. Chapter 2152. The killer god's single blade slash was indeed powerful. It made Lin Feng shudder with fear. However, Lin Feng's means were also unimaginable. In the face of this terrifying attack, lightning surrounded his hands. Lin Feng performed the great thunderclap art recorded in the 3000 Great Tao. The 3000 Great Tao was violent and domineering. Once it was unleashed, it could destroy everything in its path. Boom! The great thunderclap art was unleashed. The lightning and the dazzling blade light collided. Clang! Suddenly, a series of sonorous and powerful collision sounds were heard. It was as if two peerless divine weapons had collided. The attacks from both sides were broken. 9 cycle of reincarnation immortal slaying slash. Whoosh! The leader of the 36 Hell Envoys roared again and slashed his blade toward Lin Feng. That terrifying blade seemed to be able to slaughter a group of immortals. The power of this blade was even stronger than the killer god's single blade slash. Clang! The two sides collided again. This time, Lin Feng was sent flying thousands of meters away. What a terrifying attack! Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The saber had left a deep wound on his arm, so deep that his bones could be seen. However, Lin Feng activated his immortal divine body. His injury was instantly healed. Then, he began to perform the great curse art. The cooperation of these assassins was almost impeccable. However, the great curse art was different. It was strange enough that it could attack anyone silently. Puff, puff, puff. After Lin Feng performed the great curse art, the chests of 3 assassins were pierced through silently. Then, screams were heard. The 3 assassins' faces were as pale as paper. They didn't die immediately, but they were seriously injured. Curse art. The leader of the 36 Hell Envoys was very knowledgeable. When he saw that his 3 subordinates were injured, he knew that Lin Feng performed the curse art. He knew how strange the curse art was. Therefore, he didn't dare to hesitate and quickly took out a golden jade talisman. The golden jade talisman flew out and floated above the heads of these people. Rays of golden light shone down, protecting everyone. When Lin Feng used the curse technique to attack these people again, he suddenly realized that the curse technique seemed to have lost its effect. He could no longer harm this group of assassins. You blocked my curse technique. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He looked at the jade talisman. The reason why the curse had lost its effect was because of the mysterious jade talisman that the 36 envoys of hell had used. That jade talisman was extremely strange. There were too many capable people in the world who could resist the art of curses. Therefore, it was not strange that such a treasure could be smithed. Brat, I can't use the curse technique. Let's see how you die now. The eyes of the leader of the 36 Hell Emissaries were filled with dense killing intent. Whoosh! These people attacked again. Chaos sky-splitting blade. The group of assassins attacked at the same time. Their auras were connected, and even their attacks were stacked together. The chaos sky-splitting slash's power was extremely terrifying. It directly split heaven and earth, locked onto Lin Feng's figure, and slashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He used the stone man watching the sea of clouds, an offensive divine ability that was at the half-immortal level. This divine ability instantly broke the attacks of the group of assassins. Then, Lin Feng used the 8 directional worlds to rush into the group of assassins. The Dracophant arm was activated. His arm became incomparably thick. His strength increased crazily. Bang bang bang, Lin Feng threw out punch after punch. One assassin after another was sent flying by Lin Feng. These people couldn't withstand the attacks of the Dracophant arm at all. Their bodies exploded in midair. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 assassins were killed by Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the leader of the 36 Hell Emissaries were filled with endless killing intent. Ghost Saber slash. With a cold shout, he became one with the saber and slashed towards Lin Feng. At that moment, It was as if there was only this saber between heaven and earth. This was the saber intent. And it was an extremely powerful saber intent. The leader of the 36 Hell emissaries directly pulled Lin Feng into the saber intent. He forcefully restrained Lin Feng's movements. Then, he killed Lin Feng in one blow. Kill him. The rest of the assassins were also filled with killing intent. Seeing that Lin Feng was restrained by the saber intent, they all attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng, your death is here. At this moment, a woman flew over from afar. It was none other than Fairy Miao Qing. Fairy Miao Qing was also hiding in the surrounding forest. However, Fairy Miao Qing hadn't shown herself before. She was waiting for a rare opportunity. Now, this opportunity was finally waiting for her. Seeing that this opportunity had arrived, Fairy Miao Qing didn't hesitate to attack Lin Feng. Ever since she had shed all pretense of cordiality, Fairy Miao Qing had already decided to kill Lin Feng. At this moment, Fairy Miao Qing condensed a four-sided seal and attacked Lin Feng. Mountains, rivers, scorching suns, divine moons, ancient forests, and so on appeared on the four-sided seal. This divine ability was called Heaven Earth Sun Moon Seal. It evolved the mysteries of heaven and earth and deduced the changes of the sun and moon. Its power was boundless. Boom, in another direction, a terrifying aura spread out. Wu Qianquan walked over. His body was surrounded by Emperor Qi. Like a young emperor, he walked over with majestic steps and punched towards Lin Feng. Above his fist, a bright starry sky condensed. Billions of stars. No one knew what kind of terrifying divine ability it was. The attacks of so many experts simply made one feel despair. Lin Feng looked indifferent when facing those people's attacks. Epoch dominance. Boom. Once the dominance was released, who could fight against it? Bang 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 bang, everyone was pushed back by the dominance released by Lin Feng. Sword blade storm. Lin Feng roared and soared into the sky. This sword blade storm was a supreme sword technique recorded in the 9th level of the Raging Wave sword technique. It was extremely powerful. With Lin Feng as the center, a huge amount of sword qi emerged from his body and formed a hurricane. These sword qi were infused with the power of dominance. Therefore, it was extremely terrifying. Retreat. Everyone's expression changed and they quickly retreated. However, not everyone could escape from Lin Feng's attack. Fart, fart, fart. Ripping sounds could be heard. One by one, the assassins were killed by Lin Feng. In the end, only Wu Qianquan, Fairy Miao Qing, and the leader of the 36 Hell emissaries managed to dodge Lin Feng's attack. The rest were all killed by Lin Feng. Little bastard. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Seeing the rest of the assassins being killed, the eyes of the leader of the 36 Hell emissaries turned blood red. He roared furiously and wanted to fight to the death with Lin Feng. Fairy Miao Qing and Wu Qianquan looked indifferent. The two of them also started to prepare a new attack. They wanted to attack Lin Feng together with the leader of the 36 Hell emissaries. Fairy Miao Qing, Wu Qianquan, and the leader of the 36 Hell emissaries all had extremely terrifying hidden moves. They believed that once they used these moves, Lin Feng would be dead for sure. Keik. At this moment, a sinister laughter could be heard from afar. Chapter 2153. Endless black fog rolled and swept across the land. Within the black fog was a man in a black robe. No one knew who he was. His aura was so terrifying that it was suffocating. Run, run, run. When they saw the terrifying man in the black robe, Wu Qianquan and Fairy Miao Qing who were about to attack Lin Feng changed their expressions. They seemed to know the man in the black robe and turned to flee. Oh no, it's him, the great demonic god. The leader of the 36 Hell emissaries also changed his expression. Without thinking, he turned and fled. What's going on? Lin Feng was stunned. He did not know why these people were avoiding the man in the black robe as if he was a ghost. Lin Feng did not dare to stay and ran away. Hey, kid, don't go. Don't go. Let me eat you. The man in the black robe swept up the endless devil fog and chased after Lin Feng. A blood-curdling sound came from his throat. That sound. It was like the roar of a ghost. It made Lin Feng feel a chill down his spine. Why don't you go and eat Shu Miaoqing? She's a delicate beauty and her skin is so tender. I'm a man and my flesh is so hard. Lin Feng shouted. He he. The man in the black robe laughed weirdly again and said, how can Shu Miaoqing's flesh be compared to yours? I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Your bloodline is so powerful that it makes my heart burn. The man in the black robe shouted. Damn, can you not be so disgusting? Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Kid, go to hell. The man in the black robe waved his hand. Suddenly, the devil chi condensed into a ferocious demonic god and pounced on Lin Feng. The demonic god's speed was too fast. Like a black lightning bolt, he arrived in front of Lin Feng in a flash. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he threw a punch at him. Bang! The Dracophant arm collided with the demonic god. Lin Feng felt as if his body was hit by an ancient mountain. His body was sent flying by the impact. His blood and chi churned. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, that's too perverted. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He turned around and continued running. You can't escape. What you're doing is useless. You can't escape your fate of becoming my food. The man in the black robe. Who are you? Asked Lin Feng gloomily. You don't even know who I am. The man in the black robe. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, if I knew who you were, would I still ask you? I am the great demonic god. Alas, the demonic god was disappointed. Lin Feng's expression didn't change at all. He even muttered, who is the demonic god? Is he famous? The demonic god's mouth twitched. You don't even know who the demonic god is. Which mountain did you crawl out from? The demonic god looked at Lin Feng with disdain as he spoke. Lin Feng continued running. Who the hell knows who you are? Is it strange that I don't know who you are? The demonic god said coldly, you're so ignorant. You don't even know the demonic god, who was ranked first on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Isn't it just the Heaven's Pride ranking? Look at how arrogant you are. I thought you were ranked first on the sovereign ranking. Lin Feng mocked. Lin Feng's mockery infuriated the demonic god. This brat dares to look down on me. How preposterous. The demonic god decided to reveal a little more about his identity. This brat would definitely be scared out of his wits once he learned of his identity. Thinking of this, the demonic god revealed a smug expression and said, Brat, do you know what race I am? I'm not interested, Lin Feng replied indifferently. The demonic god wanted to cry. He had already prepared a speech, but Lin Feng's reply had made him swallow his words. Why was this brat asking to be taught a lesson? The demonic god no longer wanted to eat Lin Feng. He had decided to teach Lin Feng a lesson after capturing Lin Feng. He wanted to make Lin Feng feel like he was going to die. That was the only way. Only then could the demonic god vent the anger in his heart. The demonic god took a deep breath. Although Lin Feng didn't want to know about his race, the demonic god still decided to tell Lin Feng. The demonic god really wanted to see Lin Feng's shocked and terrified expression when he learned about his race. Thinking of this, the demonic god's lips curled into a cold smile. He said, Brat, listen carefully. I, the demonic god, am a member of the demonic god race. 2,000 years ago, I walked out of the sealed stone. Oh, so you're a member of the demonic god race? Lin Feng replied indifferently. Seeing Lin Feng's nonchalant attitude, the demonic god was stunned. The demonic god was stunned. Shouldn't this brat be shocked? Shouldn't he be terrified? Why does this guy look so calm and collected? Could it be that her identity did not cause any emotional stimulation or shock to him? Did I not hear clearly? The demonic god consoled himself. The demonic god decided to tell Lin Feng his identity again. This time, the demonic god's voice was much louder, practically roaring as he revealed his identity. I said, I'm a member of the demonic god race. Did you hear clearly? The demonic god's roar was so loud that even people dozens of kilometers away could hear it clearly. Many birds and beasts in the forest were so frightened that they lay on the ground, trembling. Lin Feng was speechless. What are you shouting for? I'm not deaf. Of course I can hear what you're saying. The demonic god muttered to himself. Can't hear what I'm saying? Why does this brat still look so indifferent? Do you know about the demonic god race? The demonic god asked Lin Feng. He even felt that Lin Feng might not know how powerful the demonic god race was. After all, he didn't know which mountain this guy came from. The race with 3 heads and 6 arms, right? Lin Feng glanced at the demonic god and pursed his lips. The great demon god actually had the urge to cry. So you know about the demonic god race? The demonic god decided to transform into his true form to shock Lin Feng. I'll transform into, the demonic god growled. He transformed into his 3-headed, 6-armed form. He then looked at Lin Feng smugly. At that moment, he realized that Lin Feng had already turned around and sped up, leaving the demonic god 7 or 8 kilometers behind. The demonic god had even torn his clothes in order to transform. This brat didn't even look at him. The demonic god was about to go crazy. He roared furiously, "Brat, don't run. I'll tear you apart." Chapter 2154. Do you think I won't run just because you don't want me to? Why should I listen to you? Lin Feng pursed his lips. He had raised the 8 corners world to its limit. The great demonic god's cultivation was indeed formidable, but in terms of speed, the great demonic god was no match for Lin Feng. The fact that he was able to follow Lin Feng and follow Lin Feng was already pretty good. Lin Feng's speed had always been fast, and during this period of time, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. His speed had also increased tremendously. Currently, Lin Feng's speed was many times faster than before. As such, the great demonic god was unable to catch up to Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng managed to shake off the great demonic god. The great demonic god roared in anger. Many people turned and fled in fright when they saw the crazed great demonic god. Lin Feng was not afraid of the great demonic god. However, that did not mean that others were not afraid of the great demonic god. After shaking off the great demonic god, Lin Feng found a place to rest. Beside him was a pool and a small stream. The water in the stream gurgled. Lin Feng lay down on a smooth rock to rest. Not long after, someone flew over and landed beside the stream. Then, she found a place to rest. Upon seeing this person, Lin Feng sat up and smiled. Isn't this Fairy Miao Qing? What a coincidence to see you here. Lin Feng stood up and walked toward Fairy Miao Qing step by step. The grudge between the two was very deep, to the point where they were like fire and water. Lin Feng did not need to be courteous to Fairy Miao Qing. This woman was very sinister. If he did not get rid of her, she would become a huge disaster sooner or later. What a coincidence. Looks like your luck is pretty good. You actually managed to escape from the great demonic god's pursuit. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Fairy Miao Qing frowned slightly. Then, she sneered. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Are you disappointed to see that I'm still alive, Miao Qing? Fairy Miao Qing said, yes. If you die, we can save a lot of trouble. Lin Feng said, that's what I'm thinking as well. If you die, it'll save me a lot of trouble. However, I've always been a man with tender feelings for the fairer sex. If you agree to become my concubine, I'll spare your life. How about it? Shameless boasting. Fairy Miao Qing sneered. She leaped out and pushed both her hands towards Lin Feng. In an instant, a great sun and a bright moon appeared. The sun and moon complemented each other, forming a complementary force of yin and yang. They pressed down on Lin Feng. Compete. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Facing this attack, his expression did not change. Brandishing the arm of the dragon and elephant, it smashed towards the great sun and divine moon. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive strikes. The great sun and divine moon were blasted away by Lin Feng. However, at this moment, Fairy Miao Qing had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Her right index finger was pointing towards Lin Feng's forehead. Fairy Miao Qing's finger had turned golden. This attack. It contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. The attack power was incomparably terrifying. Fairy Miao Qing was about to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng disappeared silently. It was as though he had teleported. He used the heaven patching technique to dodge Fairy Miao-Qing's attack. As a result, Fairy Miao-Qing's attack missed. Lin Feng, on the other hand, threw a punch towards Fairy Miao-Qing. Feeling the terrifying aura surging from behind, Fairy Miao-Qing's expression suddenly changed. She was different from Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the heaven patching technique. He could borrow another chance from the heavens. Therefore, when he encountered a dangerous situation, he could use the heaven patching technique to escape and avoid a fatal blow. However, Fairy Miao-Qing did not have the ability to use the heaven patching technique. Therefore, facing Lin Feng's attack, she had no choice but to block it. Fairy Miao-Qing's reaction was fast enough. She turned around and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang! The two sides collided. Fairy Miao-Qing was no match for Lin Feng. She was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng's Dracophant arm was extremely powerful. Fairy Miao-Qing's hasty attack was unable to block the damage caused by Lin Feng's Dracophant arm. Ugh! Fairy Miao-Qing involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Su! Fairy Miao-Qing glared at Lin Feng hatefully. She turned around and flew away. That woman was very decisive. She knew that she couldn't compete with Lin Feng now that she was injured, so she wanted to escape. Lin Feng quickly chased after her and sneered. "Do you think you can escape now?" Fairy Miao-Qing did not say anything. She pushed her speed to the limit and quickly fled. She was injured to begin with, so her speed was naturally greatly reduced. Lin Feng's speed was still at its peak. Therefore, the distance between the two was constantly closing. Fairy Miao-Qing said, "Lin Feng, why don't we make a deal?" "What deal?" Lin Feng looked at Fairy Miao-Qing with narrowed eyes. "I will give you a great opportunity. In return, let me go." Fairy Miao-Qing said. "Oh, a great opportunity? What opportunity?" Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. "I know of a mysterious immortal estate that has never been explored by anyone. I originally wanted to go there. If you let me go, I will give you the token to enter the immortal estate and the location of the immortal estate. How about it?" Fairy Miao-Qing said. "Immortal estate, it's really a good place. It's not impossible for me to agree to your request, but there is another condition." "What condition?" Fairy Miao-Qing could not help but ask. "Be my concubine," Lin Feng said with a smile. "That's wishful thinking," Fairy Miao-Qing said coldly. "Ha ha ha ha. Since you don't know what's good for you, how about this? I will capture you later. It just so happens that I have cultivated the great purification technique and can purify you. After I purify you, you won't even be qualified to be my maid, let alone my concubine. At that time, you will be nothing more than a slave by my side." Lin Feng laughed loudly. Fairy Miao-Qing's pretty face turned extremely ugly. Naturally, she had heard of the great purification technique before. At that time, she would lose her sense of self and become a zombie slave. But for her to agree to Lin Feng's request, it was unrealistic. Fairy Miao-Qing continued running. But 2 hours later, Lin Feng caught up to her. Lin Feng began attacking Fairy Miao-Qing. After a fierce battle, Fairy Miao-Qing was no match for Lin Feng. Her body was restrained by Lin Feng and she fell to the ground. Lin Feng carried Fairy Miao-Qing on his shoulder. "You bastard! Put me down!" Fairy Miao-Qing screamed. At the next moment, Lin Feng threw Fairy Miao-Qing onto the ground. Fairy Miao-Qing fell so hard that her tears were about to flow out. She was cursing Lin Feng in her heart. How could he not know how to take care of her? But Fairy Miao-Qing soon realized that something was amiss. After Lin Feng threw her down, he turned and flew into the distance. What happened? Fairy Miao-Qing was puzzled. At this moment, she saw a skinny old man that looked like a malicious spirit walking over step by step from afar. With a single step, he was already a few hundred meters away. This was the earth shrinking technique. That malicious spirit-like old man chased after Lin Feng rapidly. Chapter 2155. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay for even half a minute, because he had seen the old divine servant from far away. The divine servant clearly didn't have good intentions, and Lin Feng was very clear about this. Thus, when he saw the divine servant, Lin Feng didn't even hesitate to turn and run. However, he soon saw the divine servant catch up to him. The divine servant was simply too fast. He didn't know what level the old man's cultivation was at. Lin Feng had thought that he was just an ordinary divine servant, but ever since he had met him in the 9 prefectures, Lin Feng knew that the old man wasn't just an ordinary divine servant. This old man was definitely not a simple divine servant. There were too many secrets hidden on him. Every time Lin Feng thought about the divine servant's gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if the divine servant was sizing up his personal belongings. That gaze was simply too frightening. "Little friend, it's hard to meet an old friend. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" the divine servant asked. Lin Feng replied, "This junior still has matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. If senior has nothing else to do, you can take a nap or fight some monsters." The divine servant said, "How could I not have anything to do? I came here to look for you." Lin Feng's face almost turned green. He already knew that the divine servant was plotting against him, even though he didn't know what it was. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng was clear about. If he fell into the divine servant's hands, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Previously, the divine servant would still try to hide it. However, the divine servant didn't even try to hide it now. Lin Feng said, "If senior has anything to say, you can just stand there and talk. There's no need for us to get too close. I'm young and have good hearing, so I can hear you even if I stand a bit further away." The divine servant laughed strangely and said, "Little friend, this isn't the attitude you should have when discussing matters. This isn't the attitude a junior should have in front of a senior either." Lin Feng cursed inwardly. "Damn. Old thing. You're here to take my life. Could it be that this young master has to stand here respectfully and wait for you to kill me?" Lin Feng said coldly, "Senior, you're not here to discuss matters. Since it's already come to this point, there's no need to hide it anymore. If you continue to hide it, then it's meaningless." The divine servant laughed strangely and said, "If you want to talk about something, then you should act like you're talking about something. Let's sit down and talk about things calmly. This is the attitude that both sides should have. There's no point in saying that. You're an old fox, but don't treat me like a fool. I've known for a long time that you're not a divine servant. I have more or less guessed your identity, so don't give me those empty words." Lin Feng sneered. Back then, this old servant had told Lin Feng the story of Luotian. Luotian. Fuxi's daughter, the god of the Luo River. She was the goddess of heaven. Countless people fell head over heels for him. Countless years ago, Luotian traveled and bewitched countless gods. One of them was called Judas. He had a human face, a snake's body, and lived at the foot of Mount Zhong. He was an unusually powerful god, and he began to pursue Luotian. However, Judas wasn't the only god who pursued Luotian. There was another god called the North Pole Celestial Emperor. The two gods came to blows, and Judas emerged victorious over the North Pole Celestial Emperor. He thought he'd be together with Luotian, but he didn't expect Luotian to be embroiled in the great war of gods and demons. Judas fought his way into the battlefield and rescued Luotian from the brink of death. Unfortunately, Judas wasn't able to revive Luotian. When Luotian died, Judas moved to Luotian's temple and guarded her body day and night. After Judas' death, Judas' servants continued to guard the temple in his place. When the divine servant grew old, he would search for a successor. When the old divine servant died, a new divine servant would take his place and continue to guard the temple. At first, Lin Feng believed this story. But when he saw the divine servant in the 9 states, Lin Feng completely overturned his previous beliefs. If this old man was just an ordinary divine servant, how could he leave Luotian's temple? Divine servants were bound to guard the temple for eternity, unable to leave. This was their duty. If this old man wasn't a divine servant, and his cultivation was so terrifying, Lin Feng thought of 2 people. One was the North God Emperor. The other was Judas. Both of them had pursued Luotian, and they were the strongest of the cultivators who pursued her. The divine servant told Lin Feng the story of Judas' infatuation with Luotian. So Lin Feng guessed that this divine servant was none other than Judas. The divine servant said, "You are a smart man, and talented. But smart people don't live long. No matter how talented you are, it's a waste." Lin Feng sneered. "What? You're not going to hide anymore? What do you want from me? Now you can say it without fear." While Lin Feng was communicating with the divine servant, he was also communicating with the demon lord. He called out to the demon lord, wanting to join forces with the demon lord to deal with the divine servant. But Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. The demon lord didn't respond. The divine servant cackled. "Stop your futile struggle. I've already severed your connection to the person you're trying to call out to." Lin Feng's expression darkened. The divine servant knew about the demon lord's existence. And he'd even severed his connection to the demon lord. The divine servant's cultivation was too terrifying. Without the demon lord's help, how was he supposed to fight the divine servant? "What are you plotting against me?" Lin Feng asked as he ran. Man, in the end, cannot escape the fate of old age and death. It's good to be young, the divine servant cackled. Hearing the divine servant's words, Lin Feng's expression changed. "Old turtle, you're actually plotting against my body." Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. "Cakekeek, such a perfect body like yours is hard to find in this world. If I'm not wrong, you've inherited two terrifying bloodlines. The first is the immortal divine body, and the second is the sovereign imperial body. Your origins are truly extraordinary. Just thinking about obtaining such a perfect body makes me excited." The divine servant cackled sinisterly. Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. He suddenly increased his speed. He pushed his speed to the limit. Currently, Lin Feng had no other way to deal with the divine servant, so he could only run. But the divine servant was also very fast. Lin Feng wasn't able to shake the divine servant off. Instead, the divine servant caught up to the main ship. "Why do you have to do such useless things? Your fate was already decided when we first met. The reason why I haven't done anything to you is because I want to keep you in captivity and unleash your talent. Only then can I obtain the greatest benefit." The divine servant caught up and waved his sleeve. Asterisk bang, asterisk following a dull collision sound, Lin Feng was sent flying. Chapter 2156. Isn't this old bastard too strong? Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The divine servant's attack was too terrifying, enough to make one despair. However, Lin Feng wasn't one to give up so easily. He quickly got up. Then, he took out the 9-demon picture and regal sword tomb. Swoosh. With a flash, the regal sword tomb opened, and 4 swords flew out. "You have quite a few treasures on you, but they're still useless. Even if your cultivation is 100 times stronger than before, you won't be able to hurt me at all," said the divine servant. "You're bragging too much." Lin Feng sneered. "You'll know once you try." The divine servant wasn't angry. This old man's mentality was extremely good, like an ancient well without any ripples. He had lived to this age. It was very rare for anything in the world to cause such a huge fluctuation in the divine servant's emotions. The divine servant naturally didn't take Lin Feng's mockery to heart. Swoosh, swoosh. The 9 demons painting and the 4 great swords all shot towards the divine servants. The 9-demon picture released a powerful emperor's aura. As for the 4 swords, their killing intent soared to the sky. The attacks of the 5 supreme treasures were naturally terrifying, instantly shattering the void. Even if a giant god realm powerhouse came, they would probably be killed in an instant. However, the divine servant still had an indifferent expression on his face. In other words, he didn't care about the situation before him at all. If you want to activate an emperor weapon, you need to use an emperor's law. If you don't have one, you need to use a quasi-emperor's law to activate part of the weapon's power. You don't have a quasi-emperor's law, and you don't have an emperor's law. An emperor weapon in your hands is like casting pearls before swine. As for those swords of yours, they all have great origins. Unfortunately, they're either destroyed or sealed, unable to release their power. The divine servant's voice was cold. He stretched out his withered right hand and grabbed at the 9-demon picture and the 4 swords. Crack. It was as if an invisible force had imprisoned the 9-demon picture and the 4 swords. No matter how hard the 9 demons painting and the 4 swords struggled, they could not break free from that invisible force. This divine servant was truly powerful. It instantly imprisoned Lin Feng's magic weapon. Lin Feng began to chant the incantation for the Great Curse technique. He used a curse to attack the divine servant. Clang. An invisible force struck the divine servant's body, but the divine servant didn't move at all. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The power of curses is truly interesting. You actually cultivated the most bizarre Tao of curses. What a genius. The divine servant sighed and stepped forward. A palm shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly retreated, wanting to avoid the divine servant's attack. However, he was shocked to discover that the surrounding void had been sealed. His body was unable to move. This caused Lin Feng's expression to change. Bang! In the next moment, the divine servant's palm landed on Lin Feng's chest. With the divine servant's palm as the center, divine runes intertwined, completely sealing Lin Feng's body. F***ck, I'm done for. Lin Feng pulled a long face. Even though he was a very optimistic person, he was still a very optimistic person. Now that his body was sealed, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, the 9 demons painting floating in the air flew into Lin Feng's body and sank into it. The 4 great swords flew into the revered sword mound. Then, the revered sword mound also flew into Lin Feng's injured body. If you dare to touch me, my master won't let you off, Lin Feng shouted. At the same time, he smiled bitterly in his heart. Now, he had to use Lord Tortoise's name to intimidate others in order to protect himself. It was obvious how bad his current situation was. Lord Tortoise? The divine servant sneered. Although he didn't show any signs of abnormality, Lin Feng still noticed something. When he said the words Lord Tortoise, the divine servant revealed a deep fear between his brows. However, he soon suppressed the fear in his heart. That's right. It's Lord Tortoise. My master is extremely powerful. If you attack me, you'd better think about the consequences. Lin Feng continued to threaten. The divine servant's expression changed. Then, he sneered and said, "It seems like you know quite a lot. But you don't have to use Lord Tortoise to threaten me. After this is done, I'll leave. In this big world, where will your master find me? Moreover, your master has his own mission. If you're still alive, he might save you. If you're dead, he won't find trouble for himself." As soon as he finished speaking, the divine servant grabbed Lin Feng's collar and lifted Lin Feng up into the sky, flying into the distance. Now that Lin Feng's body was sealed, he couldn't move at all. So, he could only let the divine servant carry him. "Where are you taking me?" Lin Feng asked. "We're looking for a place with beautiful scenery. I'll send you to the Western Paradise," the divine servant said sinisterly. The divine servant brought Lin Feng to the peak of a mountain. There was a huge platform here. Lin Feng saw densely packed runes on the platform and a temporary altar. A sacrifice. Lin Feng instantly thought of a possibility. He was a sacrifice. The divine servant wanted to sacrifice him. The divine servant seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking and said, "Don't worry. This sacrifice isn't about sacrificing you. It's about summoning a mysterious power." "What are you trying to do?" Lin Feng asked with a gloomy expression. "Soul planting." The divine servant laughed strangely. "You know how to plant a soul?" Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. Yu had a soul planted by a mysterious expert. Lin Feng had looked for the Tao sect of soul masters to find a way to break through soul planting. He hadn't expected the divine servant to know how to plant a soul. The divine servant laughed and said, "I almost forgot. You're looking for the Tao sect of soul masters' inheritance to break through that girl's soul planting technique. I have to say, you're really infatuated," Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. "You want to plant your soul in my soul? Then slowly devour my soul and take over my body." The divine servant said, "What you said is basically correct, but there are some parts that are ridiculously wrong." "What parts are ridiculously wrong?" Lin Feng asked. My soul planting technique is different from the Dao sect of soul masters. The Dao sect of soul masters' soul planting technique is very slow and requires a very long time to succeed. My soul planting technique is extremely tyrannical. It only needs 2 hours to succeed. At that time, I'll obtain all of your memories and you'll disappear. In a way, I'm me, but I'm also you. The divine servant laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng's expression changed. If the divine servant's soul-planting technique was so tyrannical, then, doesn't that mean I only have a little more than 2 hours to live at most? Take a good look at this world. Soon, you won't be able to see it, the divine servant laughed sinisterly. Then, he began to worship the heavens. He prepared to use the soul-planting technique on Lin Feng. Chapter 2157. Lin Feng was now certain that this old fellow had been hiding by his side for such a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known so much about Lin Feng. He even knew that Yu had been affected by the soul-planting technique. He was truly a scheming old monster. After the divine servant laid out all sorts of offerings, he put on a very special ceremonial robe. The robe was covered with a dense array of strange runes. Those runes emitted an extremely demonic power. Lin Feng sat on the ground, unable to move. He laughed and said, "Old man, that robe you're wearing is so strange. What kind of robe is that? Don't end up dying from the backlash instead of killing me," the divine servant said indifferently. "You're about to die, yet you still dare to laugh and mock me. Your attitude is pretty good. Actually, I quite admire you. Unfortunately, every man for himself, the heavens punish him. No matter how much I admire you, only death awaits you today," Lin Feng said. "Then I'll curse you to die before me. That way, I won't be able to die. Ha 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 ha, laugh. Laugh. Laugh to your heart's content. Soon, you won't be able to laugh anymore," the divine servant sneered. Then, he ignored Lin Feng and began the ritual. The great Tao of the heavens that surpasses all living beings in the world. "I shall borrow your power," the divine servant began to chant. This was a language that Lin Feng didn't know, so he didn't know what the divine servant's incantation meant. Looking at the cloudless sky, he couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation. Over the years, he had gone through many life and death battles. Over the years, he had gone through many dangerous situations. Over and over again, he had crawled out from a pile of corpses. He had worked hard to become stronger. He had hoped that one day, he would be able to head into the depths of the universe to rescue his mother. However, after so many years of hard work, everything was going to be for naught. Lin Feng couldn't accept it. But now, what was the use of being unwilling? What was done could not be undone. Everything could no longer be reversed. Now, all Lin Feng could do was wait for death to descend upon him. A loud rumbling sound came from the 9 heavens. The originally clear and boundless sky instantly turned into rolling dark clouds. Amidst the dark clouds, a blood-red moon appeared. Heavens, day has turned into night. What happened? Look at the sky, there's a blood moon. In countless directions, countless cultivators pointed at the blood-red color in the sky. The appearance of the color of blood was too demonic. Lin Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at the blood-red moon in the sky. The sacrificial art performed by the divine servants was so extraordinary that it really shocked him. This kind of sacrificial technique was too terrifying, causing people's hearts to palpitate. However, this also reflected how terrifying the divine servants were. Judas. Lin Feng softly muttered this name. This was the name of the divine servant. In the past, he was an unimaginably powerful existence. Lin Feng guessed that he should be a Xiantian life form. Because Luotian was Fuxi's daughter. Fuxi was the ancient saint emperor of the human race. One of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The inventor of gossip. The founding father of the human race. Fuxi lived in a time when Xiantian life forms ruled the heavens. Among the oldest of the Xiantian life forms were Pangu, Nua, Zhurong, Gonggong, and others. These were the strongest of the Xiantian life forms. Their strength must have reached the level of true immortals. Only a small number of the Xiantian life forms that appeared after them managed to reach the level of true immortals. Most of them were false immortals. Or perhaps they weren't even immortals. As for Judah's cultivation, Lin Feng didn't know. But if he really was a Xiantian life form, his cultivation must be unimaginably terrifying. So Lin Feng wasn't surprised that Judah's had mastered some ancient and terrifying secret arts. When the ceremony was over, Judah's sat down across from Lin Feng. "Kid, it's time to end this." Judah's tapped Lin Feng's forehead with his right hand. Lin Feng sat up straight and closed his eyes. His expression was serene. Whoosh, a grayish-brown orb of light flew out. Then, the grey light flew into Lin Feng's brain. The orb of light was the soul of the divine servant. Soul planting meant to transform one's own soul into a seed and plant it in another's soul. The seed would take root and sprout. It would spread and grow. The seed would devour all of Lin Feng's memories. These memories included all sorts of techniques, abilities, memories of family, lovers, friends, everything that happened, insights into the Tao, and so on. They would all be devoured. These memories were like nourishment for the divine servant. Lin Feng's soul was hidden in the ancient lamp of primordial chaos. When the divine servant's soul entered Lin Feng's mind, Lin Feng's soul began to attack it. 4 Skyfires. Luya's Stargazer. The primal chaos ancient lamp also swept out beams of primal chaos divine light. All 3 attacks were aimed at the divine servant's soul. But the divine servant's soul was too strong. It directly broke Lin Feng's attack. Then, it took Lin Feng's soul out of the ancient lamp of primordial chaos. "Kid, you don't have to struggle. Although your cultivation isn't weak, it depends on who you're compared to. Compared to me, you're like an ant." The divine servant's soul let out a sinister laugh. With a light tap, it hit Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng's soul instantly lost all consciousness. The divine servant's soul turned into a seed. It quickly flew toward Lin Feng's soul. Then, the seed took root in Lin Feng's soul. At the same time, endless blood-red moonlight descended from the sky. It poured into Lin Feng's mind. They were all devoured by the divine servant's soul. Meanwhile, the soul seed began to grow roots. It took root in Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng's various memories were absorbed by the seed. As time passed, Lin Feng's soul power became weaker and weaker. It wouldn't take long. Lin Feng's soul would be devoured. The divine servant's strange laughter came from within the seed. "Keikakik, this is great. I can already feel the aura of this body. It's so young and so powerful. This body will soon be mine. Devour, devour, devour." The divine servant laughed sinisterly, madly devouring the various memories in Lin Feng's soul. He kept looking at the memories that he had devoured. Suddenly, in the depths of Lin Feng's memories, a dusty memory. It was devoured by the divine servant. Then, this dusty memory was opened by the divine servant. "The era has ended, and I am immortal." An ancient and mysterious voice came out from the memory. Chapter 2158. When that voice came out, an unimaginably ancient aura filled the world. That aura. It was as if it wanted to pull people back to the world countless years ago. A hazy world appeared. A figure appeared in the era of the end of an era. 3,000 great eras, one era. One era, one reincarnation. When reincarnation began, it meant a new life. This was a time filled with hope. It could often give birth to unimaginably powerful existences. When reincarnation ended, it meant that everything had come to an end. The 5 decays of heaven and man appeared. The lives of billions of living beings came to an end. Even the most powerful existences could not escape death. That blurry figure saw the destruction of epochs one after another. When the divine servant read these memories, he immediately let out a miserable cry. The divine servant could not bear some of the things contained in these memories. The destruction of eras. The rebirth of eras. The destruction of eras after eras. The rebirth of eras after eras. The content contained within was too grand and vast. Bang! The divine servant's soul turned into a soul seed and exploded. All of Lin Feng's soul memories were originally devoured by the divine servant. Now, they were absorbed by his soul. And the divine servant's soul origin suffered an unprecedented injury. The heavens want me dead. The divine servant's remnant soul let out a sorrowful cry. Bang bang bang, his remnant soul continued to explode. The divine servant's remnant soul did not dare to stay in Lin Feng's mind any longer. He quickly escaped. And after Lin Feng's soul devoured his original soul memories, it began to devour the divine servant's soul origin energy. The divine servant's soul was heavily injured. In Lin Feng's mind, a large amount of soul origin energy was left. And this soul origin energy would turn into the most powerful energy and replenish Lin Feng's soul. It helped Lin Feng to increase his soul power. It was because it was constantly absorbing the divine servant's soul origin energy. So Lin Feng still did not wake up. The divine servant's remnant soul returned to his original body. His already aged body seemed to have aged even more. Why does this brat have such memories in his soul? The divine servant roared in disbelief. He couldn't accept it. He was about to succeed. But in the end, it was all for naught. Furthermore, he had suffered unprecedented injuries. It's all your fault. I'll kill you. The divine servant looked at Lin Feng, who was lying on the ground, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. This time, the soul planting failed. He had injured his soul origin. The divine servant had a premonition that his life was coming to an end. He hated Lin Feng. He blamed all of this on Lin Feng. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Boom! The divine servant attacked with a palm strike towards the motionless Lin Feng on the ground. If this attack landed on Lin Feng's body, then only death would await Lin Feng. At this moment, a tall and burly figure tore through the void and stepped out, throwing a punch at the divine servant. Bang! The two sides fiercely collided. The divine servant's heavily injured body was no match for this person, and he was forced to retreat. It's you. When the divine servant saw this man, his expression became extremely unsightly. He had seen this man before. However, they had never interacted before. Therefore, they were clearly separated. The divine servant didn't expect this man to save Lin Feng. This man was none other than someone else. It was the man who looked like a savage. You want to stop me from killing this brat? The divine servant's voice was cold. The savage said, your fate is already irreversible, so why take your life? Just treat it as accumulating good karma after death. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The divine servant suddenly laughed. Accumulating good karma after death. Accumulating good karma after death. He let out a series of roars. He was really unwilling to accept this. But no matter what, he was unwilling. But now, everything could no longer be reversed. After roaring hysterically for a long time, the divine servant seemed to have seen through many things. Forget it. Forget it. That's it. Everything is over. The divine servant turned around and walked into the distance. His silhouette looked so sorrowful and lonely. Many people's lives, they could all be described as a dazzling painting. The divine servant's life, it was the same. However, the world didn't know what he had experienced in this life. Someone as powerful as him, after failing to plant his soul, he had already cut off all hope. The savage looked at Lin Feng and muttered to himself, your bloodline has yet to awaken. Some things, giving you, will also harm you. The savage walked into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed. The strange blood-colored moon also disappeared. Lin Feng woke up from his deep sleep. Hey, I'm not dead. Lin Feng shouted in surprise and quickly jumped up from the ground. The altar was still not far away. The divine servant had disappeared without a trace. He was still alive. All of this made Lin Feng feel like he was in a dream. Could it be that that old bastard found his conscience and gave up on planting his soul? Lin Feng muttered. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was impossible. That old bastard was too evil. How could he find his conscience? Then there was only one possibility. There was an accident with the soul planting. Heavens, my soul force has reached Giant God Realm 9th Celestial Layer, Lin Feng exclaimed. Originally, His soul force was at Giant God Realm 2nd Celestial Layer. Now, it suddenly rose to Giant God Realm 9th Celestial Layer. It rose by 7 levels in one go. Lin Feng felt like he was in a dream. It was too unbelievable. There must be a problem with the soul planting. Otherwise, my soul force wouldn't have risen so much, Lin Feng muttered. Now, he was even more certain that there was a problem with the soul planting. However, this also made him sigh in relief. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. In the distance, cultivators flew over. Those cultivators had all seen the strange phenomenon from before. They were here to investigate. Lin Feng didn't stay and quickly left. Then, he found a place to go into seclusion and familiarized himself with the various abilities brought about by his new soul realm. In the outside world, more and more cultivators entered the forbidden land of Tianhuang. Even the powerhouses of the Supreme Immortal Sect and other top forces crossed the continent to come. They entered the forbidden land of Tianhuang. Ancient powerhouses appeared one after another. Many of those powerhouses had been in seclusion for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Now that the restriction of the forbidden land of Tianhuang was broken, they came to find the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Even if they couldn't obtain the method to become an immortal. If they could obtain the method to become an emperor. It was a heaven-defying opportunity. Boom! On this day, a shocking fluctuation came from the depths of the forbidden land. The immortal artifact that disappeared. It actually appeared again. Chapter 2159. The dazzling light floated in mid-air, making it impossible to see what kind of treasure it was. But the powerful immortal aura shook the world, shocking everyone. Now that the immortal artifact had reappeared, it quickly flew out from the depths of the forbidden land. Countless cultivators seemed to have gone mad as they rushed towards the immortal artifact, wanting to get their hands on it. In the end, the immortal artifact floated in mid-air and a high number of cultivators charged towards it. Then, these people started to fight for the immortal artifact. The corpses of experts fell from mid-air. Who knew how many cultivators had died? When Lin Feng came out of seclusion and saw the battle in the distance, he couldn't help but frown. Blood flowed like a river in this battle. But everything in this world was so cruel. In order to seek opportunities and obtain treasures, if cultivators didn't kill others, they were destined to be killed by others. The world of cultivators had always been bloody and cruel. There had never been any warmth to speak of. Voodoo doll. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a familiar figure. It was the strange voodoo doll again. At this moment, the voodoo doll was floating in the forest with its mouth open. Streams of blood-colored energy were being absorbed by it. The blood-colored energy flew out from the bodies of the dead cultivators. Others were fighting to the death for the immortal artifact, but this voodoo doll was hiding in the dark and increasing its cultivation. Lin Feng silently sneaked towards the voodoo doll. Swoosh! He used the void travel method and hid in the void, gradually getting closer to the voodoo doll. Finally, Lin Feng arrived behind the voodoo doll. He suddenly exploded with power. He threw a punch at the voodoo doll. Bang! When the punch landed on the voodoo doll's body was blasted into pieces. But the voodoo doll's body flew back together and then reassembled. This kind of method was really strange to the extreme. Kid, you want to kill me with this little ability of yours? You're still far from it. The voodoo doll shouted. Lin Feng said. Then I won't disturb you, you can continue to devour the blood-colored energy here. Take care, I won't see you off, said the voodoo doll. He didn't attack Lin Feng because he knew he couldn't do anything to Lin Feng at that moment. After Lin Feng left, the voodoo doll cursed, "Brat, just you wait. When my cultivation level increases, see how I'll deal with you." The voodoo doll continued to devour the blood energy. Boom! Terrifying shockwaves swept through heaven and earth. Experts from top forces had made their moves. Some of the ancient families of the god realm of Infinite Wasteland. There were also experts from other sects, such as the Supreme Immortal Sect and the Sunset Immortal Sect. These forces were no longer willing to wait any longer. They wanted to snatch this immortal artifact. The implications of immortal artifacts were too great. If he could get his hands on an immortal artifact, then this force would undergo a major transformation, perhaps leaping to become the most powerful force in the world. These top forces were also locked in a fierce battle. The surrounding void had also been sealed. This ancient immortal artifact seemed to have become a turtle in a jar. Swoosh! Just as the countless experts were locked in a fierce battle, the mysterious immortal artifact suddenly swept out a beam of immortal light. Slash! That beam of immortal light tore through all the seals. The mysterious immortal artifact was as fast as lightning. It charged outside. It's mine. Lin Feng appeared and took out the heaven-devouring jar. He wanted to use the jar to devour this mysterious immortal artifact. But this immortal artifact was too extraordinary. The heaven-devouring jar couldn't devour it. Lin Feng pounced over. Dense runes appeared on his palm as he pressed down on the immortal artifact. Brat, are you courting death? When the others saw this, their killing intent soared to the sky. How could they let Lin Feng get his hands on this immortal artifact? All sorts of attacks were moving towards Lin Feng, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. F***ck, Lin Feng's face changed. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly dodged the densely packed attacks. But he also lost the best chance to suppress the immortal artifact. That mysterious immortal artifact shot up into the sky and charged into the distance. A bunch of bastards. How dare they ruin my plans? Lin Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. He put away the heaven-devouring jar and quickly chased after the immortal artifact. Chase after it. Many people shouted loudly and quickly chased after that immortal artifact. The immortal artifact flew all the way into the depths. Finally, it flew into a misty brown world. It's gone. Lin Feng frowned. He scanned the surroundings with his divine will. This misty brown world was very strange. It could actually suppress a cultivator's divine will. Moreover, a cultivator's vision would be greatly obstructed here. Even with Lin Feng's cultivation, he could only see within 100 meters. Beyond that, everything was a blur. Many cultivators entered this misty brown world one after another. Everyone went deep into it, searching for the immortal artifact. This place is not simple. Be careful. The demon lord suddenly said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. A place that even the demon lord felt was not simple must contain great danger. Lin Feng went deep into the world. Not long after, he saw a ball of immortal light floating in front of him. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He carefully snuck over. Whoosh! However, the immortal artifact in the ball of immortal light was very agile. It moved as fast as lightning and quickly rushed into the distance. Lin Feng continued to give chase. However, this place was too strange. His perception was greatly suppressed. So, he was quickly shaken off by the immortal artifact. No, I can't catch it. Lin Feng frowned. It was not easy to catch up to an immortal artifact in this misty brown world. Ah! Suddenly, an incomparably shrill scream came from afar. When he heard that scream, Lin Feng quickly flew over. By the time he arrived, many cultivators had already gathered here. There was a dead cultivator lying on the ground. There was a bloody hole in the cultivator's chest. His heart had been dug out. Lin Feng frowned. Why would someone dig out the heart after killing someone? Lin Feng was puzzled. Could it be some kind of vicious beast? Specialized in eating hearts? Someone said. If it was really a vicious beast that ate the entire person, I think it was most likely done by someone to deliberately cause panic, a cultivator said. Soon, the cultivators gathered here left one after another to continue searching for the immortal artifact. Lin Feng glanced at the corpse, then turned and left. There was no one left except for the corpse. Suddenly, a cold wind blew past. That corpse. It turned into human skin. Chapter 2160. Finding an immortal artifact in this misty brown world was not an easy task. The key was after finding the immortal artifact. The immortal artifact would easily slip away. Lin Feng was not sure if the spirit of the immortal artifact was still alive or not. However, even if it was still alive, it should be in a deep sleep right now. These artifact spirits would not awaken so easily. The artifact spirit also had a lifespan. Every time it woke up, it consumed a lot of energy. Their lifespan declined very quickly. However, for a treasure like an immortal artifact, even if the artifact spirit did not awaken, it was still full of spirituality. Lin Feng felt that if he wanted to capture the immortal artifact, he would need to use his wits. Perhaps he could set up a great array. Then, he would think of a way to lure the immortal artifact into the great array. The attack power of an immortal artifact was extremely powerful. Ordinary great arrays would not be able to trap an immortal artifact at all. Therefore, if he wanted to trap an immortal artifact, he would need to set up some powerful great arrays. He would also need the assistance of a top-notch magic treasure to be able to suppress the immortal artifact. And Lin Feng happened to meet all the conditions. He found a valley to set up the array. He took out all sorts of precious array materials and successfully set up dozens of great arrays. After doing all this, Lin Feng began to search for the immortal artifact. He didn't know where this guy had run off to. Suddenly, a miserable scream was heard. Lin Feng was shocked. Could it be that someone else had suffered a calamity? He quickly rushed towards the direction of the scream. Soon, Lin Feng saw a corpse. This cultivator's death was almost exactly the same as the previous cultivator's. There was a bloody hole in his chest, dripping with blood. It was incomparably miserable. His heart had been dug out. It was truly tragic beyond compare. When Lin Feng saw the dead cultivator, he couldn't help but feel worried. He had the feeling that this cultivator's death and the previous one's death were very strange. Was it really man-made? Was there a need to create chaos? I've already seen 7 people die like this. Someone said. I've seen 12 people die like this. The second cultivator said. I've also seen 5 cultivators whose hearts were dug out. The third cultivator said. Clearly, many people had already died like this. Previously, Lin Feng was setting up the array and did not walk around. Therefore, he only saw 2 people whose hearts had been dug out. Who on earth did this? Is it man-made, or is there something terrifying lurking here? One of the cultivators said with a serious expression. Their suspicions that there was a terrifying existence hidden here grew. Let's go. We don't want the immortal item anymore. Whoever wants to stay can continue to search here. We'll go look for other opportunities. The forbidden area of Heaven Wasteland is so big, there are opportunities to hide. A cultivator said. Obviously, he was frightened by what he saw. Thus, he didn't dare to stay any longer and left with his companions. However, there were also many cultivators who did not leave. To make them give up their immortal artifacts like this. How could he be willing to accept this? Moreover, many cultivators were very confident in their own strength. They were not afraid of people or strange creatures hiding in the dark. Swish. In the distance, immortal light flashed. The immortal artifact appeared once again. Chase! Everyone cried out in alarm. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately after, the cultivators quickly rushed out and chased after the immortal artifact. However, they soon lost sight of the immortal artifact. Not long after, the immortal artifact appeared again and everyone continued to chase after it. However, they still lost sight of the immortal artifact. Is this immortal artifact toying with us? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had been fooled by the immortal artifact. That immortal artifact had become a spirit. Surround it. A cultivator said and decided to surround the immortal artifact first. However, the immortal artifact seemed to know what everyone was thinking and did not appear again. Lin Feng touched his chin. The immortal artifact's intelligence was too profound. If he wanted to catch it, he had to rely on himself and not these people. He quickly left and looked around for the immortal artifact. When he was passing through a forest, he suddenly heard a sinister voice. Where's my heart? Where's my heart? Where's my heart? The voice came from afar. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a fiend celestial with 3 heads and 6 arms walking over. There was a bloody hole in the fiend celestial's chest. His heart had been dug out. The fiend celestial was holding a heart in each hand. He placed the heart in the bloody hole in his chest. However, the heart did not match his body. The heart fell out. Then, it fell to the ground. Then, the fiend celestial placed the other heart in his chest. Then, the heart fell out as well. "Where's my heart? Where's my heart? Where's my heart?" the fiend celestial muttered. He raised his head and saw Lin Feng in the distance. Then, he pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and ran. He finally knew why so many people had their hearts dug out. So it was this fiend celestial who did it. "Give me back my heart, give me back my heart, give me back my heart." The fiend celestial who had lost his heart roared loudly and quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit and spent a lot of effort to temporarily shake off the fiend celestial who had lost his heart. "Die, kid!" A cold shout suddenly resounded through the forest. A black-robed cultivator appeared and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng reacted quickly and threw a punch at the black-robed cultivator. Bang! The two sides clashed. Lin Feng hastily attacked. Because of that, he was forced back a dozen steps. "It's you." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. It was actually the Great Fiend Celestial. "Kid, are you ready to die?" The Great Fiend Celestial sneered. Lin Feng said, "I just saw another Fiend Celestial appear. You can go and see if he's related to you." "Really? You're not lying to me?" The Great Fiend Celestial looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Lin Feng smiled. "I can swear to the heavens that I really saw another Fiend Celestial. If I lie to you, I'll be struck to death by lightning. Do you believe me now?" "Then where is he?" the Great Fiend Celestial asked. Lin Feng pointed in a direction and smiled. "He should be in that direction." When the Great Fiend Celestial saw the smile on Lin Feng's face, he felt that something was amiss. However, Lin Feng had just sworn to the heavens. Thus, the Great Fiend Celestial relaxed. "Hurry up and find him. If you're late, that Fiend Celestial might have escaped." Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way. "I'll spare you this time, but the next time I see you, I'll eat you." Whoosh! With that, the Great Fiend Celestial did not stay any longer. He quickly flew in the direction Lin Feng had pointed. Soon, he saw the Fiend Celestial cultivator in the distance. The Great Fiend Celestial was very excited and quickly flew over. "Where's my heart? Where's my heart? Where's my heart?" The Fiend Celestial cultivator roared as blood flowed from the hole in his chest. When he saw the Great Fiend Celestial, his eyes lit up and he quickly pounced on the Great Fiend Celestial. "What the?" The Great Fiend Celestial's face turned green when he saw the Fiend Celestial cultivator pouncing on him. He turned and fled. Chapter 2161. The great demonic god also knew that many cultivators' hearts had been dug out, but he didn't know who had done it. Now that he saw the demon god expert who had lost his heart, the great demonic god already knew who had done it. Clearly, the demon god expert had long since lost his sense of self, or perhaps he had already died. Only his last will remained to control this body. However, he was still very powerful. Although the great demonic god was very powerful, he knew that he was far inferior to the demon god expert who had lost his heart. Thus, the great demonic god immediately chose to flee. Demon god's heart. Demon god's heart. Demon god's heart. The demon god who had lost his heart roared. His voice was low and hoarse. He and the great demonic god were both demon gods. The hearts of other races might be useless to him, but the great demonic god's heart should be of some use. Thus, he increased his speed and chased after the great demonic god. The great demonic god had already regained his senses. As he fled, he cursed Lin Feng for being a good-for-nothing. Clearly, he had been tricked by Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was searching for the immortal artifact. "It's here. Don't let it escape," someone shouted from afar. The immortal artifact had appeared again, and many people were chasing after it. However, the immortal artifact escaped without a trace. Not long after, Lin Feng saw the immortal artifact. The immortal artifact flew in front of him, but Lin Feng didn't chase after it. He knew that the immortal artifact had a spirit and was just toying with the cultivators chasing after it. Using normal methods to chase after the immortal artifact. It was almost impossible. Lin Feng pretended not to see the immortal artifact and walked towards the valley where the array was set up. When the immortal artifact saw that Lin Feng wasn't chasing after it, it flew back and swayed in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng picked up a rock and threw it at the immortal artifact. Then, he cursed, "Scram, you piece of scrap metal. Don't dirty my eyes." The immortal artifact easily dodged the rock that Lin Feng threw at it. Then, it released a terrifying wave of energy. The immortal artifact seemed to be angry. Next, immortal light surged out from the immortal artifact, shooting towards Lin Feng. F***ck, this immortal artifact has really gained sentience. Lin Feng cried out in alarm, turned around and ran. Meanwhile, the immortal artifact was in hot pursuit. Moreover, they were constantly attacking Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was able to dodge every single one of his attacks. The attacks from the immortal weapons became faster and more frequent. Lin Feng found it difficult to dodge. Bang! In the end, he was swept away by a beam of immortal light. With a plop, he fell to the ground. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Lin Feng's back was badly mutilated and burned with pain. He hurriedly operated his immortal divine body to heal his injuries, then continued to fly into the distance. After injuring Lin Feng, the immortal artifact seemed to be very happy and it once again chased after Lin Feng. He launched an even more powerful attack. Lin Feng dodged the attacks of the immortal equipment in a very sorry state. He thought fiercely in his heart. "Just you wait. After you've been refined by me, you'll see how I'll deal with you." Finally, Lin Feng saw the valley where the array was set up. He quickly rushed into the valley. The immortal equipment also chased after him. Buzz. Immediately after, array patterns intertwined. A powerful array had sealed off the area. Lin Feng's face revealed a look of joy. "Let's see how you can run." He directly took out the 9 Demons painting and attacked the immortal equipment. Bang, 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 the immortal equipment released immortal power. It collided with the 9 Demons painting. This mysterious immortal equipment's level surpassed the 9 Demons painting, but this immortal equipment was not controlled by anyone. It was a self-conscious counterattack. Its power was not released at all. Therefore, even though its level was higher than Lin Feng's 9 Demons painting. However, this immortal equipment was unable to repel Lin Feng's 9 Demons painting. Clatter. At the same time, chains flew out. These were chains condensed by the array. The chains wrapped around the immortal artifact. However, the immortal equipment was extraordinary. It sent out beams of immortal light, shattering the chains. Divine blood sacrifice to the immortal equipment, the demon lord said. Lin Feng's spirit was shaken. Ordinary methods could not refine immortal equipment. He could only rely on some powerful origin bloodlines. This was also the divine blood that the demon lord had mentioned. Of course, it was not easy to use divine blood to refine immortal equipment. It required an extremely domineering divine blood to be possible. Lin Feng forced out a drop of sovereign blood from his body. Among the various powerful bloodlines, the sovereign blood was definitely one of the most terrifying. The drop of sovereign blood quickly flew toward the immortal equipment. It entered the immortal light. It dripped onto the immortal equipment. Lin Feng's sovereign blood was instantly absorbed by the immortal equipment. Vaguely, Lin Feng had a strange feeling. This was a connection of bloodlines. He and the immortal equipment in the immortal light had a bloodline connection. Success. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. This bloodline connection was a sign that the immortal equipment had been successfully refined. The immortal equipment did not continue to attack the 9 Demons diagram. It floated in midair, unmoving. Lin Feng flew toward the immortal equipment, reaching out to grab it. He had no idea what kind of treasure this immortal equipment was. Thus, Lin Feng was very much looking forward to seeing what this immortal equipment looked like. Who would have thought that just as Lin Feng was about to take the immortal equipment, suddenly, the immortal equipment soared into the sky, smashing a hole in the formation that Lin Feng had set up. Then, it charged out of the hole. Damn, why did it run again? Lin Feng cried out gloomily, He quickly chased after the immortal equipment. He was extremely puzzled. He had used the sovereign blood to refine this immortal equipment. Why? Why would this immortal equipment run? The immortal equipment ran all the way into the depths of the immortal equipment, quickly disappearing without a trace. If it was before, Lin Feng would be helpless against the immortal equipment. Where could he find it in the brown fog? But now, it was different. Lin Feng had a weak bloodline connection with the immortal equipment. Relying on this connection, Lin Feng could roughly sense where the immortal equipment had escaped to. Demon Lord, what's going on? I've already refined that immortal equipment, why is it still running away? Lin Feng asked. How can it be so easy to refine an immortal equipment? There are 2 steps to refining an immortal equipment. The first step is called divine blood refining. If your bloodline is strong enough, you can suppress the immortal equipment's resistance. If you can complete the first step, divine blood refining, you will need the second step, divine soul refining. You need to refine your soul imprint into the immortal equipment. Only then can it be considered as truly refining the immortal equipment. Demon Lord said. Damn. It's so troublesome. Doesn't that mean that this immortal equipment is not mine? Lin Feng said gloomily. Demon Lord said, no. This immortal equipment is already yours. After the divine blood refining, the immortal equipment will be yours. Others will not be able to refine it. If they want to refine it, they will suffer a backlash from the immortal equipment. However, although the immortal equipment is yours, if you want to control this immortal equipment, you still need to refine your divine soul refining. Only then can you control the immortal equipment like other magic treasures. Chapter 2162. Lin Feng chased after the immortal artifact by relying on his connection with it. In the end, he successfully left the misty brown world. Then, he came to an ancient mountain forest. The immortal artifact seems to have entered the depths of the mountain forest. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He flew carefully into the depths of the mountain forest. Boom, a thick stone rod fell from the sky and smashed toward Lin Feng. Whoosh. Lin Feng quickly moved to the left and dodged the attack. At this moment, he clearly saw what was attacking him. It was a 1,000-meter-tall golden divine ape. Its weapon was the stone rod. It was extremely hard and could shatter the sky with a light swing. What a terrifying aura! After seeing the golden divine ape, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He quickly rushed into the depths of the mountain forest, trying to get rid of the golden divine ape. The golden divine ape's huge body suddenly bounced up. Then, it held the stone rod with both hands. Once again, it smashed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged the golden divine ape's attack in a somewhat pathetic manner. The golden divine ape seemed to have its eyes on Lin Feng and was chasing him relentlessly. This was a primitive mutant. It was a terrifying beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Before this, Lin Feng had never seen the golden divine ape before. This golden divine ape was the first golden divine ape he had seen. And this golden divine ape. It was unimaginably terrifying. It made Lin Feng tremble with fear. The golden divine ape chased Lin Feng for hundreds of miles. Roar! A deep roar was heard. In the mountain forest, a huge beast leaped up and pounced toward the golden divine ape. It was a very strange beast. Its body was like a deer, its tail like a dragon, its head like a crocodile, its limbs like an elephant, and there were dragon horns on its head. Moreover, its body was covered with a thick turtle shell. The beast was about 1,000 meters long and 700 to 800 meters tall. It was unusually ferocious. It opened its bloody mouth and bit toward the golden divine ape's neck. These huge beasts would often fight with each other. They all wanted to kill each other and devour each other's flesh. In this way, he could complete his own evolution. The golden divine ape and this strange ferocious beast were the 2 overlords of this forest. He had lost count of how many times they had fought. Every time, there was no clear winner. Now, they saw the golden ape chasing after a weak cultivator. That strange ferocious beast then lay dormant and launched a sneak attack on the golden divine ape. However, the golden divine ape's reaction was extremely fast. It raised the stone rod in its hand. Bang! With a dull thud, the golden divine ape's attack smashed into the strange beast's abdomen and sent it flying. However, even after receiving such a terrifying blow, the strange beast was not injured at all. That strange ferocious beast wasn't good at offense, but defense. Based on their defense, they were practically invincible. The strange beast roared and pounced towards the golden divine ape again. The two behemoths fought fiercely. Lin Feng had no interest in watching the battle between the two terrifying beings. If he stayed here to watch the battle, he might even be implicated. Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. One day later, Lin Feng arrived at the deepest part of the ancient forest. He sensed the aura of an immortal artifact. The immortal artifact was in the depths of the ancient forest. He saw an incomparably huge ancient tomb. The ancient tomb covered an area of several thousand meters. Soon, Lin Feng's face was filled with astonishment. He saw another shocking thing. A heaven-shaking stele. 100-meter-tall stele stood in front of the ancient tomb. Using the heaven-shaking stele as a tombstone, Lin Feng took a deep breath. His heart was pounding like a tidal wave. What kind of ancient tomb was this? How could a heaven-shaking stele be used as a tombstone? There were no words on the heaven-shaking stele. However, the stele was stained with the blood of a mysterious ancient being. The blood hadn't dried up yet. It was as if it had just been stained. He had seen a piece of the heaven-shaking stone stele that was stained with blood. In the ancient city, the mysterious heaven-shaking stele was stained with the blood of the sovereign emperor's ancestors. But this was a heaven-shaking stone tablet. Whose blood was it stained with? That person must be extremely terrifying. Was he as strong as the ancestor of the sovereign clan? Lin Feng saw an immortal artifact. It was hidden behind the heaven-shaking stele. Lin Feng was secretly delighted. He had gained a lot today. He had obtained an immortal artifact. He had even obtained a heaven-shaking stele. He walked toward the great tomb. However, when he was 1,000 meters away from the great tomb, Lin Feng felt a powerful pressure spreading toward him. The pressure came from the great tomb. This made him frown. This great tomb seemed to be unapproachable. He tried to get closer to the great tomb. The closer he got to the great tomb, the more he approached, the more terrifying the pressure became. At first, it was just a pressure. After walking a few meters, the pressure became as heavy as a mountain and an ocean. It was difficult to resist. In the end, Lin Feng used all his strength, but he could only walk 17 meters. However, he found it difficult to withstand the pressure released by the great tomb. There was a loud bang. Lin Feng was sent flying by the great tomb. What a powerful pressure. What is the origin of this great tomb? It's so terrifying. Lin Feng's expression became serious. This great tomb was too extraordinary. He didn't even know how this great tomb could condense such a terrifying pressure. That heaven-shaking stele, who was the one who placed it here? There were too many questions in Lin Feng's mind. How can I reach the heaven-shaking stele, take the immortal artifact, and carry the stele away? Lin Feng stroked his chin and couldn't help but think. At that moment, a terrifying aura came from afar. A man flew over. The man was wearing a blood-red robe. After seeing the man, Lin Feng quickly hid. He could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the man. The heaven-shaking stele. It's really here. The man in the blood-red robe descended from the sky. Buzz. At that moment, the mysterious immortal artifact flew into the air. A cold voice came from the immortal artifact. Those who are cursed should leave this place. Lin Feng was shocked. Could it be that the artifact spirit of the immortal artifact had awakened? A broken immortal artifact with an incomplete artifact spirit dares to say such words in front of me? Who gave you the courage? The man in the blood-red robe said coldly. It really is the artifact spirit of the immortal artifact. That immortal artifact is actually a broken one. Such a powerful immortal artifact is actually a broken one. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. He had a new understanding of the power of immortal artifacts. Seeing that you've finally escaped, I'm advising you nicely. If you don't listen, you're just courting death. the artifact spirit said coldly. Chapter 2163. Ha 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 ha, seeking my own death? This is no longer the Eldritch era. In the past, if it wasn't for that incident, would I have been cursed? I'm taking the sky-shaking Steely today. The crimson-robed man's voice was indifferent as he walked towards the sky-shaking Steely step by step. His body emitted a terrifying aura. Boom. A powerful aura emanated from the great tomb and suppressed the crimson-robed man. That oppressive energy was really terrifying. Even though Lin Feng was hiding in the distance, when he sensed that oppressive energy, he was terrified. Lin Feng felt a shock that came from the depths of his soul. If the aura that he had endured earlier was as powerful as the one he was facing now, Lin Feng felt that he might have been killed. The crimson-robed man was terrifying. Even in the face of such a terrifying aura, he did not seem to be affected much. He continued to walk towards the sky-shaking Steely. Whoosh, whoosh. Chains of order were formed and swept towards the crimson-robed man. Every chain of order could easily shatter heaven and earth. The crimson-robed man's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and swept his fist towards the chains of order. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Both parties collided fiercely. The power of the chains of order was so extraordinary that the crimson-robed man was forced to retreat. Humph! The crimson-robed man snorted and his expression became extremely cold. A ball of scorching divine flame was circling his palm. Slash! He raised his right hand and used his palm as a saber. He slashed with his saber. A saber light formed by divine flame flew out. Then, it slashed towards the chains in the void. Clang! The resounding clanging sound of the collision rang out. When the crimson-robed man's flaming saber slashed at the chains of order, it was as if it was slashing at divine weapons. It could not break the attack of the chains of order. The crimson-robed man frowned slightly. Obviously, the power of the chains of order was beyond his expectations. Why? Do you feel strange? Do you know who the owner of this great tomb is? If you know, you'll be scared out of your wits. The artifact spirit said coldly. No matter how strong they were when they were alive, they are nothing but dust after death. Even if Pangu, Nua, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Kaiyu, and Yangshan are buried here, so what? He's already dead. What do I have to fear? The blood-robed man's expression was cold. This was a very arrogant person. Of course, his strength was also strong enough. With that, the blood-robed man stepped forward and began to chant an incantation. The blood-robed man chanted one incantation after another. Immediately after, the chains of order in the void began to burn. A sacrificial technique? Lin Feng, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the blood-robed man's divine ability. It was very similar to the 3,000 great Tao of the grand sacrificial art. The chains of order were all sacrificed and became the blood-robed man's supplies. The crimson-robed man absorbed all the energy he gained from the sacrifice, and his aura became even more terrifying. He continued to walk toward the heaven-shaking Steely. Boom! The great necropolis was preparing a new attack. Demonic chi descended from the sky and suppressed the man in the blood-red robe. Bam! The man in the blood-red robe was sent flying. The might of that demonic chi was simply way too tyrannical. Cracking sounds could be heard. The blood-robed man's physical body was gravely injured. His body was actually cracking apart. The blood-robed man licked his lips and took another step forward. Punch after punch, he struck out at that demonic chi. Even though the demonic chi was extremely strong, under the continuous attacks of the blood-robed man, gradually, it was being shaken. At the same time, the blood-robed man's physical body was recovering rapidly. His physical body was extremely strange. It seemed to have the ability to heal itself. However, his physical body wasn't the immortal godly body. Of course, there were countless terrifying body constitutions and abilities in this world. Therefore, the blood-robed man's physical body could heal itself. There was nothing to be alarmed about. After a total of 36 punches, the demonic chi was destroyed. The blood-robed man was getting closer and closer to the heaven-shaking Steely. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't wish for the blood-robed man to succeed. If this guy succeeded, he wouldn't have a share of the heaven-shaking steely rumble. Suddenly, a series of loud booms rang out as the great necropolis shook violently. Then, demonic chi gushed out. The demonic chi began to roll violently. The rolling demonic chi formed a torrent. Like an erupting flood, it blasted the blood-robed man away. Ah! The blood-robed man roared. Dense red hair appeared on his body. He instantly turned into a red-haired monster. Seeing the blood-robed man's transformation, Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. Earlier, he saw a dense group of green-haired monsters. Apart from the color of their hair being different from the blood-robed man's, the rest of those green-haired monsters were exactly the same. Could it be that the blood-robed man and those green-haired monsters had awakened together under the treasure mountain? The blood-robed man's strength was far beyond those green-haired monsters. Lin Feng guessed that this blood-robed man might be the leader of those green-haired monsters. After transforming into a red-haired monster, the blood-robed man's strength increased greatly. He walked through the rolling demonic chi as if he was entering a place with no one around. Trespassing into the great necropolis will only result in death. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you today, the artifact spirit said coldly. Boom! The immortal artifact emitted a terrifying aura. Then, a destructive light beam shot out from the artifact. It shot towards the red-haired monster. Roar! The red-haired monster's roar shook the sky. He threw a punch at the incoming beam of light. Catcher, catcher! Then, the light beam shattered. The power of this immortal artifact doesn't seem right. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. If the artifact spirit of the immortal artifact had awakened, the power of the immortal artifact definitely shouldn't be this weak. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that it was very strange. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. At this time, the red-haired monster had already rushed to the front of the heaven-shaking steely. Acting all mysterious, come out. The red-haired monster roared and quickly rushed behind the heaven-shaking steely. Whoosh! At this time, a small beast quickly ran out. It dodged the red-haired monster's attack. It was a small golden beast. Its body was only 1/2 meter long. There was a lightning bolt pattern on its forehead. Its appearance was a bit like a fox, but also a bit like a weasel. A lightning marten. Lin Feng was shocked. The small beast was a lightning marten. Earlier, it wasn't the artifact spirit that had spoken. It was actually this lightning marten. However, this lightning marten had used some unknown method to transmit its voice out from the immortal artifact, making others think that it was the artifact spirit that had spoken. You dare attack Grandpa Martin? Are you tired of living? The lightning marten glared viciously at the blood-robed man. Chapter 2164. A mere lightning mink dares to act so impudently before me? You really don't know the meaning of death. Do you believe that I can crush you to death with a single hand? The red-furred monster sneered. The mink was furious. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Grandpa Mink is not someone to be trifled with. Hurry up and kneel before me, kowtow and apologize, and I'll spare your life. If you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I'll chop you into pieces. The red-furred monster sneered. Your boasting has reached the heavens, and you want to chop me into pieces? Today, I'll kill you and make you into a dish to go with wine. Shua. The red-furred monster attacked the mink. His right hand formed a claw, and a terrifying cold gleam shot out. I'll dodge. The mink was very fast, and it quickly dodged the attack. The lightning mink immediately shouted proudly, "You're still far from being able to hurt me, Grandpa Mink." The mink did not notice that the attack it had just dodged did not dissipate. Instead, it circled around and attacked it from behind. Thus, as soon as the mink finished speaking, the cold gleam struck the mink. The mink was sent flying, and it rolled on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. You deserve to die. The red-furred monster sneered. Ouch, it hurts Grandpa Martin to death. You bastard, you even dare to hit Grandpa Martin. Do you know who Grandpa Martin is? If I tell you who I am, you'll definitely piss your pants. The lightning mink howled. However, It didn't forget to boast about itself even as it howled. "Hey, you're still alive. Interesting." The red-furred monster's sinister eyes looked at the mink. The mink retreated while shouting, "Red-furred monster, do you want to remove the curse? If you want it, kneel on the ground and beg Grandpa Martin. If Grandpa Martin is in a good mood, I might even tell you the method to remove your curse. You know how to do that." The red-furred monster's eyes shone brightly. "Of course," the mink said proudly. "Are you tempted? If you're tempted, then quickly kneel down and beg for mercy. I, Grandpa Martin, have always been kind-hearted. Maybe I'll take pity on you and help you." The red-furred monster sneered. "Wouldn't it be much easier to just kill you and seize your soul and memories? It would save me a lot of trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, the red-furred monster didn't even care about the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Instead, it pounced towards Grandpa Martin. Clearly, the red-furred monster was extremely concerned about the curse it had been afflicted with. To a certain extent, it even surpassed the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Seeing the red-furred monster charging at him, Grandpa Martin immediately cursed loudly, "Red-furred monster, you are courting death. Based on Grandpa Martin's previous temper, I would have slapped you to death with a single slap. But now, Grandpa Martin has changed. It has been a long time since I last killed, so I will spare your puny life." Grandpa Martin ran off into the distance after acting tough. Although Grandpa Martin's strength was not up to par, however, his speed was extraordinarily fast. Such a fast speed, it really lived up to the name of Lightning Mink. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the dark, muttered to himself. This Grandpa Martin only knew how to talk big. He didn't have any strength and only knew how to brag. Seeing the Lightning Mink flee, the red-furred monster couldn't help but snort coldly. The red-furred monster didn't chase after Grandpa Martin. Instead, it turned around and walked towards the heaven-shaking stone tablet. At this moment, a man flew over from afar. This man was none other than Savage. He was also looking at the heaven-shaking stone tablet. "It's mine." Savage's expression was indifferent. "It's mine," the red-furred monster said coldly, opposing Savage with equal harshness. "It's mine, okay?" Lin Feng, who was hiding in the dark, muttered. He also wanted to snatch the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Unfortunately, his strength was limited. Lin Feng's gaze landed on the immortal artifact hovering beside the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Even if he couldn't obtain the heaven-shaking stone tablet, he had to obtain the immortal artifact. Boom! Boom! Savage and the red-furred monster both emitted terrifying auras. Their auras grew stronger and stronger. Step by step, they walked towards each other. These two terrifying existences had yet to fight. However, they had already used their auras to intimidate their opponents. Swoosh! A bolt of lightning flew over and turned into Grandpa Martin. It stopped not far from Lin Feng and stretched its head to observe the two people standing in front of the tomb. "Yo, kid, what's the point of hiding? Do you think those two didn't notice you?" Grandpa Martin glanced at Lin Feng and said indifferently. When Lin Feng tried to approach the heaven-shaking stone tablet, Grandpa Martin saw Lin Feng. However, Grandpa Martin didn't pay any attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Don't disturb me while I watch the battle. F***CK, Grandpa Martin is speaking to you because I think highly of you. How dare you speak to Grandpa Martin in such a tone? I can't defeat the red-furred monster, but do you think I can't defeat you?" Grandpa Martin shouted fiercely and charged at Lin Feng. It waved its claws and slapped at Lin Feng. Grandpa Martin loved to brag. Then, it would bully the weak and fear the strong. It felt that Lin Feng was easy to bully, so it attacked without hesitation and decided to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Lin Feng swung his fist and punched at Grandpa Martin. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. Grandpa Martin was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. It fell to the ground with a plop. "Oh my God, you perverted guy, how can you be so strong?" Grandpa Martin wailed. It got up from the ground and looked at Lin Feng fiercely. "Kid, kneel on the ground and kowtow to Grandpa Martin. Otherwise, Grandpa Martin will use the 9 heavens and 10 earths, immortal slaying demon slaughtering divine art and kill you. Grandpa Martin was acting tough again. Do you want to try my fist again? Lin Feng waved his right fist. Grandpa Martin was so frightened that it trembled. It shouted, "A good Martin doesn't fight with others. Grandpa Martin will let you go and spare you this time. If there's a next time, I'll kill you without mercy." Bam! At this moment, the savage and the red-furred monster finally collided. It was as if 2 planets had collided. Crack, 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 crack. The surrounding forest began to collapse. Only the place where the great tomb was located was protected by a restriction. That was why it was able to withstand the terrifying destructive power of the battle between the 2 experts. Lin Feng and Grandpa Martin quickly retreated and watched the battle from afar. Damn, if you want to fight, then fight. Why do you have to cause destruction? Grandpa Martin pursed its lips. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Grandpa Martin. Grandpa Martin's strength was nothing special. Chapter 2165. What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome mink before? Grandpa Martin noticed that Lin Feng was looking at it, and it immediately spoke proudly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's right. I've been subdued by Grandpa Martin's supreme demeanor." Grandpa Martin was extremely happy when it heard this. It smiled and said, "Kid, you really know how to talk." Bang! At that moment, intense waves of energy surged out once again. Lin Feng and Grandpa Martin couldn't help but look at the 2 people fighting. The savage and the red-furred monster clashed once again. Both of them had heaven-defying cultivations. Thus, it was extremely difficult to defeat them. Their duel didn't involve any powerful divine abilities or moves. It was just a punch, a kick, a punch to the flesh. However, this kind of collision was even more shocking. Although the 2's attacks seemed simple, they had actually reached the level of returning to the basics. That seemingly simple attack contained a lot of mysteries. It was something that ordinary people couldn't imagine. What's the origin of that red-furred monster? Lin Feng asked Grandpa Martin. Grandpa Martin looked at Lin Feng cautiously and said, "Why are you asking this?" I'm just curious, said Lin Feng, smiling. Grandpa Martin pursed its lips and said, "No comment. 100,000-year-old immortality peach. It's a gift to you, Grandpa Martin. Have a taste." Lin Feng took out a peach and handed it to Grandpa Martin. "Are you trying to bribe me?" Grandpa Martin's eyes were fixed on the peach in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. Congratulations, Grandpa Martin has been bribed by you." Grandpa Martin grabbed the peach and began to chew on it. In the distance, the savage and the red-furred monster were fighting fiercely. It was extremely shocking. However, Lin Feng and Grandpa Martin weren't paying attention to the battle at all. Lin Feng was focused on finding out more useful information from Grandpa Martin. For example, the red-furred monster's origin, the Great Tomb's origin, whether it could help him break the curse, and so on. Of course, Lin Feng knew that even if he wanted to ask these questions, he had to do it step by step. No matter what, one shouldn't eat until one is fat. Grandpa Martin's attention was focused on the peach. This guy was eating with relish. He was getting carried away. When Grandpa Martin finished eating, Lin Feng smiled and asked, "How was the taste?" "So. Fortunately, I can still swallow it," Grandpa Martin said indifferently. He was very good at acting tough. Lin Feng smiled. "Now, can you tell me where the red-haired monster came from?" That red-furred monster was indeed a powerful character in the past. During the Desolate Era, when heroes rose, he could be considered a top character. However, he was too confident, so much so that he became arrogant. In the end, he fell into someone's trap and was cursed. He became a red-furred monster while his subordinates became green-furred monsters. Grandpa Martin said. Lin Feng continued, "He was so powerful in the past. What kind of existence could curse him?" Grandpa Martin said, "I can't tell you this. I can't tell you, It's not a big deal if I reveal it, right? Lin Feng said. There are some terrifying things involved. Knowing it won't do you any good. Grandpa Martin said calmly. Lin Feng asked, who is that great tomb? Grandpa Martin didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the savage and red-furred monster in the distance, clapping his hands from time to time. How could Lin Feng not know what Grandpa Martin was thinking? He took out another immortality peach and passed it to Grandpa Martin. Grandpa Martin smiled and said, Kid, you're not bad. You're quite smart. Crunch, crunch. Grandpa Martin began to chew on the immortality peach. He had an intoxicated expression on his face. Seeing how Grandpa Martin ate, Lin Feng had the urge to take out an immortality peach and have a taste. After finishing the peach, Grandpa Martin said, the owner of this great tomb isn't simple. It's the tomb of the #1 expert of the Desolate Era, the Desolate Lord. The Desolate Lord? Lin Feng was shocked. Just by hearing the name, one could tell how amazing the person was. Moreover, this was the Desolate Era. Lin Feng had some understanding of the Desolate Era. It was rumored that the Desolate Era was the first era of prosperity after the Xiantian lifeforms went extinct. Experts were as common as the clouds. And the person buried in this place was actually the Chaos Lord. That was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng was about to ask another question. Suddenly, Grandpa Martin shouted, not good. Those two are courting death. Lin Feng looked over. Immediately, he saw that the savage and the red-furred monster had already arrived before the heaven-shaking Steely. At this moment, the two of them stopped fighting. With one on each side, they grabbed the edge of the heaven-shaking Steely. Then, they exerted force, trying to pull the heaven-shaking Steely out. The two of them had heaven-defying cultivation, and the enormous heaven-shaking Steely was shaken. Rumble. Rumble. A series of violent sounds rang out. Next, the heaven-shaking Steely was forcefully pulled out. Bang, bang, bang. The savage and the red-furred monster grabbed the edge of the heaven-shaking Steely with one hand, while the other hand smashed at each other across the void. Streaks of fist radiance condensed and then collided in the void. After the two of them pulled out the heaven-shaking Steely, they started fighting over it. This treasure is really enviable. Those ancient experts didn't hesitate to fight to the death for the heaven-shaking Steely. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Courting death. Courting death. You're just courting death. Grandpa Martin paced on the spot. He was also muttering something under his breath. What are you mumbling about? Lin Feng asked curiously. Just watch, those two guys are courting death. Grandpa Martin said. Rumble. At this moment, a terrifying aura surged out from the heaven-shaking Steely. The heaven-shaking Steely seemed to have a soul of its own. And now, it had awakened. Bang! Bang! The heaven-shaking Steely sent the savage and the red-furred monster flying. Ha 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 ha, did you see that? The heaven-shaking Steely has awakened. It's angry. Those two are dead. Grandpa Martin laughed crazily. He looked at the savage and the red-furred monster with a gloating expression. The heaven-shaking Steely continued to grow bigger and bigger. Not long later, it grew to a height of 1,000 meters, like a mountain, and enveloped the savage and the red-furred monster. Loud rumbling sounds rang out. Even the void was trembling violently. Numerous runes appeared on the heaven-shaking Steely. The gigantic stone tablet displayed a terrifying might that defied the heavens. Chapter 2166. The heaven-shaking stone tablet was extremely domineering. Fighting one against two, it was still so domineering and crushing everything. It was indeed incomparably terrifying. A loud rumbling sound shook the void. The surrounding order of heaven and earth was affected by the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Heaven and earth seemed to be about to freeze. The savage and the red-haired monster felt that their bodies were unable to move. The heaven-shaking stone tablet restrained their bodies, causing them to be unable to move. However, the methods of these two were extremely terrifying. A terrifying power surged out of their bodies. That power offset the pressure of the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The two of them took a step forward and threw punches at the heaven-shaking stone tablet one after another. Bang bang bang, the two sides collided. The enlarged heaven-shaking stone tablet was too powerful. After 3 consecutive collisions, the savage and the red-haired monster were once again sent flying by the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Lin Feng knew very well how powerful the savage and the red-haired monster were. Such existences were probably invincible in the world. However, it was still difficult to block the attacks of the heaven-shaking stone tablet. One had to know that no one had activated the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The heaven-shaking stone tablet was only awakening on its own. It had already displayed such terrifying power. If someone activated the heaven-shaking stone tablet, then wouldn't the power of the heaven-shaking stone tablet increase by dozens of times? Just thinking about it made people shudder. The heaven-shaking stone stele was really too terrifying. Myriad Tao destruction. The savage attacked, sweeping a punch towards the heaven-shaking stone tablet. A special Tao was emitted from the savage's body. This was the myriad Tao destruction Tao. Between the worlds, thousands of Taos, I will break them with a punch. This was the true essence of the myriad Tao destruction Tao. When this peerless technique was executed, it instantly displayed an unimaginably terrifying combat strength. Destruction of the heavens. Destruction of the world. Who could compete with it? The void collapsed. The great Tao destruction Tao. Who could match it? In an instant, the savage seemed to have turned into an immortal king. Wheel of Destiny. The red-haired monster attacked as well. His attack was also incomparably terrifying. Above his fist, a mysterious roulette was condensed. This wheel. It was condensed from the power of destiny. The red-haired monster seemed to have transformed into the master of destiny, grasping the most powerful Tao of destiny. When he had first awakened, he had used the path of destiny. The red-furred monster's comprehension of the Tao of destiny. He had definitely reached an unfathomable level. The wheel of destiny began to spin in the void. Then, he charged toward the heaven-shaking stele. The two experts displayed their peerless skills. The heaven-shaking stele was shaken. The gigantic heaven-shaking stele was sent flying again and again. The runes that appeared on the surface of the heaven-shaking stone tablet began to dim. The energy ripples of the heaven-shaking stone stele became weaker and weaker. Lin Feng said softly, "Grandpa Martin, looks like you miscalculated. Those two fellows are too powerful. They're going to suppress the heaven-shaking stone tablet." Grandpa Martin said, "How could the heaven-shaking stele be suppressed so easily? Just you wait and see, the heaven-shaking stele is about to show its might." Just as Grandpa Martin finished speaking, a strange change happened to the blood on the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Originally, there was only a small area on the heaven-shaking stone tablet that was stained with blood. Yet, at that very moment, that pool of blood was growing and expanding non-stop. Very soon, the entire heaven-shaking stone tablet was covered in blood. The heaven-shaking stone tablet turned into a blood-colored heaven-shaking stone tablet. The runes that appeared on the heaven-shaking stone tablet, they also turned into blood-colored runes. It was extremely strange. Eras change, but I'm immortal. Eras collapse, but I'm eternal. Reincarnation is hard to destroy, heaven's way is hard to hurt. Billions of immortal skills, endless mystical skills. At the peak of the great Tao, only I am supreme. Suddenly, a faint voice came from the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Swoosh, then, a radiance flickered. A shocking and moving scene appeared. All sorts of divine abilities flew out from the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Wheel of Reincarnation, Gate of Karma, Reversal of the Milky Way, Great Calamity Skill, Great Yin-Yang Skill, Great Creation Skill, Stars Shift, Heaven Falls and Earth Rend, Instant Eternity, Time Freeze, Time Flies, Wait, wait, wait. There were countless divine abilities that covered the sky. These divine abilities included immortal skills, half-immortal skills, and 3,000 great Taos. The heaven-shaking stone tablet didn't record any divine abilities like the primordial divine ability. Billions of divine abilities descended, and the world seemed to have turned into a sea of divine abilities. The divine abilities that covered the sky all smashed toward the savage and the red-furred monster. Damn, this works too. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. This heaven-shaking stone tablet was too monstrous, wasn't it? It actually used billions of divine abilities to attack at the same time. It was too terrifying. It was shocking and moving. Retreat. The savage and the red-furred monster were shocked. The two didn't fight it head-on. It wasn't wise to fight it head-on. The two dodged the heaven-shaking stone tablet's first wave of attacks. The heaven-shaking stone tablet didn't chase after them. Instead, it soared into the sky and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The savage and the red-furred monster quickly gave chase. They weren't willing to let the heaven-shaking stone tablet escape just like that. Whose blood is on the heaven-shaking stone tablet? Lin Feng asked as he took out an immortality peach and handed it to Grandpa Martin. Grandpa Martin smiled as he took the immortality peach. Then, he started to chew on it. After he finished eating, he said slowly, "It's said to be sinner's blood." Lin Feng's mind shook slightly. Sinner's blood. It was actually sinner's blood. If he didn't remember wrongly, sovereign's blood. In the eyes of some living beings, this was the so-called sinner's blood. Grandpa Martin looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and said, "The sinner's blood is too powerful and isn't allowed to appear in the world. It's still fine in the mortal world, but if you go to the worlds controlled by the celestial race or the immortal race, such as the undying world or the celestial realm, the moment the sinner's blood appears in the world, those factions will definitely kill them mercilessly." Lin Feng asked. "Why?" "Fear." Grandpa Martin said calmly. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He could understand what Grandpa Martin meant. The so-called sinner's blood. It was just a name that some factions added. Because they feared this bloodline. Therefore, they wanted to eliminate people with this bloodline. I heard that there are several types of sinner's blood. Which clan's sinner's blood was on the heaven-shaking stone tablet? Lin Feng asked. Grandpa Martin's eyes flickered as he said, "I'm not sure either." How could Lin Feng not know that Grandpa Martin didn't want to say? It wasn't that he didn't know. He didn't continue asking. Given Grandpa Martin's personality, if it wanted to say, it would definitely say. If it didn't want to say, it would be pointless to ask. Lin Feng took out another immortality peach and handed it to Grandpa Martin. Then, he asked, "Do you have a way for me to obtain that immortal artifact?" Chapter 2167. This immortal equipment was too strange. Lin Feng had chased it for a long time but could not catch up to it. If he appeared later, this immortal equipment would definitely run away. Now, Lin Feng only needed one more step to completely fuse with the celestial weapon, and then he would be able to control it. Naturally, he was very concerned about this immortal equipment. Previously, Lin Feng saw that Grandpa Martin seemed to be able to control this immortal equipment. Thus, he asked Grandpa Martin how to do it. Grandpa Martin chewed on the immortal peach as he said, "This immortal equipment is just a piece of junk. It has been broken by someone and doesn't have an equipment spirit. You want such a piece of junk?" A broken immortal equipment was still an immortal equipment. An immortal equipment without an equipment spirit was still an immortal equipment. Moreover, even if an immortal equipment was broken, even if it did not have an equipment spirit, its power was definitely many times stronger than an emperor weapon. Moreover, so what if it did not have an equipment spirit? The equipment spirit was born from the immortal equipment. Even if it did not have an equipment spirit now, a new equipment spirit could be born in the future. Grandpa Martin was used to bragging. Thus, Lin Feng treated Grandpa Martin's arrogant words as bragging. Lin Feng said, "Grandpa Martin, you see, I don't have any suitable weapons. You are experienced and knowledgeable, so you naturally don't care about that broken immortal equipment. However, this junior cannot compare to you." Hearing Lin Feng's flattery, Grandpa Martin felt as if he was about to fly into the sky. Grandpa Martin's personality was that he loved to brag and listen to people flatter him. He smiled and said, "Grandpa Martin likes people like you. They like to speak the truth." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Grandpa Martin, you are so wise and powerful. I worship you from the bottom of my heart. Everything I say is from the bottom of my heart." Ha 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 ha. Grandpa Martin put his hands on his waist and laughed, saying, "Kid, can you keep a low profile?" Although Grandpa Martin is indeed such a person, it's fine if you know it in your heart. Don't say it when you see people. Lin Feng said, "Grandpa Martin is such a wise and powerful senior, he should be worshipped by everyone. How can I be the only one worshipping Grandpa Martin? Once we leave the forbidden area of Heaven Wasteland, I will not only publicize Grandpa Martin's noble character and great deeds, but I will also build a temple for Grandpa Martin so that everyone can worship Grandpa Martin." When Grandpa Martin heard this, he was so happy that he rocked back and forth. He grinned and said, "Say, if you want to worship me, then worship me. Why do you have to make the entire city know about it? You little brat, you must keep a low profile next time." Grandpa Martin humbly replied before asking, "Do you really intend to help me build a temple?" "Of course, a man of character always keeps his word," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Look, you little brat, you're really too enthusiastic." Grandpa Martin was so excited that it danced with joy. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Grandpa Martin, can you help me refine that immortal equipment? In the future, when I build a temple for Grandpa Martin, there will definitely be many people who will cause trouble and destroy Grandpa Martin's temple. Junior needs to use this immortal equipment to drive those people away. Junior must protect Grandpa Martin's temple well." Grandpa Martin said with a smile, "Kid, you're too considerate. Since that's the case, Grandpa Martin will help you subdue this immortal equipment." Then, Grandpa Martin put his hands behind his back and swaggered out of the forest. This was a very strange scene. A lightning Martin was actually walking upright like a human. Moreover, it had a valiant and high-spirited appearance. Behind the lightning Martin, there was a young human cultivator following behind. Grandpa Martin said, "Although this immortal equipment is damaged, it is still extraordinary. Moreover, it has nurtured a powerful spirituality. I can faintly sense that a new equipment spirit has been nurtured in the depths of this immortal equipment. However, the nurturing and growth of an equipment spirit requires a process. The new equipment spirit has yet to be completely nurtured, so it has always been dormant. However, I reckon that it will awaken soon. That equipment spirit will awaken at any time and anywhere to control the immortal equipment. Therefore, now is the best time for you to refine this immortal equipment. If you wait until the equipment spirit awakens, with your little bit of cultivation, you will be lucky if you don't get beaten to death by the equipment spirit to refine the immortal equipment." Grandpa Martin looked as if he was giving advice. This fellow had completely forgotten how he was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Grandpa Martin's lesson is right. Junior will definitely remember it in his heart. This child is teachable. This child is teachable." Grandpa Martin grinned. An immortal equipment had a spirit. It did not want to be refined by Lin Feng. Therefore, when it sensed Lin Feng's aura, the immortal equipment turned around and fled. At this moment, Grandpa Martin was chanting something. It seemed to be chanting an incantation. After Grandpa Martin finished chanting, the escaping immortal equipment actually flew back towards Lin Feng. "What kind of technique is this?" Lin Feng asked in shock. "Well, it's just a little trick," Grandpa Martin said arrogantly. The little trick that Grandpa Martin mentioned must be a peerless technique in the eyes of others, right? Lin Feng said. Grandpa Martin said with a calm expression, "This divine ability is called the Army Character Formula. Have you heard of it?" "Damn, the 9 syllables Army Character Formula?" Lin Feng exclaimed. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Zai, Qian. This was the 9 syllables true formula. It was the most ancient divine ability of Taoism. Lin Feng had grasped the incantation Lin. Why was Lin Feng's comprehension ability so heaven-defying? He could comprehend any divine ability. He was unlike others who could not comprehend a powerful divine ability even if they spent their entire lives comprehending it. Lin Feng's comprehension ability was strong. First, it was related to his talent. Second, it was related to the incantation Lin. Cultivating the incantation Lin could help a cultivator comprehend the Tao. Any Tao. One could comprehend it. As for the incantation army, Lin Feng had seen it before. Tianwu continent's demon race's Peacock King had grasped the incantation army. Lin Feng was drooling over this divine ability. Grandpa Martin squinted his eyes at Lin Feng and said, "You also know the army character incantation?" I know. It's one of the greatest inheritances of Taoism." Of course, in Grandpa Martin's eyes, it's just an ordinary divine ability. "It's nothing in Grandpa Martin's eyes," Lin Feng said with a smile. Grandpa Martin said proudly, "Your words are very good." Grandpa Martin has plenty of divine abilities of this level. In Grandpa Martin's eyes, the army character incantation is indeed ordinary. Grandpa Martin's pretentious act reached a new height. Lin Feng muttered in his heart, "I'll think of a way to get the army character incantation later." If it was someone else, it would be almost impossible to learn the army character incantation. But if he wanted to learn the army character incantation from Grandpa Martin, it would be much easier. "Take this immortal equipment and refine it." Grandpa Martin threw the immortal equipment to Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed the immortal equipment, his hands trembling. This was an immortal equipment. He was going to have an immortal equipment. At this time, the immortal light was restrained. Lin Feng finally saw the appearance of this mysterious immortal equipment. Chapter 2168. Because the immortal artifact was damaged, only a part of it was left. However, one could vaguely tell that the immortal artifact was a round-type immortal artifact. What kind of immortal artifact is this? Lin Feng looked at Grandpa Martin. Grandpa Martin said, "This is the 5-dragon wheel." The immortal artifact itself was forged from blazing divine metal and embedded with 5 god-slaying sabers. These 5 god-slaying sabers were forged from blood-mixed stone. However, the 5-dragon wheel has been destroyed and split into 5 parts. Therefore, the 5-dragon wheel that you have now is only 1 god-slaying saber. So that's how it is. Lin Feng nodded. Grandpa Martin continued, "The 5-dragon wheel has fused with 5 fire dragon soul essences. Therefore, once it's activated, it can summon 5 fire dragons to fight against enemies. However, your current cultivation is too low, so it's impossible for you to summon the fire dragon soul essences." Lin Feng fondled the 5-dragon wheel lovingly and said, "If I can find the other 4 parts in the future, will I be able to repair this immortal artifact?" Grandpa Martin said, "In theory, of course, there's no problem. However, there's a huge difference between the actual operation and theory. Moreover, will you be able to find the other 4 parts of the 5-dragon wheel just because you want to? That's not an easy task." "Where there's a will, there's a way," Lin Feng said. Grandpa Martin pursed his lips and said, "However, the 5-dragon will can sense each other. Perhaps you can really find it." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Then I'll refine this immortal artifact first. Senior, please don't leave. I still have to build a temple for you. When the time comes, I'll design a blueprint and let you check it out to see if you're satisfied with it." Grandpa Martin grinned and said, "I'm not leaving. Haha, I'll wait for you to refine the 5-dragon wheel. Then, we can build a temple together." Grandpa Martin will also have a temple. Lin Feng was refining the 5-dragon wheel beside the tomb. Lin Feng had already refined the 5-dragon wheel with God's blood. Next, he began the second step, which was refining the 5-dragon wheel with his spirit. He needed to imprint his divine will. Imprint it on the 5-dragon wheel. Lin Feng's divine will. It quickly flew into the 5-dragon wheel. Very quickly, Lin Feng sensed that there seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence hibernating in the depths of the 5-dragon wheel. This feeling was very weak. It disappeared in a flash. When he tried to sense it again, he found that he could no longer sense the terrifying existence hibernating in the 5-dragon wheel. Lin Feng suddenly recalled what Grandpa Martin had said before. It suspected that the 5-dragon wheel had given birth to a new weapon spirit. Looking at it now, Grandpa Martin was not lying. Lin Feng began to refine the 5-dragon wheel with his divine soul. He had been very careful throughout the entire process. This was because the 5-dragon wheel had given birth to a new artifact spirit. Therefore, Lin Feng needed to guard against the awakening of the 5-dragon wheel's new artifact spirit. What if he woke up? That would be troublesome. It could even be called a disaster. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The new artifact spirit of the 5-dragon wheel had yet to awaken. After about 6 hours, Lin Feng successfully refined the 5-dragon wheel. He tried to activate the 5-dragon wheel. However, no matter how hard he tried, the 5-dragon wheel did not move at all. Grandpa Martin, why can't I activate the 5-dragon wheel? Lin Feng looked at Grandpa Martin with a puzzled expression. Grandpa Martin said, "It's normal that you can't activate it. Your cultivation is not high enough. However, if you burn 1,000,000 years of your lifespan, or a few hundred years of your lifespan, you should be able to activate it." Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. However, when he thought about it, this was an immortal artifact. It was normal for it to be difficult to activate. If an immortal artifact could be activated easily, would it still be called an immortal artifact? Lin Feng temporarily kept the 5-dragon wheel. Then, he smiled at Grandpa Martin and said, "Grandpa Martin, when your divine temple is built in the future, there will be many people who will be envious and jealous. When the time comes, they will come and destroy your divine temple. This junior's cultivation is limited. Although I have obtained an immortal artifact, it is too difficult to activate it. In order to better protect your divine temple, this junior has to increase his cultivation." Grandpa Martin curled his lips and said, "What do you want? Let me hear it. Grandpa Martin, can you teach me the army mantra?" Anyway, this divine ability is nothing in Grandpa Martin's eyes. However, to this junior, it is an amazing divine ability. If this junior learns the army mantra, I will be able to protect Grandpa Martin's divine temple more easily, Lin Feng said with a smile. Grandpa Martin said, "Grandpa Martin naturally doesn't care about a mere army mantra. There's no problem in teaching it to you. However, Grandpa Martin will only be able to teach it to you after you help Grandpa Martin build a temple." "Is that true?" Lin Feng said. "Grandpa Martin always keeps his word," Grandpa Martin said with a grin. Lin Feng smiled mischievously. "All right, it's a deal," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked towards the depths of the tomb. He said, "Grandpa Martin, since this tomb is the tomb of the Chaos Master, why don't we dig it up and take a look? Who knows, we might find something." Grandpa Martin could not help but roll his eyes and say, "How can the tomb of the Chaos Master be entered just because you want to? Don't talk about not being able to enter, even if you do, you will die." When Lin Feng saw Grandpa Martin's secretive expression, he knew that the tomb of the Chaos Master was most likely hiding a great danger. Thus, he did not continue to persuade Grandpa Martin to enter the tomb with him. Lin Feng thought of the curses on his body and said, "Grandpa Martin, I seem to have a few curses on my body. Can you help me break them?" Grandpa Martin narrowed his eyes and said, "Breaking the curses on your body is much harder than breaking the curses on that red-furred monster. However, Grandpa Martin is wise and mighty. There is no curse that I cannot break." "Really?" Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. What happened next, however, left Grandpa Martin dumbfounded. Grandpa Martin looked behind Lin Feng, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, as if he had seen something incomparably terrifying. Swoosh! Without another word, Grandpa Martin turned and fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. Grandpa Martin had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng was puzzled. What had Grandpa Martin seen? Behind him? Could it be that something terrifying had appeared? When he thought of this, even though Lin Feng was skilled and daring, his expression could not help but change again. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the man. However, when he turned his head to look behind him, it was empty. He did not see anything. Why did Grandpa Martin suddenly run away? Lin Feng frowned and could not help but mutter to himself. Grandpa Martin did not stop. He quickly flew off into the distance. After Lin Feng left, a gust of cold wind swept through the forest. The flowers and trees in the forest instantly withered, and the fierce beasts hiding in the caves turned into beast skins that drifted to the ground.